Chapter 51. Looking Through Autumn Water Dew. Douluo is a dignified titled Douluo, and the spirit power within his body is extremely vast. As a heaven and earth treasure, although the earth dragon golden melon can be considered a top-tier immortal herb, it is only comparable to a spirit beast of several tens of thousands of years. That sweeping earth attribute energy was easily suppressed by Douluo. Then Douluo began to methodically refine this earth attribute energy. The refined energy merged into his internal organs and limbs, making Douluo's aging body feel as if it had regained its youthful vitality. Every cell in his body was cheering at this moment, greedily absorbing the energy of the earth dragon golden melon, bursting with vigorous vitality. Douluo was also very pleasantly surprised. Originally, he was old, and his potential had been getting lower and lower. But after absorbing the energy of this immortal herb, a new surge of vitality bloomed within his body once again. This was equivalent to a rejuvenation, as his body restored itself toward its peak state. Not just his body, but even his spirit power began to grow at a slow but steady pace after absorbing this energy. How could Douluo not be happy? Everything was going well, but just at this moment, Douluo's jade phosphor serpent spirit suddenly became restless, showing an almost greedy craving for the medicinal power of the earth dragon golden melon. Without receiving Douluo's command, the jade phosphor serpent opened its bloody maw and gulped down the medicinal power of the earth dragon golden melon. After Douluo discovered this, he didn't stop it. Instead, he thought to himself with some anticipation, I wonder if my jade phosphor serpent still has a chance to evolve into a jade phosphorus dragon emperor. After a while, Douluo keenly perceived that his jade phosphor serpent spirit began to show signs of evolution after absorbing the energy of the earth dragon golden melon. Douluo's spirits were immediately lifted, and he focused even more on observing his spirit. But after only a moment, Douluo frowned because he found that his jade phosphor serpent spirit showed no sign at all of transforming into a dragon. Although it was evolving, it continued to evolve in the direction of a serpent. After some deep thought, Douluo quickly reached a conclusion. On the day I achieved a breakthrough to title Douluo, my jade phosphor snake spirit's origin and growth path were completely fixed. This earth dragon golden melon indeed contains amazing medicinal power, but unfortunately, it is not enough to force my already fixed spirit origin and growth path in another direction. After my jade phosphor serpent spirit devoured the medicinal power of the earth dragon golden melon, although signs of evolution appeared, it was evolving toward the jade phosphorus serpent ancestor. It seems it can only be this way. I have completely taken shape in this life and can only continue on this path of jade phosphor snake, jade phosphor serpent, and jade phosphorus serpent ancestor. Although I cannot transform into a dragon, if my spirit continues to evolve, it will be enough to make me a standout among the titled Douluo. Thinking of this, Douluo no longer hoped for dragon transformation and began to wholeheartedly absorb the energy of the earth dragon golden melon to accelerate his spirit's evolution and the growth of his spirit power. Douluo's mind was quite broad-minded. After discovering that his spirit could not transform into a dragon, he didn't take long to accept the reality. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Douluo's eyes were closed, his brow furrowing and relaxing from time to time, all of which were seen by Douluo and Lu Chen. Douluo asked with some concern, Grandpa Lan Chen, what's going on with my grandpa? Is it difficult to absorb the earth dragon golden melon? Why is he still frowning? Lu Chen sensed Douluo's aura. It's fine, don't worry. Big Brother Douluo's aura is steadily rising, which indicates that the absorption of the earth dragon golden melon is going very smoothly. As for the frowning, it might be because absorbing the earth dragon golden melon didn't meet Big Brother Douluo's expectations. After all, Big Brother Douluo is already a titled Douluo. An earth dragon golden melon, even if it is an immortal herb, is not enough to make Big Brother Douluo undergo a complete transformation from the inside out like when you ate the dragon origin fruit. You are only a spirit elder. After absorbing the dragon origin fruit, you can increase your spirit power by 10 levels. As for Big Brother Douluo, being able to increase his spirit power by 1 level after absorbing the earth dragon golden melon is already very impressive. Douluo nodded as if she suddenly understood. After confirming that there was no problem with Douluo, Douluo focused her attention on Lu Chen and said with a sly smile, Grandpa Lan Chen, I heard from Grandpa that your current appearance is fake, a disguise you made to avoid enemies. There are no outsiders here now, so isn't it too tiring to keep yourself disguised? Why not take it off? Last time Lu Chen was soaking naked in the ice and fire yin-yang well, Douluo Yan had taken a quick glance. His broad shoulders, narrow waist, well-proportioned muscles, and skin as delicate as jade had made her heart race a little. Later, Douluo Yan had some suspicions that Lu Chen's body was definitely not that of a middle-aged man in his 30s. Perhaps the real Lu Chen was even younger than he appeared now. This piqued Douluo Yan's interest, and she really wanted to know Lu Chen's true face under the disguise. At this time, Lu Chen had no intention of removing his disguise, so he laughed it off and quickly changed the subject. Yan, my appearance is old and ugly. To avoid scaring you, it's better to maintain the status quo. Keep an eye on things here. Big Brother Douluo's absorption of the earth. Dragon Golden Melon is now on the right track, there's no need for both of us to stay by his side. Before we set out to find a spirit beast, I will also try to absorb another immortal herb to strengthen my foundation and strive to absorb a spirit ring of an even higher age for my 7th spirit ring. After saying this, Lu Chen left without looking back. Douluo Yan watched Lu Chen's departing back, her eyes full of curiosity. The more Lu Chen wanted to hide, the more curious Douluo Yan became. Douluo Yan bit her lip and thought to herself, the more you don't let me see, the more I want to see. Lan Chen said he is old and ugly, but I don't believe it. One day, I will see your true face under the disguise. On the other side, Lu Chen quickly found his target, a small green grass with a few drops of crystal clear dew hanging from it. Looking through autumn water dew. This was an immortal herb that could increase mental force. It had been half a month since Lu Chen ate the 2 immortal herbs, octagonal mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot delicate flower, and his body had adapted well enough by now. He would soon go to hunt the Blue Silver King to serve as his 7th spirit ring. It was also time to consume this looking through autumn water dew, which could enhance mental force. Lu Chen nimbly picked the looking through autumn water dew, held it above his head, and brought it to his mouth. Tilting the grass slightly, the few drops of dew on it trickled into his mouth. Having lost those few drops of dew, the small grass in Lu Chen's hand quickly withered, losing all its vitality. The essence of the looking through autumn water dew was these few drops of dew. Lu Chen's Adam's apple moved slightly. After swallowing those few drops of dew, he immediately sat cross-legged on the spot and began to refine the energy of the dew. In an instant, a refreshing, cool aura rose from his abdominal cavity all the way up and poured into his brain. This gave Lu Chen a mental boost. Feeling the cool sensation in his brain, his mental force began to grow rapidly. Chapter 52. Massive improvement. Ice and fire yin-yang well. Although Lu Chen's eyes were closed, he could still see the world. In the process of absorbing the looking through autumn water dew, his mental force was growing rapidly, even overflowing from his body. Lu Chen was looking at everything around him from another perspective through that overflowing mental force. He saw that the air was filled with 2 colors of energy, red and white. The red energy was fire attribute energy. The white energy was ice attribute energy. The entire valley was filled with these 2 energies, there was almost no third attribute energy present. The surrounding immortal herbs and poisonous herbs were breathing in and refining the energy of these 2 attributes, increasing their growth speed by 10 times or even more. This ice and fire yin-yang well was indeed a uniquely blessed treasure land for these plants. At the same time, Lu Chen also saw Douluo and Douluo Yan. Douluo was still absorbing the energy of the earth dragon golden melon. Faint earthy yellow light radiated from the surface of his body. That light was actually the energy of the earth dragon golden melon. As for Douluo Yan, she was guarding by Douluo's side. However, Douluo Yan's eyes would occasionally glance toward Lu Chen's position, her fair little face showing curiosity and a hint of eagerness to try something. Lu Chen was a clever man and quickly realized that his disguise had piqued Douluo Yan's curiosity. But he truly could not let anyone discover his true face. His face was simply too young and tender. A level 70 quasi-spirit saint who wasn't even 10 years old would definitely be enough to make anyone's jaw drop. Even facing Douluo and Douluo Yan, he didn't want to expose it. Not until he had enough power to protect himself. Subsequently, Lu Chen suppressed all sorts of random thoughts in his heart and began to wholeheartedly absorb the energy of the looking through autumn water dew. During the absorption, process, time passed quickly without him noticing, and 5 hours soon went by. Lu Chen, who had successfully absorbed the energy of the looking through autumn water dew, woke up at this moment, his eyes slowly opening. In an instant, 2 beams of sharp light burst forth, stretching more than half a foot as if they were physical objects. But in just a few breaths, the sharp light that had burst from his eyes retracted back into them. In addition to enhancing mental force, the looking through autumn water dew could also greatly improve one's eyesight, allowing one to cultivate fiery eyes and golden pupils and possess the ability to see through all sorts of wondrous things. From now on, skills like charm or illusions would completely lose their effect in front of Lu Chen. Of course, the most important thing was still the improvement of his mental force. Overall, Lu Chen's current mental force should not be weaker than Douluo Dalu's. Compared to the beginning, his mental force had increased more than tenfold. Now, when absorbing the Blue Silver King's spirit ring, the Blue Silver King's mental shock would no longer be able to harm him. Furthermore, with this vigorous mental force, his Blue Silver domain also underwent an evolution. The basic ability of the Blue Silver domain was the command of Blue Silver grass and allowing him to communicate with plants through his spirit. Going a step further was his disguise ability, disguising his identity in spirit rings. In the past, when his mental force was insufficient, his disguise could still have flaws discovered by others. But now, with his mental force, even a titled Douluo like Douluo would no longer be able to see any flaws on his face. Now, as long as Lu Chen was willing to change his face, it was estimated that even Shui Qing'er Ning Fengji would be unable to find his tracks again in the vast crowd. Lu Chen's safety now had more guarantees. Not only that, this mental force improvement also allowed him to unlock a brand new ability of the Blue Silver domain. That is, Lu Chen could use the Blue Silver domain to control the Blue Silver grass in nature to perform spirit abilities. If he were in a forest or grassland where Blue Silver grass was everywhere, he could use the Blue Silver domain to control the Blue Silver grass to perform various spirit abilities. This would be enough to make him a single support soul master, comparable to dozens or even hundreds of support soul masters. The massive improvement from absorbing the looking through autumn water dew this time was evident. Lu Chen, joyful in his heart, curled his lips into a smile and leapt up from the ground. Noticing that Lu Chen had woken up, the grandfather and granddaughter pair, Douluo and Yan, also walked over to him. Douluo seemed to be in a good mood. He laughed heartily and said, "Brother Lan Chen, you've woken up too. Just now, after I woke up, I noticed that your mental force was exceptionally active. It seems you've eaten another immortal herb that can increase mental force." Lu Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, "Yes, I've eaten another immortal herb. These immortal herbs are all 1 in a million treasures. That I was able to eat 3 immortal herbs in succession is also thanks to Big Brother Douluo's medicine garden. Otherwise, even if I traveled across the entire continent, I might not have been able to find 3 immortal herbs. By the way, since Big Brother Douluo is awake, you must have refined the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. How does it feel? What improvements did you get?" Speaking of this, Douluo immediately became high-spirited, his smile stretching almost to his ears as he spoke excitedly. "Haha, I feel great right now. After absorbing the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, it feels like I've become decades younger, returning to the peak of my physical condition. My spirit power didn't increase much, only rising by 1 level, from level 92 spirit power to level 93. But this is already very good. Once you reach title Douluo, every level of spirit power increase takes years or even over a decade of cultivation. A single Earth Dragon Golden Melon saved me several years of time. It truly deserves to be called a top-tier immortal herb. As for my spirit, unfortunately, it couldn't transform into a dragon. After the Jade Phosphor Snake evolved into the Jade Phosphor Serpent, it was completely set in its form. It's not something a single immortal herb can change. After absorbing the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, my Jade Phosphor Serpent evolved into the Jade Phosphorus Serpent ancestor, and I also gained a second attribute, the Earth attribute. From now on, any snake-type spirit or spirit beast will be greatly suppressed in front of me, the Jade Phosphorus Serpent ancestor, able to exert 50% of their strength at most. In addition, my second attribute, the Earth attribute, not only helps me suppress the potent toxins in my body but also grants me a very special ability, As long as my feet are on the ground, I can continuously draw energy from the earth to recover my spirit power. In the future, when facing any enemy, as long as I remain standing on the earth, I can wear them down to death. This ability can be said to be quite practical. Hearing Douluo Dalu's words, Lu Chen was also quite amazed. The earth dragon golden melon, it seemed this immortal herb really gave Douluo Dalu quite a lot of improvements. He said with a chuckle, cupping his hands in greeting. Then I must truly congratulate Big Brother Douluo. Now that Big Brother Douluo has woken up and I have too, let's set off together to hunt a suitable spirit beast for my 7th spirit ring. Douluo Dalu patted his chest and guaranteed. No problem. In this sunset forest, whatever spirit beast you take a fancy to, I'll help you severely wound it. Lu Chen replied to this. Big Brother Douluo, the spirit beast I've set my sights on is not in the sunset forest. We need to go on a long journey to a border mountain range where the 2 great empires meet. Within that border mountain range lies the blue-silver forest where the blue-silver king resides. Through the blue-silver domain, Lu Chen was already able to roughly lock onto the location of the blue-silver forest. Hearing this, Douluo Dalu agreed without any hesitation and set off with Lu Chen, bringing his granddaughter Douluo Yan along. Under Lu Chen's guidance, they set off for the blue-silver forest. Chapter 53. The Blue-Silver Forest. Douluo Dalu was capable of flight. As they traveled, he carried Douluo Yan in one hand and Lu Chen in the other. Even including time for meals, sleep, and other rests, it took less than 3 days to travel from the depths of the Sunset Forest to the border mountain range where the 2 great empires met. Through the blue-silver domain, Lu Chen had already roughly determined the location of the blue-silver forest. Under Lu Chen's guidance, Douluo Dalu quickly landed outside the blue-silver forest with Douluo Yan and Lu Chen. After the 3 landed steadily, Lu Chen stared intently at the forest ahead. From within that forest, countless life signatures, both large and small, emanated. Each life signature belonged to a blue-silver grass with cultivation. There were 100-year blue-silver grass, 1,000-year blue-silver grass, and even 10,000-year blue-silver grass. Deep in Lu Chen's eyes, a flash of excitement surfaced, but he suppressed it. He then looked at Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan, speaking with a solemn expression. Big Brother Douluo, Yan, since we've arrived here, I should be more honest. You've seen my spirit, it is actually an evolved form of blue-silver grass called the Blue-Silver King. For any spirit master, the 7th spirit ring is crucial. Only a 7th spirit ring with a matching attribute can activate a martial soul avatar skill that maximizes the spirit's advantages. The spirit beast I want to hunt is inside this forest. It's a blue-silver king with extremely high cultivation. Using this blue-silver king spirit beast spirit ring as the 7th spirit ring for my blue-silver king spirit will surely unlock the most compatible martial soul avatar for me. Regarding Lu Chen's spirit, Douluo Dalu had actually suspected it long ago. Hearing Lu Chen's words now, he wasn't too surprised. Douluo Yan, however, was learning for the first time that Lu Chen's spirit was a blue-silver king evolved from blue-silver grass. She blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke in great surprise. Blue-silver grass is universally recognized as a trash spirit on the continent. I didn't expect it could evolve, and that the evolved blue-silver king would be a top-tier spirit with a domain ability. After she finished speaking, Douluo Dalu chuckled and said with full confidence. Brother Lan Chen, don't worry. You have shown great kindness to us, grandfather and granddaughter. This time, I will personally take action to help you heavily wound that blue-silver king and make it your 7th spirit ring. Lu Chen smiled upon hearing this. With Douluo Dalu taking action, hunting the blue-silver king this time would be a sure thing. He said with a laugh. Then I'll have to trouble Big Brother Douluo. Let's head in now. Douluo Dalu nodded in agreement. All right, after entering this forest, I'll take the lead. Yan, stay by Lan Chen's side. He's a support soul master with no combat capability, so you must protect him well. Hearing Douluo Dalu say this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He was indeed a support soul master, but he wasn't the fragile kind, he had plenty of strength and methods. However, it seemed that during this period, he had never demonstrated his combat abilities in front of Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan. As a result, Douluo Dalu still thought he was a support soul master without any combat capability. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen chose to smile without saying anything, planning to let the facts speak for themselves in the future. At this moment, Dugu Yan walked to Lu Chen's side and said, "Okay, Grandpa, I understand. I will protect Grandpa Lan Chen well." With the plan deployed in advance, Dugu Bo took the lead, Lu Chen walked in the middle, and Dugu Yan was at the rear. The three of them walked into the blue-silver forest. Inside the forest, perhaps because Dugu Bo carried killing intent and radiated an undisguised malice, the numerous blue-silver grass in this forest were extremely wary of him. Accompanied by a rustling sound, one blue-silver vine after another coiled toward them like creepers, attempting a binding. Seeing this, Dugu Bo began to condense his spirit power, preparing to forcibly blast a path open. However, Lu Chen acted first. He released his blue-silver domain, and the invisible ripples of the blue-silver domain spread out in all directions with him as the center. Under the shroud of the blue-silver domain, the surrounding 100-year and 1,000-year blue-silver grass all trembled slightly and then bowed down to Lu Chen. These ordinary blue-silver grass simply could not resist the pressure of Lu Chen's blue-silver king spirit. Rustle, rustle. The blue-silver vines that had coiled forward quickly retracted and even actively cleared a path for Dugu Bo, Lu Chen, and Dugu Yan. Lu Chen then spoke with a smile. "Big brother Dugu, let's continue forward. Following this path will lead to the center of the forest." Dugu Bo gave Lu Chen a deep look. "Brother Lan Chen, your domain is truly convenient. The Blue-Silver King, the King of Blue-Silver Grass, this name is well deserved." After saying this, Dugu Bo turned back and strode toward the forest center, while Lu Chen and Dugu Yan followed closely behind him. All the blue-silver grass ahead retreated to the sides, and they reached the central location of the forest without encountering any obstacles. In the center of the forest stood a towering giant tree, crystal clear and azure blue, radiating life signatures from top to bottom. This towering giant tree was not actually a tree, it was that blue-silver king with 85,000 years of cultivation. Because of its profound cultivation, its trunk was exceptionally tall and thick, looking like a towering giant tree. In the next instant, an old human face slowly emerged on the trunk of the blue-silver king, and a steady, powerful voice came from its mouth. "Foreign blue-silver king, why have you come to this blue-silver forest?" Lu Chen chuckled upon hearing this, asking what you already know. "I am a human spirit master, and you are a plant spirit beast. What other purpose could I have in coming to find you?" After saying this, Lu Chen looked at Dugu Bo with burning eyes. "Big brother Dugu, please take action." Dugu Bo's expression was startled. Sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from the blue-silver king, he spoke with a tone full of shock. "Brother Lan Chen, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? The cultivation of this blue-silver king is at least 80,000 years or more. My 9th spirit ring back then was only 70-some thousand years, not even reaching 80,000. Using an 80,000-year spirit ring as your 7th spirit ring, you're truly courting death." Lu Chen spoke urgently. "Big brother Dugu, I have my reasons for this choice. I've consumed 3 immortal herbs. If I weren't certain, I wouldn't do such a thing. Please, big brother Dugu, take action." Since things had reached this point, Dugu Bo gritted his teeth and stepped forward. A heaven-toppling aura erupted from his body as 9 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from beneath his feet. The blue-silver king at the forest center also appeared exceptionally furious. It roared in a low voice. "Human, wanting my spirit ring is a pipe dream. This entire forest is my people, prepare to leave your bones here." Boom! An invisible wave erupted from the blue-silver king's body and quickly spread in all directions. It was the blue-silver domain. Within the coverage of the blue-silver domain, all the blue-silver grass grew frantically, sweeping toward Dugu Bo, Lu Chen, and Dugu Yan. The blue-silver king intended to use the power of all the blue-silver grass in the blue-silver forest to suppress Dugu Bo, Lu Chen, and Dugu Yan in one fell swoop. Chapter 54. The cooperation between Dugu Bo and Lu Chen. Blue-silver domain. It's not like you're the only one who has it. As Lu Chen finished speaking, he also activated his blue-silver domain. An invisible ripple centered on him and rapidly spread out in all directions. The two domains overlapped, engaging in an extremely fierce clash. Since neither was an offensive domain, the most direct manifestation of their struggle was seen in the surrounding blue-silver grass. The vast amount of surrounding blue-silver grass would sometimes be controlled by the blue-silver king, twisting like serpents and pythons as they tried to bind Douluo Bo, Lu Chen, and Douluo Yan. At other times, Lu Chen would seize control, turning them around to launch an attack against the Blue-Silver King. But before they could touch the Blue-Silver King, it would snatch back control of the vines once more. Back and forth it went, as the surrounding blue-silver grass fell into a state of internal strife. All the blue-silver grass split into two distinct factions, one following the Blue-Silver King and the other following Lu Chen. The two sides fought tooth and nail. Lu Chen's expression was tense as he poured a continuous stream of mental force into his blue-silver domain, strengthening his control over the blue-silver grass. Although he couldn't completely sever the Blue-Silver King's control over the grass, he made it impossible for the king to draw upon the power of the many plants within the blue-silver forest. Fortunately, before setting out, Lu Chen had consumed the Looking Through Autumn Water Dew, which had boosted his mental force to the level of a titled Douluo. This gave him the confidence to use his blue-silver domain to restrain the Blue-Silver King, otherwise, his domain would likely have been suppressed by the king's own. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Douluo Bo launched an attack. Facing a Blue-Silver King with 85,000 years of cultivation, he knew that 100-year or 1,000-year spirit abilities would be completely useless. Therefore, he directly utilized his 10,000-year sixth spirit ability. Sixth spirit ability. Green Phosphorus Snake Emperor Break. Douluo Bo's sixth spirit ring lit up with a deep black light. Under the continuous infusion of his spirit power, a pitch-black ball of toxic energy condensed between his palms. In just a few breaths, the toxic energy ball, which was originally only the size of a fist, expanded into a massive sphere 2 meters in diameter. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to become thick and viscous. At the same time, a faint, foul stench drifted from the toxic energy ball. A single whiff was enough to make one feel dizzy and faint. Go! Douluo Bo suddenly gave a loud shout and threw the massive toxic energy ball with all his might, hurling it toward the Blue-Silver King's main body. The Blue-Silver King sensed the danger, but because Lu Chen was using his Blue-Silver domain to restrain it, it couldn't spare much focus. It could only hurriedly weave its own vines into a shield to block the attack. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the next instant, the toxic ball slammed into the shield. The corrosive poison contained within the sphere began to rapidly eat away at the blue-silver vines. Plumes of white smoke rose from the vines, and one could see them withering, rotting, and decaying at a visible rate. The ferocity of the corrosive poison from the Green Phosphorus Snake Emperor Break was truly shocking to behold. In less than 10 breaths, a large hole was corroded through the shield woven from blue-silver vines. The pitch-black toxic sphere of the Green Phosphorus Snake Emperor Break passed through the hole and slammed into the Blue-Silver King's main body. Ah! Almost instantly, the Blue-Silver King let out a scream of agony. The corrosive poison of the pitch-black sphere rapidly ate away at its trunk, vines, and leaves, causing plumes of white smoke to erupt from its body. Under such intense pain, the Blue-Silver King was no longer able to maintain its blue-silver domain. Seizing this golden opportunity, Lu Chen quickly exerted his power. Using his blue-silver domain, he forcibly broke through the Blue-Silver King's domain and took control of all the surrounding blue-silver grass in one fell swoop. Though they were still in the blue-silver forest, the Blue-Silver King had become isolated. All of its blue-silver grass subjects had been snatched away by Lu Chen through his blue-silver domain. All the surrounding blue-silver grass, whether 100-year or 1,000-year plants, leaned slightly toward Lu Chen, looking as if they were performing a pilgrimage. Already suffering from the agony of the poison, the Blue-Silver King was now forced to watch as all its subjects submitted to Lu Chen. It was so consumed by impotent rage that it nearly spat blood. In the clash just now, the Blue-Silver King had undoubtedly been defeated. However, as an 85,000-year Blue-Silver King, its cultivation was profound and its life force was incredibly vibrant. In a short amount of time, it used its vigorous life force to gradually dilute and decompose the corrosive poison that had invaded its body. Furthermore, one could see the gashes corroded into the Blue-Silver King's trunk rapidly regrowing under the nourishment of its life force, quickly returning to their original state. The Blue-Silver King's life force gave it a near undying body. If it wasn't heavily injured in one go, it could recover extremely quickly. The Blue-Silver King let out an angry roar. Don't think that just because you've controlled all my subjects, I'm helpless against you. Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. In an instant, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from within the blue-silver king's body. Accompanied by a burst of brilliant blue light, a blue long spear 3 meters in size rapidly condensed. In the distance, seeing this, Liu Chen immediately unleashed his third spirit ability, blue-silver protection. Furthermore, he used the blue-silver domain to control all the surrounding blue-silver grass to release a collective blue-silver protection together. All the surrounding blue-silver grass bloomed with dazzling blue light, eventually condensing into a blue shield half a foot thick. That blue shield stood between the blue-silver king and the trio of Douluo Dalu, Liu Chen, and Douluo Yan. Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan both showed looks of surprise upon seeing the thick blue shield, followed by a sense of relief. Just then, the blue-silver overlord spear condensed by the blue-silver king, carrying a sharp edge that could destroy anything, tore through the air with a whistle and lunged toward Douluo Dalu's position. Clang! With a loud bang, the blue-silver overlord spear slammed into the blue shield. Gale force winds scattered, and terrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Crack! Crack! Under the sharp edge of the blue-silver overlord spear, fine cracks finally began to appear on the blue shield. This collective blue-silver protection was currently Liu Chen's strongest defensive method. However, the blue-silver king was an 85,000-year top-tier plant spirit beast. The blue-silver overlord spirit released with all its might was not so easily blocked. But for the time being, the blue shield wouldn't shatter just yet. Taking advantage of this time, Liu Chen unleashed his fifth spirit ability, blue-silver blessing. Similarly, through the blue-silver domain, he controlled all the surrounding blue-silver grass to perform a collective blue-silver blessing. All the surrounding blue-silver grass bloomed with dazzling light, which then converged toward Douluo Dalu's body. Vibrant life force was gathered within that dazzling light. As that life force entered his body, Douluo Dalu discovered to his surprise that all his attributes had received a boost exceeding 100%. Attack, defense, strength, speed, the enhancement. Effects for all attributes surpassed 100%. Originally, Liu Chen's fifth spirit ability, blue-silver blessing, provided a 100% increase to all attributes. But by using the blue-silver domain to control the blue-silver grass in nature, the collective blue-silver blessing he performed caused the total attribute boost to exceed 100%. Because of the sheer number of blue-silver grass in the blue-silver forest, the effect of the collective blue-silver blessing had actually reached 300%. Liu Chen immediately shouted, "Big brother Douluo, it's up to you now." Feeling the surging power within his body, Douluo Dalu laughed and said, "Brother Lan Chen, this boost of yours is truly terrifying. I even feel confident enough now to trade blows with a rank 95 titled Douluo. Just you watch, I'll definitely take care of this blue-silver king for you." Chapter 55. Jade Phosphorus Divine Light. Under Liu Chen's augmentation, Douluo Dalu felt an inexhaustible surge of power within his body. He looked toward the blue-silver king's position, laughed heartily, and said, "Haha, I'll use you to test exactly how terrifying my power is now." Seventh spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Avatar. In an instant, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from Douluo Dalu's body. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling green light, Douluo Dalu's figure vanished within the radiance. In his place was a massive jade phosphorus giant python. Its enormous head was like a millstone, and its eyes projected a cold, bloodthirsty light. The python's body was as thick as a water vat, and its length reached a staggering 50 meters. Its entire being radiated a violent aura that made one shudder. Originally, even when Douluo Dalu used his martial soul avatar, he would at most reach 30 meters in length. But after absorbing the earth dragon golden melon, his Jade Phosphor Serpent spirit had evolved into the Jade Phosphorus Serpent Ancestor spirit, giving his strength a qualitative leap. Beyond that, Liu Chen had just used his blue-silver domain to command the numerous blue-silver grass throughout the forest to launch a collective blue-silver blessing. Infused with a massive amount of life force, this provided Douluo Dalu with a 300% boost to all attributes. This resulted in his current terrifying size. Douluo Dalu felt as though his body was filled with endless power, making him want to vent it recklessly. Hiss! The jade phosphorus giant python flicked its tongue and let out a frightening hiss. Then, it lunged forward with such speed that only a blurred shadow could be seen as it pounced toward the blue-silver king. In the blink of an eye, the jade phosphorus giant python had closed in on the blue-silver king. In a flash, the jade phosphorus giant python twisted its body, and its thick tail whipped high into the air, leaving a blurred afterimage as it lashed out at the Blue Silver King's main trunk. Bang! The Blue Silver King's entire trunk trembled violently from the blow. Where the jade phosphorus giant python's tail had struck, a layer of bark was scraped away, and blue sap began to drip and ooze out. The Blue Silver King let out a cry of pain. This was the downside of being a plant-type spirit beast, they needed to be rooted in the ground. When facing an enemy or an attack, they could neither run nor dodge. Unable to run, unable to hide. The only option was a head-on confrontation. With a thought, the Blue Silver King controlled hundreds of blue-silver vines, each as thick as an adult's arm. These blue-silver vines moved like serpents, lunging to perform a binding on the jade phosphorus giant python. Within a few breaths, the vines layered over each other, wrapping the jade phosphorus giant python up like a rice dumpling. The jade phosphorus giant python roared and began to twist its body frantically. Terrifying strength erupted, and the blue-silver vines were simply unable to withstand the force. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the blue-silver vines tightened and snapped, leaving broken branches and withered leaves scattered all over the ground. After breaking free from the binding, the jade phosphorus giant python swung its thick tail, lashing the Blue-Silver King's body repeatedly and without pause. The Blue-Silver King cried out in pain continuously. Its trunk could be seen shaking violently under the assault, its surface covered in wounds. The bark had been scraped clean, and droplets of blue sap flowed everywhere like blood. The terrifying power of the jade phosphorus giant python. One could only imagine. However, frustratingly, the Blue-Silver King's immense life force was rapidly repairing its body. The bark that had been scraped away could be restored to its original state in just a few breaths. The jade phosphorus giant python also noticed this. He quickly changed his strategy, no longer using his tail to whip the Blue Silver King's trunk. Instead, with a twist of his body, he coiled himself around the Blue Silver King's trunk, loop after loop. During this process, the Blue Silver King naturally resisted, constantly waving its blue-silver vines to bind and whip, trying to stop the jade phosphorus giant python's movements. However, the jade phosphorus giant python had received a boost of over 300% to all attributes. Strength, speed, defense, attack, everything had been vastly enhanced. It was not something the blue-silver vines could hope to shake. The Blue-Silver King could only watch helplessly as the jade phosphorus giant python coiled around it layer by layer. Then, the jade phosphorus giant python began to exert sudden force, intending to uproot the Blue-Silver King and strip it of its ability to resist. Rumble. In an instant, the entire earth trembled, yet the Blue-Silver King's trunk remained completely motionless. The Blue-Silver King roared with anger and pride, saying, "Before this place was even a forest, I had already taken root here. My root system has long since occupied every corner of this forest, becoming one with the entire woodland. Damned human, even if you can take away my blue-silver grass subjects, do not think you can budge my roots one bit, unless you destroy the entire forest. But that is impossible. Blue-silver does not die, blue-silver is eternal." Hearing the Blue-Silver King's boastful words, a flash of determination crossed the jade phosphorus giant python's eyes. Originally, Douluo didn't want to use that move, because once that spirit ability's power was unleashed, even he couldn't control it. But this Blue-Silver King's vitality was truly a bit too terrifying. If he didn't use that move, he really wouldn't have a way to deal with it. Ninth spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Divine Light. As the words fell, the body of the jade phosphorus giant python gradually became translucent, and streaks of emerald green light radiated from its translucent form. Those emerald green lights were the most terrifying corrosive poison in the world. The moment they touched the Blue-Silver King's body, they caused an extremely severe corrosive effect on the Blue-Silver King's trunk, branches, and leaves. Furthermore, the most terrifying aspect of this spirit ability was that once the corrosive poison touched the opponent's body, it could use that body as a nursery to replicate and multiply infinitely. Eventually, even Douluo wouldn't be able to resolve it. Therefore, in the past, Douluo rarely used his ninth spirit ability. The Blue-Silver King wailed continuously. This Jade Phosphorus Divine Light skill was practically born to counter it. The Blue Silver King's most terrifying trait was the majestic life force it had accumulated over countless years, allowing it to recover quickly from any injury. But as the corrosive poison of the jade phosphorus divine light invaded its body, it began to consume its life force, constantly replicating and increasing. With one side weakening and the other strengthening, its life force would eventually be drained completely dry. Unfortunately, the Blue Silver King had no good way to stop it. It could only wail incessantly, watching helplessly as its life force was consumed by the corrosive poison of the jade phosphorus divine light. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 3 hours. Soon, 3 hours had passed. The once tall and thick Blue Silver King had basically withered, rotted, and decayed under the corrosion of the jade phosphorus divine light's poison. Its trunk was cracked and devoid of vitality, withered branches and fallen leaves covered the ground, and even the root system it took such pride in was now overburdened. The Blue Silver King, a plant spirit beast renowned for its life force, had ultimately lost to Douluo. At this moment, it was at its last gasp, with its end drawing near. Chapter 56. Absorbing the Blue Silver King's spirit ring. In the very center of the Blue Silver Forest, the area was currently enveloped in a layer of emerald green poisonous mist. The next moment, Douluo, looking somewhat pale due to excessive spirit power consumption, walked out from within that emerald green mist. Douluo walked over to Lu Chen's side, frowning slightly as he spoke with some difficulty. Brother Lan Chen, this Blue Silver King is truly extraordinary. Its vitality is terrifyingly stubborn. It recovers in an instant from any damage caused by ordinary means. In the end, I had no choice but to use my 9th spirit ability. Although the Blue Silver King is now on its last breath, this entire area is also shrouded in my poisonous mist. Even I have no way to neutralize it. How are you supposed to enter the mist to kill that dying Blue Silver King? Lu Chen, however, was not in a hurry. He chuckled and said, "This is enough. Thank you, Big Brother Douluo. I'll treat your injuries and restore your body first. As for that emerald green mist, I'll find a way." First spirit ability, Blue Silver Recovery. Second spirit ability, Blue Silver Grace. Lu Chen activated his first and second spirit abilities. 2 blue silver vines rapidly extended out, wrapping around Douluo's body, and then released a cloud of blue light mist. As Douluo bathed in the blue light mist, he felt waves of life energy continuously surging into his body. Amidst his curious and amazed expression, the injuries on the surface of his body healed at a staggering speed. His consumed physical strength and spirit power were also recovering rapidly, and even his mental fatigue received great soothing. After personally experiencing Lu Chen's support capabilities, Douluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising him with admiration. Brother Lan Chen, your support abilities are simply breathtaking. Healing injuries, eliminating fatigue, restoring physical strength and spirit power, and even being able to release shields, neutralize potent poisons, and provide all attribute buffs. As a support soul master, you are worth 5 or 6 others. It's perfectly normal for Ning Fengji to feel murderous intent toward you. In the future, no matter which power you wish to join, they will certainly treat you as an honored guest. Lu Chen smiled and spoke nonchalantly. I think things are quite good as they are now, free and unconstrained. If I were made to join some organization, I'd probably find it hard to adjust. Big Brother Douluo, let's not talk about that for now. I'm going to try to neutralize that emerald green poison. With those words, Lu Chen cautiously walked toward the direction of the emerald green poisonous mist. Although he had consumed the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower, gaining a body immune to all poisons, he still didn't dare get too close. After all, he had just witnessed the terror of this corrosive poison with his own eyes. Fourth spirit ability, Blue Silver Purification. Lu Chen fully expanded his Blue Silver domain. Supported by his titled Douluo level mental force, his Blue Silver domain encompassed nearly the entire Blue Silver forest. In the next instant, he mobilized every Blue Silver grass in the entire forest to simultaneously release a mass Blue Silver purification. Relying on his strength alone, he might not necessarily have been able to purify the corrosive poison from Douluo's 9th spirit ability. Only by borrowing the power of all the Blue Silver grass in the entire forest was it possible to completely purify that corrosive poison. At that moment, all the Blue Silver grass in the entire forest followed Lu Chen's call, blooming with dazzling blue light. The blue light converged toward the sky, gathering more and more until it resembled a blue ocean, sacred, pure, and radiating a dense aura of life. Seeing this soul-stirring scene, expressions of amazement appeared on the faces of Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan. The abilities Lu Chen displayed had already exceeded the scope of an ordinary support soul master. He was a one-man support army. In fact, if Lu Chen were to say now that he could bring the dead back to life or regrow flesh on bone, Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan wouldn't have much doubt. Pitter-patter. Suddenly, that blue ocean in the sky poured down countless droplets of blue light rain, drenching the emerald-green poisonous mist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the blue light rain and the emerald-green mist touched, bursts of white steam erupted. Under the purification of that boundless life force, the emerald-green mist began to dissipate rapidly. With the entire blue-silver forest as his backing, Lu Chen's power was inexhaustible. After more than 10 minutes of purification, the last bit of the emerald-green poisonous mist completely vanished into the air. Douluo Bo watched in amazement. This was his 9th spirit ability and his strongest poison, which even he himself had no way to neutralize, yet it had been resolved by Lu Chen. As the emerald-green mist dissipated, Lu Chen could finally walk boldly to the side of the gasping blue-silver king. Lu Chen's previous wave of blue-silver purification had also purified the poison on the blue-silver king, making its current condition look a bit better. The blue-silver king let out heavy, feeble breaths. You, won. I hope you can treat all the blue-silver grass subjects well. Lu Chen nodded and said, they are my subjects, I will naturally treat them well. As for you, it is time for you to fall. With those words, Lu Chen waved his hand, and countless blue-silver vines spread out like serpents, wrapping around the blue-silver king's mangled body. Lu Chen suddenly applied force with his hand, and all the blue-silver vines instantly tightened to the limit, beginning to tear at the blue-silver king's remains. The blue-silver king's life force had already been drained dry by Douluo Bo's corrosive poison. It no longer had any strength left to resist the tearing of the blue-silver vines. Crack, 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 accompanied by a series of snapping sounds, the massive trunk of the blue-silver king collapsed. The blue-silver king's life had finally come to an end. Whoosh, 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 an incredibly surging black light was released from the blue-silver king's remains. The energy was so powerful and turbulent that it made the surrounding air turn viscous. The black light quickly gathered, shifting several times before condensing into a black spirit ring. It was a deep, profound black. A translucent, glossy black. This was an 85,000-year spirit ring. For an average titled Douluo, it would be sufficient to serve as their 9th spirit ring. Today, Lu Chen was going to use this ring as his 7th spirit ring. His spirit was the Blue-Silver King. Absorbing a Blue-Silver King spirit ring would absolutely grant him the most compatible martial soul avatar skill. At this thought, Lu Chen's eyes burned with fervor. However, at this moment, Douluo Bo's worried voice drifted over. Brother Lan Chen, do you truly intend to absorb this spirit ring of over 80,000 years as your 7th spirit ring? This is no joke. If you aren't careful, you will die. Lu Chen didn't turn back, but his firm voice carried back. Big brother Douluo, don't worry. I won't joke with my own life. In that medicinal garden of yours, I consumed 3 immortal herbs. That is my confidence in absorbing this spirit ring. A blue-silver king spirit paired with a blue-silver king spirit ring will surely allow me to excavate my potential to the greatest extent. For the time being, I'll have to trouble big brother Douluo to protect me. Douluo Bo sighed. Seeing that Lu Chen had already made up his mind, there was nothing more he could say. He could only reply in a low voice. I won't let anything disturb you. However, absorbing this spirit ring can only be done by yourself. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. With Douluo Bo acting as a protector, he didn't need to dig a hole and hide inside it while absorbing the spirit ring. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the spot and gave a gentle beckon. The black spirit ring floated over, settling onto his blue-silver king spirit, then rapidly contracted and instantly merged into it. The spirit ring absorption was about to begin. Chapter 57. The newly ascended blue-silver emperor. At the moment Lu Chen absorbed the blue-silver king's spirit ring, a surge of energy like a vast ocean swept through his body. The blue-silver king, with 85,000 years of cultivation. The surging energy accumulated within this spirit ring filled Lu Chen's meridians to the brim in just a few breaths. His body was like a balloon being constantly inflated, starting to swell rapidly from head to toe. Lu Chen had never faced such a dangerous moment while absorbing a spirit ring before. This time, if he wasn't careful, his body might be blown apart by the spirit ring. Pain, boundless pain shot straight to Lu Chen's crown, making his scalp go numb. Fortunately, his meridians, bones, muscles, and skin membranes were all emitting a faint golden light. That was the golden body tempered for him by the two immortal herbs, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower. Thanks to the golden body being strong enough, he could barely withstand the waves of surging energy. Otherwise, his body would have likely exploded. Only now did Lu Chen realize how lucky he had been when absorbing his first 6 spirit rings. At that time, although he didn't have a single spirit ring, he had spirit power as high as level 60 dormant within him, allowing him to absorb spirit rings with ease. But now, he truly only had level 70 spirit power, with no extra spirit power to help him suppress this 85,000-year spirit ring, making the absorption process incredibly difficult. In this situation, it was thanks to the first 6 spirit rings, all of which were absorbed beyond their limits, greatly strengthening his physique. Additionally, absorbing the 2 immortal herbs, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower, had further strengthened his body. This prevented his body from being instantly blown apart. Lu Chen gritted his teeth tightly, thinking with absolute determination. There's no turning back. I've already absorbed the Blue Silver King's spirit ring, I absolutely cannot spit it out now. Although the massive energy of this spirit ring has inflated me like a balloon, it hasn't blown my body apart yet. That means I have a chance to successfully refine it. At this thought, Lu Chen desperately activated his Blue Silver King spirit, continuously devouring and refining this massive energy. At this moment, his Blue Silver King spirit was like a beast that hadn't eaten for weeks, devouring the energy of the Blue Silver King's spirit ring in huge gulps, eating ravenously without regard for whether it could even refine it all. His Blue Silver King spirit was too excited, it had never tasted such delicious energy in its life. His Blue Silver King spirit had originally been an ordinary blue silver grass martial soul. It was because Lu Chen's previous 6 spirit rings were all absorbed beyond their limits, to the point where the combined years of the spirit rings had reached 100,000 years. Coupled with the fact that he absorbed spirit rings from plant spirit beasts with powerful vitality, it finally evolved into the Blue Silver King spirit. The problem now was that his Blue Silver King spirit had only absorbed other plant spirit beasts and never a blue silver grass plant spirit beast. This resulted in an insufficient foundation, an unstable origin, and a lack of the most crucial blue-silver bloodline, making it unable to reach the level of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Otherwise, it would have evolved into the Blue-Silver Emperor last time instead of stopping at the Blue-Silver King level. And this Blue-Silver King with 85,000 years of cultivation was the existence with the purest bloodline, the most sufficient foundation, and the most stable origin after the death of the previous generation's Blue-Silver Emperor, Qian. It was the one with the best chance to reach the Blue-Silver Emperor level. Even Tang San couldn't compare to the Blue-Silver King. Although he was a descendant of the Blue-Silver Emperor, as a half-human, half-spirit beast, his own bloodline was not pure enough. For various reasons, perhaps because the Blue-Silver King was loyal to the Blue-Silver Emperor, or perhaps because it feared Tang Hao's martial threat, it eventually gave the opportunity to evolve into the Blue-Silver Emperor to Tang San. If the Blue-Silver King hadn't voluntarily stepped aside, given Tang San's half-human, half-spirit beast bloodline and his absorption of a bunch of animal spirit beast spirit rings, he might not have been able to evolve into the Blue-Silver Emperor even in his next life. But now, this Blue-Silver King had been killed by Lu Chen, and Lu Chen was absorbing its spirit ring. Within that spirit ring lay the Blue-Silver King's purest bloodline energy, which was exactly what Lu Chen needed most right now. After his Blue-Silver King spirit absorbed this bloodline energy, its own life level began to transform. This time, it was a true transformation from king to emperor. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Du Gubo and Du Guyan both involuntarily showed looks of worry as they watched Lu Chen, who had swollen into a ball. Du Guyan asked softly, Grandpa Lan Chen is pushing himself too hard. He's trying to absorb a spirit beast spirit ring of over 80,000 years for his 7th spirit ring. He looks like he could explode at any moment. Du Gubo shook his head and said, perhaps he has some unavoidable reason. The fact that absorbing a spirit beast spirit ring of over 80,000 years didn't instantly blow him apart is already good news. Maybe he really can succeed. While Du Gubo and Du Guyan were talking, another change occurred on Lu Chen's side. Since his mind was entirely focused on absorbing the Blue-Silver King's spirit ring, he could no longer maintain the disguise of his appearance through the Blue-Silver domain, and he reverted to his original form. His long blue hair quickly turned black, and his originally ordinary middle-aged face returned to that of a youthful boy. This scene made the pupils of both Du Gubo and Du Guyan shrink. Du Gubo said with a face full of shock. So this is Brother Lan Chen's true face. He's too young. He looks no older than 20, at most the same age as Yan Yan. Du Guyan stomped her feet in anger. Damn it, Grandpa, you're too much. Why did you have to call him brother? And this bastard Lan Chen, he doesn't even look older than me, yet I actually had to call him Grandpa. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Once he finishes absorbing this spirit ring, I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind. He totally played with my feelings. I called him Grandpa, and he actually accepted it. Listening to his granddaughter's complaints, Du Gubo could only shake his head with a bitter smile. This Lan Chen had kept him in the dark so well. He hadn't expected his true face to be so young. It seemed his decision to call him brother back then was indeed a bit hasty. But then he thought about it again. A 7-ring spirit saint around 30 years old was already shocking enough. Looking at Lu Chen's appearance now, he was definitely not even 20. A 7-ring spirit saint not yet 20, as Du Gubo thought about it, he gasped. This is truly heaven-defying. In the entire Douluo continent, there has never been a 7-ring spirit saint under the age of 20. For those spirit masters around 20 years old, being able to cultivate to a 4-ring spirit ancestor would already make them a dragon among men, a favored child of heaven. Du Gubo could understand now why Lu Chen had to disguise his appearance. If the bond between their family and Lu Chen wasn't already so deep, seeing such a young 7-ring spirit saint might have even tempted him to harbor some ill intentions. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's process of absorbing the Blue-Silver King's spirit ring continued. As time passed, the massive energy of the Blue-Silver King's spirit ring was eventually devoured and refined by Lu Chen's Blue-Silver King spirit bit by bit. Lu Chen's body, which had swollen into a ball, also returned to its original size. Currently, the position of the Blue-Silver Emperor was vacant. Lu Chen's Blue-Silver King spirit absorbed the Blue-Silver King's spirit ring, completing its own bloodline, foundation, and origin. In one fell swoop, it crossed that bottleneck and successfully ascended to the position of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Speaking of the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul, it might not be the most powerful, but in terms of cosmetic enhancement, it is absolutely second to none. As Lu Chen was crowned emperor, under the transformation of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, his appearance underwent subtle changes. His originally black long hair now turned completely blue, the same color as blue-silver grass. His features didn't change much, only undergoing some minor adjustments. But it was these tiny adjustments that increased his overall attractiveness 100-fold. His stature grew further, exceeding 190 centimeters and approaching 2 meters. Yet he wasn't overly bulky. Instead, because he was well proportioned overall, he appeared tall and slender. If nothing else, when it comes to cosmetic enhancement, anyone who sees the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul would have to give it a thumbs up. Chapter 58. Blue-Silver Avatar. With the appearance of the new Blue-Silver Emperor. In this entire blue-silver forest, all the blue-silver grass was gently trembling, as if they were cheering or perhaps congratulating. Cheering and congratulating the birth of Lu Chen, the new Blue-Silver Emperor. Ever since the death of the previous generation's Blue-Silver Emperor, Yin, all the blue-silver grass on the Douluo continent had never felt the aura of an emperor again. Now that Lu Chen had been crowned as the emperor, he immediately received the support and devotion of all the blue-silver grass. At this time, the grandfather and granddaughter duo, Du Gubo and Du Guyan, were also filled with wonder as they looked at the greatly transformed Lu Chen. They were aware that a spirit would influence its user after absorbing a spirit ring. For instance, Du Gubo and Du Guyan's emerald green eyes were a result of their own spirit's influence. But it was quite rare to see someone like Lu Chen, whose overall appearance improved 100-fold, with every change revolving around the theme of becoming more handsome and better looking. Du Gubo was doing relatively fine. Although he was amazed, he wasn't deeply moved in his heart. Du Guyan was different. She had always been someone who valued looks, and when Lu Chen had detoxified her last time, it had caused some extremely complex psychological changes in her feelings toward him. Now, seeing Lu Chen's true face and realizing he was actually so young, and even better looking after absorbing the seventh spirit ring, she was stunned. Du Guyan's eyes were shining, and pink hearts seemed to flicker within her emerald green pupils. Some R-rated scenes flashed through her mind, deeply affecting her heart, which throbbed wildly like a startled deer. It wasn't just men who were lustful, women could be just as much. To become the object of someone's desire, the only requirement was to be beautiful enough. Right now, in a certain sense, Lu Chen was indeed beautiful enough. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyelids fluttered, and he opened a pair of eyes that had become crystal clear and deep blue. His eyes held a hint of feeling as if a lifetime had passed. It seemed he hadn't quite recovered from the agony of absorbing the spirit ring. Although the gains from absorbing the spirit ring this time were immense, the pain experienced was 10 or even 100 times greater than his previous absorptions. Lu Chen rested for a good while before finally coming back to his senses. Pushing off the ground with his palms, he leapt to his feet. Moving his limbs slightly, a series of popping sounds like roasting beans erupted from his body, making him feel completely comfortable. At this moment, Du Guyan suddenly stepped forward with a blossoming smile. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said softly, "Grandpa Lan Chen, congratulations on successfully absorbing a seventh spirit ring of over 80,000 years." Hearing this, Lu Chen responded with a smile. "It was just luck. If not for the 3 immortal herbs I consumed earlier, I would have certainly failed this time, likely dying from my body exploding due to the spirit ring's energy." Hearing this, Du Guyan's expression suddenly changed. Her blossoming smile turned frosty, and she glared at Lu Chen with murderous intent in her eyes. Clenching her delicate fist, she swung it toward him. "You actually dared to answer. You despicable bastard. You're clearly younger than me, yet you listened to me call you Grandpa, with a clear conscience. Ah, take this." Du Guyan was angry, so she vented it right then and there. Hearing Du Guyan's words, Lu Chen finally realized that the blue-silver domain's camouflage ability had somehow failed without him noticing. He thought to himself, oh no, he had been exposed to Du Gubo and Du Guyan. When Du Guyan called him Grandpa before, he had answered quite readily. Now that Du Guyan had discovered the truth, he could only take whatever beating came his way. Facing Du Guyan's incoming punch, Lu Chen gave a helpless smile. He raised his right hand and caught the swinging fist. "Yan Yan, let me explain. I had my reasons." Du Guyan didn't listen at all. Since her right fist was caught, she struck out with her left. Lu Chen reacted quickly. His free left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Du Guyan's wrist. Both of Du Guyan's hands were now restrained, and Lu Chen's strength was so terrifying that she couldn't break free no matter how she tried. Du Guyan's face was full of murderous intent. Although she wasn't truly furious, she had to get revenge for being made to call Lu Chen Grandpa for so long. She then lashed out with her right foot, aiming straight for Lu Chen's crotch. Du Guyan didn't realize just how much destructive power that kick carried. But Lu Chen did. Lu Chen's expression turned serious. He didn't dare let Du Guyan's lineage-ending kick actually connect. So, with a sudden burst of strength, he flipped Du Guyan around so her back was to him, wrapped his arms around her neck, and pinned her in his embrace. Lu Chen said solemnly, "Yan Yan, that kick was no joke. You can hit or scold me later, and I'll take it, but you need to calm down now." Held in Lu Chen's arms, Du Guyan felt her back pressed against a wall that was hard, solid, and radiating warmth. That warmth transferred to Du Guyan, making her skin feel scorched. Her cheeks turned bright red, and her expression became somewhat dazed. The bit of anger she had felt earlier had long since vanished into thin air. "He smells so good." That was the only thought remaining in Du Guyan's mind. After Lu Chen's blue-silver king spirit evolved into the blue-silver emperor, his entire body now radiated the aura of life. This life aura was fresh and natural, and it indeed smelled wonderful. Wrapped in this life aura, Du Guyan felt as if she were in the middle of a forest wilderness, and her mood improved instantly. However, there was one person whose face had darkened. Du Gubo. Du Gubo watched Du Guyan and Lu Chen hugging, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He coughed violently a few times. Ahem, cough, cough, cough. To assert his presence. Hearing the coughing, Lu Chen could already imagine how furious Du Gubo must be. He quickly released Du Guyan, a sheepish smile on his face. Once released, Du Guyan bit her lip and shot Lu Chen a look. There wasn't a trace of anger left, only playfulness and cuteness. Then, she covered her face and walked to the side. Du Gubo strode forward, blocking Du Guyan from view. He glared at Lu Chen warily and quickly changed the subject. Worthy brother Lan, forget it. Looking at such a young face, I can't bring myself to call you, worthy brother, anymore. Lan Chen, you actually succeeded in absorbing an 80,000-year spirit ring. I congratulate you. How is the actual effect? Are you confident in assisting me to contend with the 7 treasure-glazed tile schools Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo? After a brief hesitation, Lu Chen spoke candidly. It shouldn't be an issue. This Blue-Silver King spirit ring not only evolved my spirit from Blue-Silver King to Blue-Silver Emperor, but also unlocked the most compatible martial soul avatar skill for me. After using the Blue-Silver avatar, my first 6 spirit abilities are boosted by 100%, greatly enhancing my support capabilities. It also allows me to transform into the Blue-Silver Emperor and make every Blue-Silver Emperor on the field my host body to evade enemy attacks. Combined with my domain power, I can assimilate any Blue-Silver grass into the Blue-Silver Emperor. This means that when I use my martial soul avatar within the Blue-Silver domain, I can essentially be everywhere at once. To kill me, an enemy would have to destroy all the Blue-Silver grass present. Of course, during this process, I can also accelerate the growth of the Blue-Silver grass. It's a perfect loop, unless someone can use a large-scale attack to destroy all the Blue-Silver grass in one go. Small-scale destruction won't be able to keep up with how fast I can grow it. If we encounter Sword Douluo or Bone Douluo, I'll activate my Blue-Silver avatar to hide while providing full support to Big Brother Dugu. It might be hard to truly defeat them, but I'm confident they won't be able to easily defeat you either. Additionally, my Blue-Silver domain has gained a new ability, All-Encompassing Forest, which grants me a 20% boost while reducing the enemy's strength by 20%. That's just the baseline. In places rich with Blue-Silver grass, like forests or grasslands, I can draw upon their power to further increase the buff to myself and the suppression of enemies to 30%, 50%, 80%, or even 100%. Chapter 59. Blue-Silver King Right Arm Bone. Du Gubo listened with a shocked expression, continuously gasping in cold air. The terrifying effect of this martial soul avatar left him incredibly amazed. He sighed in his heart, truly worthy of being a spirit ring over 80,000 years old. If placed on an ordinary titled Douluo, it would be more than enough to serve as a 9th spirit ring. Now that it was placed in the 7th spirit ring position, it had fully brought out its value. Du Gubo looked at Lu Chen meaningfully. Such a terrifying martial soul avatar skill could have been your trump card. Now that you are willing to truthfully inform us of its effects, this is a sign of your trust in us, and we will not betray that trust. Lan Chen, your disguise has been exposed. From now on, you don't need to disguise yourself in front of us, and we won't do anything to harm you. However, you must still maintain your disguise when you go outside. After all, you are too young, you look at most the same age as Yan Yan. Such a young 7-ring spirit saint, and with such heaven-defying support effects, there will be many people who do not want to see you rise. As for what you said today, after Yan Yan and I go out, we will act as if we know nothing. Your martial soul avatar and your domain ability are your trump cards for self-preservation, do not expose them casually in the future. The purpose of this trip has been mostly achieved. If there is nothing else, we can leave now. Hearing these heartfelt words from Du Gubo, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. The effects of his martial soul avatar and his domain were his trump cards. Under normal circumstances, he would not be willing to reveal them. However, this 7th spirit ring of his was thanks to Du Gubo helping him drain the Blue-Silver King's vitality, which gave him the opportunity to kill the Blue-Silver King. It was precisely because he considered this situation that Lu Chen truthfully told Du Gubo about the effects of his martial soul avatar. When first meeting someone, it is fine to have a certain degree of wariness. But now, since their interests were tied together, they should exchange sincerity for sincerity to further deepen their relationship. Now it seemed the effect was very good. Douluo was considering his interests everywhere, he was truly treating him as a brother and a friend. Immediately, Lu Chen turned his head to look at the remains of the Blue Silver King, and said in a low, resonant voice. Now is not the time to leave yet. This 85,000-year-old Blue Silver King has left behind a treasure. Hearing this, Douluo's expression became solemn. He had hunted spirit beasts more than once. The treasures spirit beasts could provide, apart from spirit rings, were spirit bones. Douluo took a deep breath. An 85,000-year-old spirit bone made even a titled Douluo like him feel a surge of heart-pounding excitement. After quite a while, Douluo suddenly turned around, pulled Douluo, and walked towards the outside of the forest. As he walked, he said, Lan Chen, Yan and I will head out first. We know nothing. After you finish handling things here, come find us outside the forest. A high-quality spirit bone was an unparalleled temptation for anyone. Douluo could not help but feel moved, but he valued Lu Chen more, so he simply decided that what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He pulled Douluo and walked towards the outside of the forest. No matter what kind of spirit bone Lu Chen unearthed, Douluo did not want to know. Only in this way could he restrain the greed in his heart. Lu Chen looked back at the retreating figures of Douluo and Douluo, his brow relaxing, and he couldn't help but admire Douluo's shrewdness in his heart. Once the figures of Douluo and Douluo completely disappeared into the forest, Lu Chen immediately ran towards the location of the Blue Silver King's remains. He raised his hand, and his second martial soul, the Black Iron Sickle, was summoned. Holding the Black Iron Sickle, Lu Chen slashed towards the remains of the Blue Silver King. Crack, 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 with a flurry of wood chips flying, a huge gap was slashed into the remains of the Blue Silver King. In an instant, a brilliant blue light shone out from that gap. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but hold his breath. With an excited mood, he reached into the gap and took out a palm-sized right arm bone. The Blue Silver King had a cultivation of 85,000 years, so the quality of this right arm bone it produced was also very high. This right arm bone was extremely complete, radiating abundant energy fluctuations and exuding a life aura that made one feel refreshed. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at it, thinking to himself. This spirit bone is of extremely high quality, and it also comes from the Blue Silver King. A spirit ring and spirit bone produced by the same spirit beast can only exert their maximum effect when on the same person. To me, this spirit bone is absolutely no less than a 100,000-year spirit bone. The difference between it and a 100,000-year spirit bone might just be that this one has only one skill, while a 100,000-year spirit bone has two. Let's absorb it now, lest there be complications. I hope this spirit bone brings me a good skill, preferably the Blue Silver Overlord Spear, then I will have a real attack skill. My original level 70 spirit power broke through to level 72 after absorbing the Blue Silver King's spirit ring. Absorbing the Blue Silver King's spirit bone this time will definitely bring me quite a bit of improvement. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately sat cross-legged and placed the Blue Silver King right arm bone against his right arm. As he channeled his spirit power into this right arm bone, it instantly blossomed with light. Amidst the brilliant blue light, the right arm bone vaporized into countless blue air currents. Under the guidance of Lu Chen's spirit power, those countless blue air currents swarmed towards Lu Chen's right arm. Lu Chen only felt his entire right arm being enveloped by a warm energy. That energy was extremely gentle, like a trickling stream, nourishing the skin, muscles, meridians, and bones of his right arm, finally merging with his entire right arm. During this process, that energy also merged into his spirit power, causing his spirit power to rise rapidly, like taking a rocket. And the best part was that the seventh spirit ring of Lu Chen's Blue Silver Emperor martial soul and this spirit bone both came from the same spirit beast, the Blue Silver King. When he absorbed the spirit bone energy, the Blue Silver King's spirit ring and spirit bone resonated, and the two energies of the same root and origin blended perfectly, making his absorption process exceptionally smooth. It took only about 5 hours for Lu Chen to absorb all the energy of this spirit bone. He opened his deep blue eyes, with a gleam of surprise dancing in them, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, as expected, absorbing the spirit ring and spirit bone together exerts the greatest effect. My spirit power has directly broken through from level 72 to level 75. I am a spirit saint, After all, a single spirit bone certainly wouldn't allow me to break through 3 levels of spirit power. It was because of the resonance between the Blue Silver King's spirit ring and spirit bone that I gained immense benefits during the absorption process, breaking through 3 levels of spirit power in one go. And this skill, it certainly didn't disappoint me. Blue Silver Overlord Spear, now I finally have my own attack skill. I am originally a support soul master. Because of the binding ability of my plant spirit, I can also moonlight as a control soul master. Now with the Blue Silver Overlord Spear skill, I can even moonlight as a power attack spirit master. With this, I no longer have any obvious shortcomings. Chapter 60. A distant glimpse of Saint Spirit Village. After finishing the absorption of the spirit bone, Lu Chen leapt up from the ground and glanced down at himself. The clothes and pants that had fit him perfectly were now loose and baggy. Lu Chen shook his head with a helpless smile. It seems that when I was absorbing the spirit ring earlier, my body was bloated into a ball by the massive energy, and my clothes were ruined then. With those words, Lu Chen casually stripped off his clothes and pants, then took out a new set from his storage soul guidance device and put them on. Once he was properly dressed, it was time to reapply his disguise. The previous face definitely can't be used anymore. I need a new look this time. As for the hair, it went from black to blue before, now, let's change it from blue back to black. Immediately, Lu Chen activated his blue-silver domain, using its disguise ability to reshape his appearance. His long, deep blue hair turned as black as ink amidst a flash of light. His young and handsome face also transformed within the light, becoming an ordinary, middle-aged face that no one had ever seen before. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this. A 10-year-old 7-ring spirit saint would be enough to shock the entire continent, but a 30-year-old 7-ring spirit saint won't be nearly as eye-catching. He then scanned his surroundings. During the previous battle, these blue-silver grass subjects provided me with a lot of help. Now that my blue-silver king spirit has evolved into the blue-silver emperor spirit, I should show them some appreciation. In the next instant, his blue-silver domain rapidly expanded in all directions under the continuous infusion of his mental force. In just a few breaths, it encompassed every blade of blue-silver grass in the entire blue-silver forest. All-encompassing forest, Lu Chen murmured softly, and instantly, all the blue-silver grass in the entire blue-silver forest was forcibly assimilated into blue-silver emperors by his blue-silver domain. Whether they were 10-year, 100-year, or 1000-year blue-silver grass, at this moment, they all transformed into blue-silver emperors. As if they had consumed some ultimate tonic, they began to grow wildly, becoming taller and stronger. This assimilation was, of course, temporary. Once Lu Chen withdrew his blue-silver domain, these assimilated blue-silver emperors would instantly revert to their original forms as ordinary blue-silver grass. However, since blue-silver grass was countless on this continent, being able to experience the feeling of becoming a blue-silver emperor in advance would be purely beneficial for their future growth and evolution. All the blue-silver emperors in the entire blue-silver forest were cheering and jumping for joy because their emperor had shown them the direction of evolution. Meanwhile, just outside the blue-silver forest, Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan suddenly noticed that the entire blue-silver forest seemed to have come alive. Accompanied by a rustling sound, those wildly growing blue-silver vines even spread outside the forest. Seeing this, Douluo Yan became a bit nervous. "Grandpa, what is this?" Douluo Dalu, however, remained very calm. "Don't be nervous. Lan Chen probably caused this, perhaps he is testing his newly acquired abilities." Although Douluo Dalu spoke casually, he still led Douluo Yan a bit further away to prevent those wildly growing blue-silver vines from suddenly lashing out and hurting them. After about half an hour, those wildly growing blue-silver vines retracted into the forest one by one. Then, a strange figure walked out of the blue-silver forest. He waved at Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan from a distance. "Big brother Douluo, Yan, don't be nervous, it's me." Looking at Lu Chen with his new face, Douluo Dalu remarked in amazement. "Lan Chen, your disguise ability is getting better and better. Even I can't see any flaws in your face now. If it weren't for the fact that you were the only one in this blue-silver forest, I wouldn't have believed you were Lan Chen." Douluo Yan looked Lu Chen up and down and immediately curled her lip. Now that Lan Chen was sporting an ordinary middle-aged face, it didn't stir even the slightest ripple in her heart. She put her hands on her hips and spoke with a hint of regret. Lan Chen, we've already seen your true face. Why do you still need to wear a disguise in front of us? Now, Dugu Yan no longer called him Grandpa Lan Chen, but simply Lan Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. My talent is my original sin. Big brother Dugu, Yan, it's enough that you know my true appearance. As I travel the continent in the future, changing my identity will be a necessity. Dugu Bo stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of a powerful expert. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he said, it's right to be cautious, but there's no need to be overly timid. Now that you are a support spirit saint, with your assistance, I am confident I can hold my own against most titled Douluo on the continent. On the way back, we can be perfectly open about it. Even if we lure out the 7 treasure glazed tile schools Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, at worst, we'll just fight them. It's high time they learned that I, Dugu Bo, am not one to be trifled with. While they were talking, Dugu Bo grabbed Lu Chen with one hand and Dugu Yan with the other. With a flicker of his body, he soared directly into the air and flew rapidly toward the distant horizon. The blue-silver forest was located in the border mountain range, which wasn't actually far from Nuoding City. Under Lu Chen's guidance, Dugu Bo flew near Nuoding City and landed on a mountain not far from Saint Spirit Village. Dugu Bo asked curiously, Lan Chen, is there anything unusual nearby? It's actually worth a special stop for you. Lu Chen didn't answer. He closed his eyes and released his blue-silver domain, spreading it towards Saint Spirit Village. In an instant, all the blue-silver grass within the blue-silver domain became his eyes and ears. Through the perspective of these blue-silver grass, Lu Chen saw his parents and the village chief, Old Jack. His parents and Old Jack all seemed to be doing well. Lu Chen felt relieved. In truth, Lu Chen really wanted to go back and visit, but reason told him that doing so now would likely lead to his death. He currently lacked the strength to face Tang Hao head-on, and as luck would have it, his blue-silver grass spirit had evolved into the blue-silver emperor spirit. Once Tang Hao noticed, he would undoubtedly come to kill him to keep the secret. While Dugu Bo would certainly protect him, whether Dugu Bo could actually contend with Tang Hao remained a question mark. On the Douluo continent, anyone with the surname Tang could not be judged by common logic. First, there was Tang San, who later held the god positions of 2 gods, the sea god and the Asura god, becoming the god king of the god realm and even turning the Douluo continent into his personal backyard. Then there was Tang San's father, Tang Hao, who became a titled Douluo at only 44 years old, hailed as the youngest titled Douluo on the Douluo continent. Tang Hao's growth was also quite bizarre. He ventured through the Slaughter City, visited Sea God Island, earned the title of Divine Craftsman in the Blacksmith Association, and even had a love triangle with Tang Xiao and Ah Yin. Despite being quite distracted, his cultivation speed still surpassed the entire continent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the child of luck of the Douluo continent before Tang San. Therefore, although Lu Chen hated Tang Hao, he did not dare to underestimate him. He wanted to kill Tang Hao and make him suffer the most cruel torture in the world, but everything had to wait until he possessed sufficient strength. Additionally, before Tang San and Tang Hao, there was another Tang Chen on the Douluo continent, who was also a formidable figure. The Douluo continent had 3 limit Douluos, the angel Douluo Qian Dalu, the sea god Douluo high priestess Bo Saishi, and the clear sky Douluo Tang Chen. Qian Dalu and high priestess Bo Saishi were both god servants who had received benefits from divinities to reach the rank of limit Douluo. But Tang Chen had reached the rank of limit Douluo relying solely on a clear sky hammer. Thus, if Lu Chen wanted revenge, he had to plan for the long term. Chapter 61. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Trio. Not daring to return to Saint Spirit Village, only daring to take a distant look to confirm that his parents and Old Jack were all doing well, Lu Chen left once again with Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan. In fact, Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan were very curious about what kind of place that was, that Lu Chen would go out of his way to see it. However, since Lu Chen did not want to say, Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan did not ask any further. Then, the 3 of them headed north, retracing their original path. When they first came, they were cautious the entire way, fearing that exposing their tracks would attract pursuit from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Now that they were returning, although they were not overly conspicuous, they were no longer as cautious, because they now had the confidence. During their travel, Douluo Bo would still carry Lu Chen and Douluo Yan as they flew through the sky. However, when it was time to eat or sleep, as long as there was a city nearby, they would not stop in the wilderness. After 2 days, they returned to the north of Jialing Pass, not far from the Sunset Forest. However, just at this moment, the unexpected happened as expected. In the clear, cloudless sky, a spatial rift suddenly split open. Then, the spatial rift grew larger and larger, gradually opening an 8th spirit ability, Space Gate. The next instant, 3 figures emerged one after another from that 8th spirit ability, Space Gate. 2 of them were Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong, whom Lu Chen had already met. The remaining person had a cold expression and sharp eyes, with white hair draped behind his head. Although his face was quite aged, one could vaguely see the handsomeness of his youth, and his posture was as upright as a drawn sword. There was no need for an introduction. Lu Chen could already guess who this person was. Sword Dao Chen Xin, Ning Fengji, Ji Yurong, and Chen Xin, the 7 treasure glazed tile school trio had actually come together, blocking their path. They had come with ill intent. When Douluo Bo saw the 3 of them, his heart tightened at first. It would be a lie to say he felt no pressure. But thinking of Lu Chen's terrifying support ability, Douluo Bo's heart gradually calmed down. There was even a hint of eagerness on his face. In the past, Douluo Bo only had rank 91 spirit power and was always called the weakest titled Douluo in the circle of titled Douluo. His fierce reputation mainly spread among low-rank spirit masters. Those high-rank spirit masters all dared to speak loudly to Douluo Bo. This was blatant contempt for him. And he couldn't even refute it. A single chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan from the spirit hall could beat Douluo Bo until he fled in a sorry state. If it hadn't been for Prince Shui Xing bringing an army to help, Douluo Bo would certainly have been in grave danger. That was what had already happened. Let's talk about what hadn't happened yet. In the original plot, Prince Shui Xing invited Douluo Bo to drive away the people from Shrek Academy at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. The 3 committee members of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, committee member Meng Shenji, committee member Bai Baoshan, and committee member Ji Lin, were merely 3 spirit Douluo, yet they dared to challenge Douluo Bo. If he couldn't even suppress 3 spirit Douluo, Douluo Bo's true strength, among titled Douluo, truly belonged to the lowest tier. As for the 2 sword and bone Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Sword Douluo had rank 96 spirit power and was hailed as the sharpest spear of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, while Bone Douluo had rank 95 spirit power and was hailed as the strongest shield of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The greatest achievement of these 2 was in the future spirit hunting operation, where, facing the siege of 4 titled Douluo from the spirit hall, they not only repelled the opponents but also severely injured 3 of them. With this kind of solid strength, they were top tier throughout the entire Douluo continent. With the 2 of them joining forces, plus the support of Ning Fengji, if it were the original Douluo Bo, he probably wouldn't even have had a chance to escape with his life. However, the past was the past. The present is the present. Douluo Bo was no longer the same as before. He looked down upon Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong with full divine qi, and asked knowingly, "Schoolmaster Ning, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, you 3 are blocking our way, what is it that you want to do?" Seeing Douluo Bo's arrogant appearance, Ji Yurong instinctively wanted to mock him a few times. However, Ning Fengji waved his hand, causing the mockery that was about to escape Ji Yurong's lips to be swallowed back. Ning Fengji appeared gentle as jade on the surface, and even though his heart was filled with killing intent, his face still carried a faint smile. "Your Excellency Jade Phosphor, the purpose of our coming here has nothing to do with you and your granddaughter. We just want to invite Mr. Lan Chen to visit our 7 treasure glazed tile school so that we can properly exchange insights on being a support soul master. If both sides have a pleasant conversation, I also intend to invite Mr. Lan Chen to reside permanently at our 7 treasure glazed tile school." Speaking of this, Ning Fengji's gaze turned to Lu Chen, who had once again changed his appearance. He frowned slightly, turned to look at Ji Yurong, and said, "Uncle Bone, this person's face looks unfamiliar, is he really Lan Chen?" Ji Yurong's deep-set eyes stared fixedly at Lu Chen's brand new appearance. After careful identification, he finally nodded and said with absolute certainty, "That's right, it's him." Although his appearance is different, his aura is more or less the same. Only then did Ning Fengji breathe a sigh of relief. He had personally brought Ji Yurong and Chen Xin out to intercept someone. If he had dragged an impostor back, he would have become a laughingstock. Ning Fengji looked at Douluo Bo again. Although his tone was still very gentle, it revealed an unquestionable quality. "I ask Your Excellency Jade Phosphor to make it convenient for us. In the future, whether it is you or your granddaughter, if there is any place where you need our 7 treasure glazed tile school, our 7 treasure glazed tile school will definitely not shirk our duty." Although they hadn't torn off their masks, Ning Fengji's malice toward Lu Chen was already clearly revealed. Douluo Bo did not hesitate at all. He firmly rejected Ning Fengji's proposal. "Ning Fengji, let's speak plainly. My brother Lan Chen will absolutely not go to the 7 treasure glazed tile school with you. If you leave now, I will pretend that I haven't seen you today. If you persist in your stubbornness and are determined to harm my brother Lan Chen, then you must first get past me. It just so happens that my strength has improved quite a bit recently, so I will use you, the Sword and Bone Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, to practice." Hearing this, Ning Fengji's eyes immediately darkened, and he secretly cursed him for being ungrateful. Afterward, his face was devoid of any expression, and he said in a flat tone, "That is truly a pity. It seems we have no choice but to forcibly invite Mr. Lan Chen to visit the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Uncle Sword, I know you have always disliked these kinds of things, so you will be responsible for holding back Your Excellency Jade Phosphor. As for Mr. Lan Chen, Uncle Bone will bring him back to the sect." Chen Xin nodded slightly. He knew about some things in the sect, but as long as it was beneficial to the sect, although he would not do it himself, he would not stop it either. Just like this time, Ning Fengji had dragged him and Ji Yurong out. Although he was somewhat resistant in his heart, he did not directly refuse. As for holding back Douluo Bo, that was simply a piece of cake. Ji Yurong also nodded with a sinister grin. In the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he had always been the one responsible for doing the dirty work. There were at least 80, if not 100, genius spirit masters killed by him. This time, in his opinion, Lan Chen would undoubtedly die. The only question was whether or not to kill Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan while they were at it, to avoid leaving any hidden dangers. Facing the aggressive 7 treasure glazed tile school trio, Lu Chen made a mental note of them, preparing to take revenge later. But for now, he said very calmly, "Brother Douluo, let's land in the forest, that is the most suitable battlefield for us." Douluo Bo responded and immediately flew towards the forest. And the 7 treasure glazed tile school trio opposite them followed closely behind, flying towards the forest together. Chapter 62. The formidable myriad swords return to origin. Swish. With a sound of breaking air, Douluo Bo, carrying Lu Chen and Douluo Yan, charged into the forest below. At this instant, Lu Chen activated his blue-silver domain, and an invisible ripple rapidly spread out from him as the center in all directions. In just a few breaths, it enveloped an area of over 10 kilometers in radius. The vegetation in this forest was lush, and naturally, blue-silver grass was indispensable. Plants with such tenacious vitality like blue-silver grass could take root upon touching soil, sprout upon touching water, and grow upon touching sunlight. On the continent, apart from deserts and Gobi, it could truly be called ubiquitous. Lu Chen chanted in his heart, all-encompassing forest. In an instant, all the blue-silver grass covered by the blue-silver domain was forcibly assimilated into blue-silver emperor by the blue-silver domain. Stalk after stalk of crystalline blue-silver emperor, marked with golden patterns, rose from the ground all over the forest. Countless blue-silver vines, like winding and coiling pythons, bared their fangs and brandished their claws, poised and ready to pounce on the enemy at any moment. An ordinary forest, under the power of the blue-silver domain, was assimilated in the blink of an eye into a crisis-ridden blue-silver forest. Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong, who were chasing after Douluo Bo, Lu Chen, and Douluo Yan, rushed into the forest. In an instant, their expressions changed. They felt as if this entire forest had become their enemy, pressing down upon them. It made their bodies exceptionally heavy, and even the spirit power circulating at high speed within their meridians slowed to a crawl. Their overall strength was suppressed by about 40%. The all-encompassing forest of the blue-silver domain had a base amplification and suppression effect of 20%, but with the support of all the blue-silver grass in this forest, the actual effect of its amplification and suppression reached 40%. Ning Fengji's face was filled with disbelief, then he gritted his teeth, his killing intent exposed. This is the power of a domain. To have such a powerful suppression effect with just a domain alone, if Lan Chen does not die, I will not be at peace. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, can you break this domain? Domain. Normally, this was a special ability that a spirit master might only awaken after absorbing their 9th spirit ring and becoming a titled Douluo. Among the 2 titled Douluo, Sword and Bone, only Sword Douluo Chen Xin possessed that special domain ability. At this moment, Ji Yu Rong remained silent. Chen Xin spoke in a low voice. My 7-kill domain might be able to break free from this special domain, but once the 7-kill domain is released, it does not distinguish between friend and foe and will attack you all as well. Just as they were speaking, thick blue-silver vines, like snakes and pythons, darted out from all over the forest, binding towards Ning Fengji, Ji Yu Rong, and Chen Xin. Seeing this, Ning Fengji summoned his 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit while speaking urgently. Uncle Sword, I will amplify you. Don't worry about us for now, focus all your efforts on destroying these plants. 7 treasures turn out glazed tiles, the 2nd is agility, the 5th is attack, the 6th is attribute. In front of Ning Fengji, a 7-story glazed pagoda appeared out of thin air. The next instant, 3 dazzling rays of light flew out from the glazed pagoda and landed on Chen Xin one after another. The first ray of light amplified Chen Xin's agility by 80%, the second ray amplified his attack by 80%, and the third ray amplified his sword chi attribute by 80%. For Chen Xin, the amplification of these 3 attributes was enough to double his strength. However, he was still under the blue-silver domain, and the 40% suppression of his strength still prevented him from exerting his full power. The next instant, a black and white light erupted from Chen Xin's body. Relying on its tyrannical and overbearing power, he forcibly propped up an area within the blue-silver domain that was not suppressed by it. This area was about 100 meters in size, forming a black and white taiji pattern. The black area was filled with incomparably sharp sword chi, and the white area was filled with incomparably chilling killing intent. And this was the 7-kill domain. Within this 7-kill domain, Chen Xin finally felt his body relax, breaking free from the suppression brought by the blue-silver domain. At the same time, those blue-silver vines that entered the 7-kill domain were met with fierce resistance from the 7-kill domain. The black sword chi and the white killing intent blended together, instantly condensing into streaks of black and white 7-kill sword chi. Dozens, hundreds of streaks of 7-kill sword chi formed an impenetrable defense of sword chi, instantly slicing the dense blue-silver vines into pieces. Of course, as Chen Xin said, the attacks of the 7-kill domain did not distinguish between friend and foe. Some of those black and white 7-kill sword chi also struck towards Ning Fengji and Ji Yu Rong. Seeing this, Ji Yu Rong stepped in front of Ning Fengji and, relying on his terrifying defensive ability, blocked that portion of the 7-kill sword chi. The sword chi tore his robes but could not leave a mark on his body. Although it couldn't break his defense, it still made Ji Yu Rong grimace in pain. This old guy, his sword chi is still so sharp. The domain he awakened is truly troublesome, it can't even distinguish between friend and foe. At this moment, Chen Xin had no time to pay attention to Ji Yu Rong. He grabbed forward with his palm, and a silver-white giant sword, about 2 meters long and half a foot wide, was summoned out of thin air. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 9 spirit rings rose one after another beneath his feet. That silver-white giant sword was his spirit, the 7-kill sword. Known as the spirit with the number 1 attack power on the continent. Chen Xin's sharp eyes swept across the surrounding forest, attempting to capture the aura of Lu Chen, Dugu Bo, and Dugu Yan. Lu Chen's aura, because of the blue-silver domain, had almost merged with the entire forest, making it impossible to detect. However, the auras of Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan were not as easy to hide. Under Chen Xin's tracking, he quickly captured Dugu Bo's massive and cold aura. Found you. 6th spirit ability, myriad swords return to origin. Chen Xin went all out, unleashing his 10,000-year 6th spirit ability. He raised the 7-kill sword in his hand high towards the sky, and as his 6th spirit ring lit up with light, his spirit power was continuously released, condensing one 7-kill sword after another in the sky, each 7-kill sword flickering with a chilling light. Later on, the entire sky was covered with 7-kill swords, dense and numerous, numbering fully 10,000. Chen Xin's white hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze like lightning as he looked in the direction from which Douluo Dalu's aura came, gripping the 7-kill sword in his hand and waving it forward. Go! As Chen Xin spat out the word, go, the 10,000 7-kill swords in the sky poured down like a torrential rain of swords, raging forward. Crack, crack, crack. These 10,000 7-kill swords destroyed everything in their path, whether it was other plants or the assimilated blue-silver emperor, all were torn to shreds. The level of intensity of its attack power was enough to make anyone shudder with fear. Sword Douluo Chen Xin, with level 96 spirit power, under the amplification of Ning Fengji, was enough to rival a titled Douluo with level 97 spirit power. Chapter 63. The Battle Between Sword Douluo and Poison Douluo. In the forest, tens of thousands of 7-kill swords descended from the sky like a torrential downpour, tearing apart everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming 7-kill swords had already pierced toward the hiding spot of Lu Chen, Douluo Bo, and Douluo Yan. Fortunately, Lu Chen had prepared in advance, casting blue-silver protection ahead of time to raise a blue barrier half a foot thick in front of them. The sharpness of the 7-kill sword was indeed difficult to block. With a sharp crack, the first 7-kill sword pierced deep into the blue barrier. Then came the second, the third, in just 3 breaths of time, at least 100 7-kill swords had pierced the blue barrier from every angle. Crack, crack, the blue barrier, unable to bear the weight, shattered with fine, spiderweb-like cracks, clearly on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Lu Chen, Douluo Bo, and Douluo Yan quickly flashed away from the location. The next instant, the blue barrier completely shattered, and the spot where Lu Chen, Douluo Bo, and Douluo Yan had originally stood was now filled with 7-kill swords. If they hadn't dodged in time, they would surely have been minced into meat paste by the 7-kill swords by now. Seeing this from afar, Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment, "What a terrifying attack! This 7-kill sword spirit is truly worthy of being called the spirit with the #1 attack power on the continent." Douluo Bo's muscles were tense, his face showing a hint of eagerness. He summoned his spirit possession, and 9 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose up beneath his feet. He spoke with an excited tone, "Lan Chen, give me a boost, and take good care of Yan Yan. I'm going to go have a go at this Chen Xin. In the past, with my level 91 spirit power, I always had to retreat whenever I faced Chen Xin. This is a good opportunity to let me see the gap between myself and Chen Xin." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Constantly hiding was indeed not a solution. When it was time to retaliate, one had to retaliate. Otherwise, others would always think they were easy to bully. Group Blue-Silver Blessing. Lu Chen cast Group Blue-Silver Blessing. All the Blue-Silver Emperors in this forest radiated light, gathering a massive amount of life force and pouring it into Douluo Bo's body. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within Douluo Bo's body. That tangible, terrifying pressure formed ripples of energy that spread outward with Douluo Bo as the center. Unfortunately, in this forest, neither the quantity nor the quality of the blue-silver grass compared to the blue-silver forest, so the all-attribute boost effect of the group Blue-Silver Blessing was only 200%. But this was enough. Although Douluo Bo only had level 93 spirit power, under the 200% all-attribute boost, his aura was completely on par with Chen Xin's. Douluo Bo instantly soared into the air, flying to a height of about 50 meters above the ground. This was roughly the limit of the blue-silver domain. Any higher and he would be out of range. He spoke loudly, "Chen Xin, they all say you are the titled Douluo with the #1 attack power on the continent. Today, let me have a go at you. Let's fight in the sky." Seeing Douluo Bo take to the air, Chen Xin looked back at Ning Fengji and saw him nod. Chen Xin then walked through the air, flying to the same height as Douluo Bo in the blink of an eye. With one hand behind his back and the other holding his sword, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, he stared intently at the Douluo Bo opposite him. "Douluo Bo, you truly surprise me now. According to the information I have, your spirit power should only be level 91. Now it seems your spirit power is far beyond level 91. And your current aura is actually on par with mine. I am quite curious. What kind of terrifying boosting spirit ability could forcibly elevate you to the same level as me? This was a very cutting remark, clearly implying that if it weren't for Lan Chen's boost, Douluo would have no qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as Chen Xin. Chen Xin indeed had the ability to be proud, if not for the fact that his 7-kill domain was needed to counteract the suppression of the blue-silver domain. With just the 7-kill domain alone, Chen Xin could suppress Douluo in every aspect. As titled Douluos, having a domain ability or not having one made a world of difference. Douluo stared at Chen Xin with gloomy eyes, speaking with a forced smile. What a Chen Xin, what a sword Douluo. Your words are certainly tough. Every word you say shows you don't take me seriously at all. Today, I will prove to you that I am no longer the person I used to be. First spirit ability, Jade Phosphor Poison Fire. Spirit abilities over 10,000 years old were all life or death killing moves. Even a titled Douluo would not start a fight by using their killing moves. Therefore, battles between titled Douluos began with century-level or millennium-level spirit abilities to probe and look for weaknesses. With a wave of his hand, Douluo condensed dozens of jade-green flames, glowing green like will-o'-the-wisps. Under his control, these dozens of jade-green flames smashed toward Chen Xin in unison. Seeing this, Chen Xin did not dodge or evade. He raised his left hand, brought his fingers together into a sword gesture, and tapped his 7-kill sword. Second spirit ability, Spirit Sword Protection. In an instant, the 7-kill sword poured out a massive amount of sword chi, which surrounded Chen Xin's body, forming a spherical protective shield. The smashing jade-green flames were all blocked by the spherical shield. A mere century-level spirit ability could not harm Chen Xin in the slightest. The next moment, Chen Xin lifted his foot, and his figure flashed out rapidly. With the 80% agility boost given by Ning Fengji, his movement speed was shockingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before Douluo. First spirit ability, Long Sword Sharpens. Chen Xin swung his sword to strike. Under the 30% attack boost, his 7-kill sword flashed with a chilling light, making Douluo feel a chill run through his entire body. Douluo retreated rapidly, dodging the incoming sword blade, while simultaneously making a quick response. Second spirit ability, Red Refined Iron Python Constriction. He spread his arms, and his hands rapidly transformed, manifesting 2 red refined iron pythons with gaping, bloodthirsty maws. The bodies of the red refined iron pythons were harder than steel, and their venom could take a person's life in just a few breaths. Douluo revealed a vicious smile. The 2 red refined iron pythons manifested by his hands bypassed the blade of the 7-kill sword, one biting toward Chen Xin's wrist, the other toward Chen Xin's neck. Now it was up to Chen Xin to choose whether to protect his wrist or his neck. Chen Xin's gaze was like lightning. Faced with these 2 choices, he actually made a third choice. He abandoned his sword. Chen Xin's palm released the hilt of the 7-kill sword. Facing the 2 red refined iron pythons biting from left and right, his figure retreated rapidly. Third spirit ability, Sword Wings Fly. In an instant, the 7-kill sword, released from the hilt, trembled. Then, without anyone holding it, it slashed first at the red refined iron python on the left, then at the red refined iron python on the right. The sharpness of the 7-kill sword was indeed difficult to block. Both red refined iron pythons had their heads severed by the 7-kill sword and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Douluo gasped in pain. With the red refined iron pythons severed one by one, his hands returned to their original form. Facing the 7-kill sword with its blade aimed at him once again, Douluo had no choice but to temporarily avoid its edge. Fourth spirit ability, Jade Phosphor Bewitching Array. Third spirit ability, Corrosive Black Witch Snake. In an instant, a large amount of jade-green poisonous mist permeated from beneath Douluo's robes. The poisonous mist spread rapidly, not only obscuring people's vision but even preventing mental force from penetrating this layer of mist. Chen Xin controlled the 7-kill sword from a distance, hacking wildly, but unfortunately, he did not strike Douluo. Just then, a black giant python, fully over 8 meters long, opened a bloodthirsty maw that exuded a foul stench and bit toward Chen Xin's position. Seeing this, Chen Xin flicked his finger. Immediately, the 7-kill sword flew out from the poisonous mist, striking after but arriving first, quickly catching up to the 8-meter-long black giant python. Fourth spirit ability, Sword Shadows Layered. In an instant, countless sword chi erupted from the 7-kill sword, forming a vortex of sword chi that engulfed the black giant python, tearing it to shreds in a moment. Throughout the entire exchange just now, although the time was not very long, both sides had used multiple spirit abilities. The two went back and forth, fighting to a standstill. Without using 10,000-year spirit abilities, Chenshin and Douluo, these two titled Douluos, truly couldn't defeat one another. Chapter 64. Ji Rong Attacks. High in the sky, the battle between Sword Douluo and Poison Douluo continued. But on the ground, with Sword Douluo's departure, the 7-kill domain dissipated, and the 40% suppression effect of the blue-silver domain fell upon Ning Fengji and Ji Rong once again. Not only that, under Lu Chen's control, countless blue-silver vines shot out from all directions, like snakes and pythons, winding toward Ning Fengji and Ji Rong. As a support soul master, Ning Fengji had no offensive or defensive capabilities, so he could only frown and hide behind Ji Rong. Uncle Bone, I'll leave this to you. Ji Rong nodded upon hearing this. Withstanding the 40% suppression effect, he activated martial soul possession. His stature suddenly shot up, his frame becoming much broader, but his skin and muscles did not grow along with it, he was purely a more exaggerated skeleton. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 9 spirit rings rose beneath his feet, and a heart-palpitating aura of darkness suddenly erupted from within him. Facing the blue-silver vines shooting out from all directions, Ji Rong looked disdainful and snorted coldly. Some pathetic plants, watch me tear you to shreds. Third spirit ability, Bone Dragon Deterrence. As his third spirit ring lit up, Ji Rong opened his mouth and let out a roar. Roar. In an instant, a tangible wave of sonic energy shot out from his throat. Bang, 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 bang. The sonic wave swept through the area, and those encroaching blue-silver vines exploded one after another under the immense pressure. Titled Douluo or indeed terrifying. Ji Rong was a super Douluo with 95 level spirit power, even just a 1000-year third spirit ability displayed overwhelming power. The blue-silver vines that Lu Chen catalyzed were essentially no different from paper. However, for Lu Chen, catalyzing some blue-silver vines didn't cost much spirit power at all. He could just wear Ji Rong down and see who could hold out until the end. With a thought, Lu Chen catalyzed more blue-silver vines through the blue-silver domain, surrounding Ning Fengji and Ji Rong from all directions. Thus, Ning Fengji and Ji Rong could see that just after destroying a large pile of blue-silver vines, in the blink of an eye, another large pile shot out. Seeing this, Ji Rong put away the disdainful expression on his face. He already felt that something was not quite right. He then used Bone Dragon Deterrence twice more. Sure enough, just as he destroyed a large pile of vines in front, more vines grew out behind him. These vines were simply endless. Just as he destroyed one batch, another would emerge. If he were to use a 10,000-year spirit ability to deal with endless vines, it would really not be worth the cost. But if this continued, even if he were a titled Douluo, he would sooner or later exhaust his spirit power. Ji Rong suddenly said in a deep voice, "Fengji, get on my back. We'll go into the forest and catch Lan Chen. To catch the bandits, one must first catch the ringleader. If we don't catch that guy, these vines will never end." Ning Fengji also understood the severity of the situation. Without a word, he jumped onto Ji Rong's back and said, "Uncle Bone, Lan Chen is just a support soul master. Besides these vines being quite annoying, he has no other means. I won't give you any buffs. Save the spirit power and use it all to support Uncle Sword. As long as he can defeat Douluo, there won't be any more trouble today." Ji Rong did not object. Carrying Ning Fengji, he charged toward the forest, releasing his mental force to fully sense the location of Lu Chen and Douluo. Lu Chen's aura had long since merged with the entire forest within the blue-silver domain. However, Douluo's aura still faintly emanated. Relying on this faint aura, Ji Rong not only found Douluo but also followed the trail to find Lu Chen. He grinned, his face ferocious. "I've found you." Then, like a humanoid spirit beast, Ji Rong rampaged through the forest. Any plant that blocked his path was either smashed by his first spirit ability, Bone Dragon Thrust, or shattered by his third spirit ability, Bone Dragon Deterrence. After Lu Chen perceived this scene, a dismissive smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then come and try to see if you can catch me in this forest. Yan Yan, let's go. As he finished speaking, Lu Chen wrapped his arm around Du Guyan's waist and leapt toward the depths of the forest. Du Guyan, whose waist was being held, first tensed up, but then gradually relaxed. She then looked up at Lu Chen, and seeing that middle-aged face that aroused no desire in anyone, she couldn't help but pout. Then Du Guyan closed her eyes. She fully unleashed her imagination, picturing herself being held in the arms of Lu Chen with his true appearance revealed. With this imagination, a faint, imperceptible sweet smile curled at the corner of Du Guyan's mouth. Being held by a handsome man versus being held by an ugly man. The feeling was completely different. Returning to Lu Chen, he held Du Guyan's waist, leaping toward the depths of the forest while catalyzing more blue-silver vines. He manipulated these blue-silver vines to constantly delay Ji Yurong's forward speed. Facing these dense blue-silver vines, even if Ji Yurong destroyed them quickly, it still took a certain amount of time. Ji Yurong's forward speed was greatly delayed. Several times, he had already seen the figures of Lu Chen and Du Guyan, but after being blocked by the dense blue-silver vines, their figures would once again disappear from his sight. Ji Yurong was so angry he wanted to hit someone, but he could only vent his frustration on the blue-silver vines blocking his path. Coupled with the 40% suppression effect of the blue-silver domain, Ji Yurong was now like someone trapped in a quagmire. Despite having all that strength, he simply couldn't unleash it. Ning Fengji carried on Ji Yurong's back, had wisdom flashing in his eyes as he constantly pondered a way to break the deadlock. In his view, Bone Douluo was not suitable for dealing with Lan Chen, because Lan Chen was slippery. Bone Douluo was strong in strength and defense, but simply could not catch the slippery Lan Chen. To deal with Lan Chen, it still required Chen Xin to make a move. But Chen Xin was held back by Du Gubo. Now, to break the deadlock, they could only help Chen Xin defeat Du Gubo sooner. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji looked up at the sky. He saw that in the sky, the battle between Chen Xin and Du Gubo was no longer limited to probing. Both had brought out their real skills. Both had activated their martial soul avatar, which meant their battle had entered a white-hot stage. Chen Xin controlled a 40-meter-long giant sword, constantly chasing and slashing at a 50-meter-long jade phosphorus giant python in the sky. That jade phosphorus giant python was also thick-skinned. Under the giant sword's repeated attacks, it only left some faint marks on its body, and it hadn't even sustained a single wound. This was due to several factors. First, Du Gubo's Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit had evolved into the Jade Phosphorus Serpent Ancestor Spirit after eating the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. And it had gained a second attribute, the Earth attribute, which greatly increased his defensive capabilities. Second was Lu Chen's Group Blue-Silver Blessing, which gave Du Gubo a 200% boost to all attributes, including a 200% defense boost. In the state of the Jade Phosphorus Giant Python, Du Gubo's defensive capability had reached the top tier. For Chen Xin to break his defense, it was not such a simple matter. Ning Fengji thought to himself. It seems I can only use the 7 Treasures avatar to strengthen the buff effect by 50% and reduce spirit power consumption by 50%, so Uncle Sword can defeat Du Gubo sooner and change this situation. Chapter 65. Crushing Support Capability. 7th Spirit Ability. 7th Spirit Ability. 7 Treasures True Body. Since Ning Fengji had made his decision, he executed it immediately. As his 7th spirit ring lit up, Ning Fengji activated the 7th spirit ability, 7 Treasures True Body, and the 7-layered glazed pagoda above his head burst with dazzling 7-colored light. 7th spirit ability. 7 Treasures True Body increases the effects of the first 6 spirit abilities by 50% and reduces the spirit power consumption of using spirit abilities by 50%. In an instant, 3 rays of light shot out from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda and entered Chen Xin's body in the sky. The 3 major buffs originally applied to Chen Xin were all increased by 50%. The 80% agility boost increased to 120%. The 80% attack boost increased to 120%. The 80% sword chi attribute boost increased to 120%. Chen Xin's already incredibly powerful aura surged once again at this moment, directly crushing Du Gubo opposite him. Feeling the massive boost, Chen Xin understood that Ning Fengji was urging him to finish off Douluo as quickly as possible, and he didn't hesitate to show his true capabilities. 8th Spirit Ability. 8th Spirit Ability, moving mountains and filling seas. As his 8th spirit ring lit up, the spirit power in Chen Xin's body continuously poured into that 40-meter-long giant sword. The giant sword stretched across the sky and earth, trembling slightly and emitting a chilling cold light as it quickly split into 12 giant sword shadows of equal size. Each giant sword shadow possessed 80% of the attack power of the original giant sword. Just like the name of this spirit ability, 8th Spirit Ability, moving mountains and filling seas, these 12 giant sword shadows indeed possessed the terrifying power to move mountains and fill seas. At the same time, Douluo also received a further boost from Lu Chen. As Ning Fengji activated the 7th Spirit Ability, 7 Treasures True Body, Lu Chen also activated the Blue-Silver Avatar. 7th Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Avatar. Lu Chen's 7th spirit ring came from an 85,000-year-old blue-silver king. This deep black spirit ring shone with a light that seemed to devour everything like the dark night. His body quickly became translucent, his surface a clear azure blue with golden patterns crawling all over, making him look like a humanoid blue-silver emperor. This was the effect of the blue-silver avatar, allowing Lu Chen to transform into the blue-silver emperor and providing a 100% boost to his first 6 spirit abilities. Lu Chen once again condensed a massive amount of life force and sent it into Douluo's body in the sky. The mass blue-silver blessing gave Douluo a 200% boost to all attributes. Now that the boost effect had increased by another 100%, it raised the total boost to 400% in one go. Under the terrifying 400% boost, the jade phosphorus giant python that Douluo had transformed into emitted a terrifying pressure like that of a vicious beast. The terrifying power surging wildly within his body even briefly overwhelmed Douluo's will, turning him into a beast that only wanted to wreak havoc and slaughter madly. This shocking scene also made Chen Xin feel a tightening in his heart. He pressed his fingers together into a sword gesture, pointed forward, and said, "Go." In an instant, that 40-meter giant sword, along with the 12 giant sword shadows, tore through the sky and charged toward the jade phosphorus giant python to kill. The jade phosphorus giant python let out heavy breaths, its voice sounding like exploding thunder. 8th Spirit Ability, Time Solidification. In an instant, a gray light erupted from within the jade phosphorus giant python. That gray light was formless and shapeless. Wherever it passed, space immediately solidified, and the 40-meter giant sword, along with the 12 giant sword shadows of equal size, were all frozen in space. Not only those, but Chen Xin as well. He was also frozen in space along with them. Now he was like an insect in amber. Except for his consciousness, his body could no longer move. Chen Xin thought to himself that things were bad and fully activated the 7-kill domain, trying to break through this confinement. Unfortunately, the blue-silver domain firmly suppressed the 7-kill domain, the two restraining each other and giving the 7-kill domain no chance to show its power. This was a forest where blue-silver grass was everywhere. The blue-silver domain had the home field advantage, and the 7-kill domain's advantage was infinitely diminished. The jade phosphorus giant python panted heavily. The spirit power in his body was now like a flood bursting through a dam, pouring out uncontrollably. Time solidification's consumption was truly too great, especially since the object being confined was Chen Xin, who was also performing his 8th spirit ability. It was thanks to Lu Chen's 400% boost that Douluo was able to erupt with such unimaginable power. In that instant, the jade phosphorus giant python flashed out, and in just the blink of an eye, it had rushed in front of Chen Xin. The jade phosphorus giant python swung its massive snake tail, tearing through the air and creating a series of sonic booms, striking the immobile Chen Xin with a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting peaks. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, most of the bones in Chen Xin's body were broken, and his internal organs suffered severe trauma in an instant. His eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Chen Xin felt a tearing pain. His body had essentially fallen apart, and the aura he emitted instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Even he found it hard to believe. He, the dignified sword Douluo, the titled Douluo known as having the number 1 attack power on the continent, had actually been defeated by Douluo. Douluo Bo had always been called the weakest titled Douluo in the titled Douluo circle. His poison was a nightmare for low-level spirit masters, but for high-level spirit masters, it had no effect at all. Now, Douluo Bo, this weakest titled Douluo, had actually defeated Chen Xin against all common sense. It wasn't that Douluo Bo was stronger than Chen Xin. It was that Lu Chen was stronger than Ning Fengji. This was a crushing of support capabilities. Although this time it was the 7 treasure glazed tile school trio who initiated the ambush, in the wild, in the forest, it was entirely Lu Chen's home turf. On the surface, it seemed that Lu Chen was supporting Douluo Bo, but in reality, Lu Chen was borrowing the power of the entire forest to assist Douluo Bo. If they were in a different place, in a city, a desert, or the ocean, Lu Chen's support capability would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, right now, they happened to be in a forest. Chen Xin's defeat was not unfair. In the next instant, the gray light was exhausted, and time solidification broke on its own. Chen Xin's battered and broken body fell toward the ground like a tattered sack. He couldn't even move a muscle right now. If he fell to the ground like this, Chen Xin would definitely be smashed into a pulp. Seeing this scene, both Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong's expressions changed drastically. They never would have imagined this. That Douluo Bo could actually defeat Chen Xin. Ning Fengji hurriedly said in a panicked voice. Uncle Bone, forget about Lan Chen, go save Uncle Sword quickly. We've lost today, we must take Uncle Sword back to the sect for treatment as soon as possible. For the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Ji Yurong were the pillars that held up the heavens and the beams that supported the seas. Especially Chen Xin, who possessed spirit power as high as rank 96 and the 7-kill sword spirit with the number 1 attack power on the continent, was the strongest guardian deity of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji himself could die, but Chen Xin absolutely could not. Ji Yurong also looked anxious now. Although he and Chen Xin often argued, their relationship was actually very good. He definitely did not want to see Chen Xin die. Ji Yurong immediately responded. I understand. 7th spirit ability, Bone Dragon Avatar, 8th spirit ability, Space Gate. As he spoke, Ji Yurong's 7th and 8th spirit rings shone one after another. A surge of dark energy erupted from within Ji Yurong, causing a massive change in his body. Within just a few breaths, Ji Yurong transformed into a behemoth, a dragon skeleton nearly 50 meters long. It was the skeleton of a western dragon, shaped like a giant lizard with wings, with 2 clumps of white flame burning in its hollow eye sockets. Roar! The bone dragon let out an angry roar at the jade phosphorus giant python, seemingly to intimidate it, and then immediately went to catch Chen Xin in its claws to prevent him from falling to the ground and being smashed into a pulp. Now he had no intention of continuing the fight. He directly tore open a space gate in the sky. With Ning Fengji on its back and Chen Xin in its claws, the bone dragon charged into the space gate without looking back. Chapter 66. After the battle. Bone Douluo's move was truly impossible to guard against. He opened an 8th spirit ability, Space Gate directly. He came when he wanted and left when he pleased. Without some special means, one could only watch as Bone Douluo came and went as he pleased. Douluo Bo's 8th spirit ability, Time Solidification, could have had a chance to keep Bone Douluo there if used by surprise. However, Douluo Bo had just used 8th spirit ability, Time Solidification, once, and his spirit power was now almost completely exhausted. He could only watch as Bone Douluo took Ning Fengji and Chen Xin and escaped. High in the sky, Douluo Bo reverted to his human form. Although his face looked pale due to excessive consumption, his expression betrayed an irrepressible excitement. Douluo Bo, in a one-on-one battle, he had defeated Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Although behind his victory was the full force boost from Lu Chen. But Chen Xin also had someone boosting him, and the one providing the boost was none other than Ning Fengji, who was known as the continent's #1 support soul master. By this logic, Douluo Bo, was no worse than Chen Xin. Thinking of this, the corners of Douluo Bo's mouth could not help but turn upward. Today, the weakest among the titled Douluo, had finally held his head high. Immediately after, Douluo Bo descended to the ground. Now, his body felt empty, his spirit power completely exhausted. After landing, he stepped firmly onto the ground and began to draw upon the power of the earth, rapidly recovering his depleted spirit power. The power of the earth was vast and boundless. Douluo recovered very quickly, and one could see his complexion returning to a healthy glow right before their eyes. Douluo marveled in his heart. He had to admit that the ability he obtained after absorbing the Earth Dragon Golden Melon was simply too practical. Meanwhile, after the battle ended, Lu Chen, who had already exited the blue-silver avatar state, wrapped his arm around Douluo Yan's waist and leapt through the forest a few times, arriving beside Douluo. Lu Chen set Douluo Yan down and smilingly congratulated Douluo. Congratulations, brother Douluo, for severely wounding Sword Douluo Chen Xin head-on. It is fortunate there were no spectators for today's battle, otherwise, once the results of this fight spread throughout the Spirit Master's world, brother Douluo's name would surely be even more renowned. Hearing this, Douluo could no longer hold back his laughter. Happy as he was, he still spoke truthfully. Lan Chen, today is all thanks to you. I know my own situation. My true strength is actually not as good as Chen Xin's. Being able to defeat Chen Xin head-on is all thanks to the boost you gave me. Douluo paused for a moment, then looked at Lu Chen with a serious expression. Lan Chen, today Ning Fengji, Ji Yurong, and Chen Xin were clearly coming for you. Although they said it nicely on the surface, talking about inviting you to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. But once you entered the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, there would be absolutely no chance of coming out alive. Even if they didn't kill you immediately, they would definitely interrogate you for your secrets to obtain information about your spirit and spirit ability, and so on. Although they retreated today, I have noted this grudge for you. I am indeed not confident in attacking the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School head-on, but with my methods, they will definitely not have it easy. Within 10 days or half a month, I will make the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School obediently bow their heads and make Ning Fengji promise personally never to trouble you again. In the past, Douluo, this weakest titled Douluo, would never have dared to provoke the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School trio, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Bone Douluo Ji Yurong, and the continent's #1 support soul master, Ning Fengji, were not people many dared to provoke across the entire Douluo continent. But that was all in the past. Today, Douluo defeating Chen Xin head-on greatly boosted his self-confidence. As long as he had Lu Chen's support, Douluo would no longer fear any opponent. As for Lu Chen, hearing Douluo's words, he felt quite warm inside. Douluo was genuinely looking out for him. However, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong wanted his life today, and he did not intend to let this matter pass so easily. A gentleman takes revenge, even 10 years is not too late. He had noted this grudge. His blue-silver Emperor martial soul had followed a support path from the very beginning. To seek revenge against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, even if the blue-silver Emperor martial soul were cultivated to a 9-ring titled Douluo, it would be impossible to contend against Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong. But he still had a second spirit. Once he cultivated his second spirit to the titled Douluo level, that would be the beginning of his complete reckoning of the grudge. For now, he still needed to endure for the time being. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "Then I will have to trouble you, brother Douluo. Right now, I just want to cultivate properly and strive to reach the titled Douluo level as soon as possible." Douluo patted his chest and promised, "Leave everything to me. With my protection in the future, I won't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry come after you." Haha, today I defeated Chen Xin. This is a great joyous event that deserves a good celebration. Let's go, back to Heaven Do City, have a good meal, and a few drinks. As his voice fell, Douluo grabbed Lu Chen with one hand and Douluo Yan with the other, then soared into the air and flew toward Heaven Do City. On the way, Douluo suddenly said, "Once I have dealt with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, no one should dare to provoke me, and no one will dare to harm Yan Yan. Yan Yan, do you want to go back to Heaven Do Imperial Academy to continue your studies?" Hearing this, Douluo Yan turned her head to glance at Lu Chen and refused without hesitation, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness as she said, "Grandfather, I don't want to go back to school. What is there to learn in the academy? In the past, you always left me alone in the academy. Don't even think about leaving me alone in the academy again. I want to stay by your side. You are a titled Douluo, teaching me to cultivate should be easy for you." Douluo Bo felt a lump in his heart. In the past, he had to suppress the deadly poison, so he could only endure the heartache and leave Douluo Yan at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Now, just as Douluo Yan said, what the Heaven Do Imperial Academy could teach, Douluo Bo, as a titled Douluo, could teach just as well, perhaps even better. Douluo Bo spoke in a low voice. Yan, grandfather will never leave you alone again. From now on, I will teach you personally. I want to pass on all my methods of using poison to you. I originally did not want to pass those methods on to you. Deadly poison harms others and oneself, and I myself have been tortured until I am neither human nor ghost. Now it is better, we, grandfather and granddaughter, no longer need to suffer from the erosion of the deadly poison, and I can confidently and boldly pass some of my methods on to you. Douluo Yan's eyes lit up when she heard this. As Douluo Bo's granddaughter, her best teacher was naturally Douluo Bo. Douluo Yan cheered and said, I will definitely learn it carefully. Douluo Bo was very happy. His methods finally had a successor and would not be lost in his hands. Happy in his heart, Douluo Bo accelerated his speed and headed toward Heaven Do City. At this moment, Lu Chen swept his gaze toward a certain direction. Relying on his blue-silver domain, he sensed that at that location, two titled Douluo had been watching from the shadows. However, the other party seemed to have no ill intent, so he did not cause any extra trouble and acted as if he did not know they were there. Lu Chen thought to himself, who could it be? To be able to mobilize two titled Douluo and pay attention to my and Douluo Bo's whereabouts, aside from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it could only be that Heaven Do Crown Prince Shui Qing, or rather, Qian Runshui. Then these two titled Douluo might be Snakelands Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo. Tisk, it really never stops. The Douluo continent is such a small place, with various forces mixed together, sometimes, even if you want to hide, you can't. At the same time, the two titled Douluo hidden in the shadows, having witnessed the entire incident, also quickly left the place, preparing to return and report to their young lord. Chapter 67. The Breakdown of Ningfengji. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Under the attack of Douluo Bo, Chen Xin, whose body was severely damaged, was sent back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School immediately through the 8th Spirit ability, Space Gate opened by Bone Douluo. Cough, cough. Chen Xin's face was as pale as paper, his breath was weak, and he kept coughing up blood. He was laid flat on a bed, his sternum completely collapsed. With one tail swipe from Douluo Bo, Chen Xin had lost half his life. Fortunately, he was a titled Douluo with as much as 96 levels of spirit power. Now, his broken body was only supported by his spirit power, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly perished. Returning to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was just the beginning. If Chen Xin could not receive proper treatment, even if he managed to survive, his strength would be severely diminished, and he would be left with serious sequelae. Ningfengji, the continent's #1 support soul master, did not have healing abilities, but within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, there was no lack of spirit masters who possessed healing capabilities. Ningfengji had lost his usual refined and easygoing demeanor. Upon returning to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he shouted and hollered with an irritable temper, demanding that the support soul masters with healing capabilities come to assist in treating Chen Xin. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School indeed had deep foundations. After half a day of treatment by several support soul masters with healing capabilities, Chen Xin was finally saved. The broken bones in his body had been reconnected, and his nearly shattered internal organs had been patched up and barely recovered. Chen Xin's breathing steadied, which meant he had passed the most dangerous moment, but returning to his peak state would require a long period of recuperation. In the short term, it was impossible for Chen Xin to fight again, even if he had. To fight, he could at most exert 50% of his combat power. After completing the treatment, those support soul masters with healing capabilities very tactfully exited the room. Soon, only Ningfengji, Ji Yurong, and the lying Chen Xin remained in the room. Chen Xin looked dejected, his once sharp eyes were now clouded with an indescribable gloom. There is no sorrow greater than a dead heart. That was exactly how Chen Xin felt right now. He, the dignified sword Douluo, known as the titled Douluo with the greatest attack power on the continent, had been defeated by Douluo Bo, the weakest titled Douluo. For a proud person like Chen Xin, failure was failure. He would not make any excuses for himself, he would only repeatedly blame himself in his heart, asking why he had lost to the likes of Douluo. Being too rigid leads to breaking. That was the logic. The more unyielding a person is, the more easily they fall into internal strife after encountering setbacks, and the harder it is for them to walk out of it. With Chen Xin's current psychological state, if he could not see through it and move on, he would likely be stuck at 96 levels of spirit power for the rest of his life, never to see the slightest improvement. Suddenly, Chen Xin turned his head, his gloomy eyes looking at Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong, and he twitched his mouth, saying with difficulty, "Fengji, I am truly sorry. This matter has been ruined by me. I can't even beat Douluo anymore. From now on, although I am very unwilling, the heavy responsibility of guarding the 7 treasure glazed tile school can only be handed over to you, old bone." Hearing this, Ning Fengji secretly thought it was bad. Chen Xin had always taken guarding the 7 treasure glazed tile school as his own duty, but now he was instructing Ji Yurong as if he were entrusting his legacy. Chen Xin's spirit had dispersed. Without his spirit, even with the 7 kill sword spirit and 96 levels of spirit power, he would likely no longer be the sharp sword Douluo of the past. Ning Fengji hurriedly stepped forward, tightly grasping Chen Xin's palm, and comforted him in a solemn tone. "Sword uncle, you cannot say that. The 7 treasure glazed tile school cannot do without you. Today's failure is entirely my responsibility. It was my support ability that was inferior to that Lan Chen's. You are the sky-supporting white jade pillar and sea-bridging purple gold beam of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Please never say such disheartening words again. Think about it, in the future, after I abdicate and Rongrong becomes the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she will still need you to escort her. If you won't consider it for me, you must consider it for Rongrong. Now, just rest and recuperate your body well. I will have Rongrong come to keep you company. Sword uncle, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I, and Rongrong, we all still rely on you." Ning Fengji said a great deal, but only when he mentioned Ning Rongrong did a glimmer of light appear in Chen Xin's gloomy eyes. Ning Rongrong was someone Chen Xin and Ji Yurong had watched grow up. Both of them treated Ning Rongrong like their own granddaughter. Chen Xin found the meaning of life once more, and he nodded, his voice weak as he said, "I understand. I still have important things to do, and I will take care of my body." Seeing Chen Xin perk up a little, Ning Fengji breathed a slight sigh of relief. He gave Ji Yurong a look, and then the two walked out of the room one after the other, leaving Chen Xin to rest properly in the room. After leaving the room, Ning Fengji walked about several hundred paces, his hands under his sleeves clenched tightly into fists. The more he thought about it, the more stifled and regretful he felt, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Suddenly, he stopped his footsteps. Ning Fengji sighed heavily, and with an almost ferocious look in his eyes, he said, "Bone uncle, I regret it. Back in Heaven Do City, I should not have stopped you. If we had killed Lan Chen at that time, even if it meant offending Douluo, or even offending Shui Qing and the Heaven Do imperial family, at least we could have eliminated a major threat. Now, not only did we fail to kill Lan Chen, but we also let Sword Uncle be defeated by Douluo, causing Sword Uncle to lose his spirit. We have suffered a great loss, a great loss. That Lan Chen, his spirit's support ability far exceeds the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. We no longer have the chance to eliminate him. As long as Lan Chen lives for one day, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda of our 7 treasure glazed tile school will forever be a foil." Ning Fengji said this with all his might. Suddenly, a fishy sweetness surged into his throat, but he gritted his teeth and swallowed it down. In this life, desires are always endless. Those at the bottom work hard from morning till night just for a full meal. Those in the middle, once they are full, will want to improve their status. Those at the top, once they have status, have all sorts of pursuits. They want endless wealth, a reputation respected by others, superior privileges, and a legacy that lasts for generations. Ning Fengji was the continent's #1 support soul master, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school was the continent's #1 support sect. Was Ning Fengji satisfied with this? Not satisfied. Ning Fengji had attached himself to the Heaven Do Empire imperial family and became the teacher of the Heaven Do Crown Prince Shui Qing. All of this was to advance further. To make himself the imperial preceptor of the Heaven Do Empire, to make his sect the state religion of the Heaven Do Empire. From this, one can see just how much Ning Fengji's desires had inflated. Ning Fengji had spent countless efforts to make the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda the continent's #1 support spirit, and to make the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School the continent's #1 support sect. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Lan Chen rose. This was more painful for him than killing him. After hearing what Ning Fengji said, Ji Yurong wiped his neck with a ferocious look in his eyes and said, "Fengji, then let's make another move. Even if it's a sneak attack or assassination, we must completely eliminate this threat, Lan Chen." Ning Fengji smiled bitterly upon hearing this and shook his head. "We have no chance left. Now that Sword Uncle is seriously injured, if it's just the two of us, it's impossible to find a chance to kill Lan Chen under Du Gubo's protection. Besides, I have a premonition that Du Gubo will not let this rest. If that old poison master, who is covered in poison, runs to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to run wild, the only one who can block him is you, Bone Uncle. Bone Uncle, I will order the sect disciples not to go out for the time being, and I will have to trouble you to pay attention to the sect's defense. From now on, strengthen the guard. We absolutely cannot let Du Gubo take advantage of us." As his voice fell, Ning Fengji walked forward, dejected and soul lost. Now facts had proven that his emphasis on Lan Chen was completely correct, but unfortunately, there was no longer any chance to stifle Lan Chen's rise. Chapter 68. Shui Qinghei's Arrangements. Heaven Do City. Crown Prince's residence. Inside a simply decorated study. Two middle-aged men in golden armor, one fat and one thin, were recounting what they had seen and heard today with expressions of disbelief. Reporting to young lord, the movements of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School that you asked us to monitor have yielded results today. Today, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School went north of Jialing Pass to intercept and kill Du Gubo, Du Guyan, and Lan Chen. The situation exceeded our expectations. Lan Chen possesses a domain ability that can suppress a titled Douluo. He could even manipulate plant vines and entangle Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong for a period of time. Furthermore, in the battle between Du Gubo and Chen Xin, with Lan Chen's assistance, Du Gubo defeated Chen Xin, who was being supported by Ning Fengji, head-on. For the publicly recognized weakest titled Douluo to defeat the sword Douluo, known for having the highest attack power on the continent, head-on. Lan Chen's support ability far exceeds that of Ning Fengji. His value is simply immeasurable. Clearly, these two golden-armored middle-aged men were the two titled Douluo that Lu Chen had sensed through his blue-silver domain. They were Snake Lance Douluo, Shilong, and Porcupinefish Douluo, Si Shui. They reported directly to the young lord of Spirit Hall, or rather, to the identity she was disguised as, the Heaven Do Crown Prince, Shui Qing. Standing behind the desk with his hands behind his back, facing away from them, was Shui Qing, dressed in white casual attire. After hearing the account from Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo, a strange brilliance bloomed in her eyes. Possessing a domain, suppressing a titled Douluo, and having terrifyingly strong support abilities that even surpassed the continent's recognized #1 support soul master, Ning Fengji. In Shui Qinghei's eyes, Lan Chen was now equivalent to Guan Yu, who had successfully proven his value by slaying Hua Shang while the wine was still warm. How much Cao Cao loved Guan Yu back then is how much Shui Qing loved Lan Chen now. Shui Qinghei's desire to recruit Lan Chen reached its peak at this moment. Shui Qing suddenly turned around, eyes shining, and exclaimed, "Lan Chen, he truly did not disappoint me. Not only does he cultivate quickly, but his spirit ability is also terrifyingly strong. If I can recruit him, he will surely help me achieve my great cause." Shui Qing could already imagine it. She would be responsible for combat, and Lan Chen would be responsible for support. Relying on her angelic domain and Lan Chen's support and domain abilities, they could fight anyone. Even when they both became titled Douluo, they would be enough to sweep away all enemies on the Douluo continent, including her mother, that supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Shui Qing frowned, pacing back and forth. After a while, she spoke with a solemn tone. Now that Lan Chen has obtained the protection of Du Gubo, and with his support, Du Gubo can even defeat Chen Xin head-on. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can no longer pose a life-threatening danger to him. I cannot bestow favors upon Lan Chen, so there is no way for me to recruit him. The current strategy is to understand his past. Starting from Lan Chen's past is the only way to successfully win him over. Shui Qing made a decision and immediately looked at Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo, ordering, Elder Snake Lance, return to Spirit Hall and check the archives. Find information regarding Lan Chen's spirit and domain. The name Lan Chen is fake, and his appearance is fake, but his spirit and his domain cannot be fake. The archives of Spirit Hall contain everything, with information on all spirits and domains that have appeared on the Douluo continent over the past tens of thousands of years. As long as we search carefully, we will find clues. That way, we can deduce Lan Chen's true identity and background. Once we master his past, we will surely find a way to recruit him. Speaking to the end, Shui Qing looked very serious. Elder Snake Lance, if necessary, you can seek out my grandfather and ask him to provide help. Just say it is my intent. Also, everything I have ordered you must absolutely not be known by that woman. Do you understand? Snake Lance Douluo stood tall, cupped his hands, and performed a salute. Rest assured, young lord. This subordinate understands. I have already memorized Lan Chen's spirit. It gives me a feeling of familiarity, as if it involves some past events from over a decade ago. After I return to Spirit Hall and investigate the sequence of events, I will come to Heaven Do City to report to the young lord. The voice faded, and Snake Lance Douluo turned and left. With just a flash, he had disappeared from the Crown Prince's residence. Familiarity, some past events from over a decade ago. Shui Qing wore a solemn expression. Hearing Snake Lance Douluo say this, she had a premonition that there was a massive secret involved. But no matter what the secret was, it could not affect her determination to recruit Lan Chen. Subsequently, Shui Qing looked at Porcupinefish Douluo. Elder Porcupinefish, go and continue to monitor the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong failed to intercept Dugu Bo, Dugu Yan, and Lan Chen. The two sides have already formed a grudge and will definitely not let it go easily. There will certainly be follow-up developments. I need to know what they will do next in order to better control the current situation. Hearing this, Porcupinefish Douluo stood straight, also cupped his hands, and performed a salute. Young lord, please remain calm. This subordinate will go and investigate now. After speaking, Porcupinefish Douluo also turned and left. Walking out of the study, his figure flickered, and he soared into the sky, silently leaving the Crown Prince's residence. After Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo left, only Shui Qing remained in the study. Although her expression was calm, her heart was not. A sense of urgency had arisen. Shui Qing, who was actually Qian Runshui, awakened her angelic spirit at the age of 6, possessed innate full spirit power, and 10 levels of God-bestowed spirit power, meaning she possessed innate 20-level spirit power. Innate 20-level spirit power, she became a spirit grandmaster at the age of 6. This allowed Qian Runshui to start ahead of other spirit masters. Now, 13 years later, Qian Runshui was 19 years old, and her strength had already reached the Spirit King realm. A 19-year-old Spirit King already surpassed 99% of the Spirit Masters on the Douluo continent. Although Qian Runshui did not feel overly proud, having such a realm at such an age still made her quite satisfied. But compared to Lan Chen, Qian Runshui felt very dissatisfied with her own cultivation progress. In Qian Runshui's view, Lan Chen was at most innate full spirit power. Even so, he had become a 7-ring spirit saint at around 30 years old. And at Qian Runshui's current cultivation speed, by the time she was around 30, she would at most be a 7-ring spirit saint. Comparing them like this, Qian Runshui felt a strong sense of urgency. Qian Runshui thought to herself, my years of undercover life have greatly slowed down my cultivation progress. With my innate 20-level spirit power talent, my realm should never have stopped at Spirit King. The appearance of Lan Chen has served as a reminder to me. He is a support soul master and can have such astonishing cultivation speed. I should also focus on cultivation for a period of time, otherwise, would I not be wasting this innate 20-level spirit power talent? Chapter 69, Poison Douluo's Revenge. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the second most powerful sect among the 7 great sects on the Douluo continent, the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school had always been high-spirited and full of confidence. But now, those 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples were all looking uneasy, jittery at the slightest sound. The entire 7 treasure glazed tile school appeared panic-stricken, as if shrouded by a massive dark cloud. It was no wonder they were so terrified. Over the last 10 days, terrifying things had occurred within the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Some 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples had been bitten by unknown venomous snakes while sleeping and died in their dreams, only to be discovered the next day. The corpses of the 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples poisoned by the snakes had turned blue and purple, their bodies stiffened, and their state of death was extremely gruesome and terrifying. Other 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples, while eating, would suddenly clutch their throats, foam at the mouth, and collapse to the ground, their bodies arching like shrimp, trembling incessantly until they died right before everyone's eyes. Such public executions struck at the deepest fears in everyone's hearts, completely shattering their psychological defenses, as no one knew if they would be the next victim of the poison. There were even 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples who, while on patrol or standing guard, were suddenly enveloped by a green mist. Even holding their breath was useless. The virulent poison within the green mist could corrode their skin, making them feel an intense pain and itch all over their bodies. It felt as if countless tiny insects were crawling beneath their skin, causing them to uncontrollably scratch and claw at themselves, scratching and clawing until they became bloodied figures, eventually tearing apart their own muscles and bones, or even gouging out their own internal organs. Events like these had occurred countless times over the past 10 days, plunging the 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples into a state of perpetual panic. Death is indeed terrifying, but the process of waiting for death increases that fear 100-fold. Especially when they knew they would not die easily, but rather suffer incomparably painful deaths, leaving behind gruesome and terrifying corpses. This was a lethal blow capable of breaking anyone's psychological defenses. On the Douluo continent, there was only one great Grand Master of the Poison Dao who could wield poison with such supernatural skill. Poison Douluo Dalu. Using such methods against the 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples was a provocation, a naked slap to the face. In the past, Ning Fengji would certainly have taken Chen Xin and Ji Yurong to hunt Bo across the continent. Nothing less than killing Bo would have been enough to vent the hatred in his heart. But now, Chen Xin had been defeated head-on by Bo and was still in a state of severe injury, unable to engage in combat for the time being. As for Ji Yurong, who remained, he had to protect Ning Fengji while also being responsible for the sect's defense. Facing Bo's elusive methods, he, too, was unable to split himself to attend to everything. Inside the main hall on the main peak, Ning Fengji sat on the main seat, his hands gripping the armrests tightly, his complexion livid, his eyes flashing with a predatory light. He gritted his teeth and said, word by word, 10 days, a mere 10 days, and over 300 spirit masters in my 7 treasure glazed tile school have been poisoned to death, while over 500 more are currently being tortured by the virulent poison, looking neither human nor ghost. Although we, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, claim to have 5,000 spirit masters, just 10 days have passed, and nearly 1/5 of them have lost their combat capability. Poison Douluo, what a fine method. I underestimated him. If he continues to torment us like this, I fear our 7 treasure glazed tile school will be completely annihilated. Ning Fengji felt his heart twitching in spasms. The death of 300 spirit masters and the poisoning of 500 others had already severely damaged the 7 treasure glazed tile school's foundations. Ning Fengji now looked as if he had aged 10 years, the exhaustion between his brows impossible to hide. He was conflicted in his heart. Bo had already caused massive losses to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. If he were to admit defeat now and apologize to Bo, then those who died in the 7 treasure glazed tile school would have died in vain. If he did not admit defeat and fought Bo to the end, then the 7 treasure glazed tile school would likely be erased from the spirit master's world. This was the problem Ning Fengji was currently facing. Although he knew that continuing to hesitate would bring even greater losses to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he remained unable to make a firm decision. While Ning Fengji was still hesitating, Ji Yurong could no longer hold back. Ji Yurong came to Ning Fengji's side, his sunken eyes flashing with a violent and bloodthirsty light. He was never a man with a good temper, and now that Douluo was provoking them so unscrupulously, it had long since reached a point that Ji Yurong could not tolerate. Ji Yurong spoke in a grim tone. "Fengji, do not hesitate any longer. Let us try one more time. I will risk my old life to deal with Douluo." 10 days, nearly 1,000 spirit masters lost. Everyone outside is watching us like a joke. A dignified 7-treasure glazed tile school, bullied by Douluo to the point of having no power to fight back. If we do not make a strong response, setting aside the Clear Sky sect which has gone into seclusion, both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and those forces of the lower 4 sects will be eyeing our 7-treasure glazed tile school like tigers. Ji Yurong's words made sense. This time, the 7-treasure glazed tile school had lost both face and substance. It was only natural that others would be targeting them. However, Ji Yurong was merely a high-level fighter. He was responsible for fighting, and only needed to consider risking his life. As the true master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji had much more to consider. For Ning Fengji, preserving the legacy of the 7-treasure glazed tile school was more important than anything else. Ning Fengji shook his head, let out a bitter smile, and said, "Uncle Ji Yu, even Uncle Qian was defeated at Douluo's hands. How could you possibly kill him? We have already formed a feud with Douluo. If we attempt to ambush him again, his next retaliation will surely be even more ferocious. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school has only suffered damage to its foundations. It has not yet reached the point of annihilation. If Douluo were to recklessly unleash his virulent poison, our 7-treasure glazed tile school would truly be erased." Speaking to this point, Ning Fengji took a deep breath. He finally made up his mind, saying with great helplessness yet resolute determination, "I have decided. Since we cannot kill Douluo now, we have no choice but to bow our heads to him. The 300 spirit masters who died cannot be saved, but there are still 500 poison spirit masters, and there is a chance to save them. We will bring a heavy gift, a gift that Douluo cannot refuse, to apologize to Douluo and simultaneously request the antidote to save those 500 poison spirit masters. Only in this way can we minimize our losses. Regarding the catastrophe the sect has suffered this time, all the faults and mistakes lie with me, the sect master, for making the wrong decision. Even if I have to sacrifice this old face of mine, I must save those spirit masters who have been poisoned and tortured to the brink of death. Douluo may not necessarily be willing to see us right now. We still need to find an intermediary. Douluo is a guest elder of the Heaven Do imperial family. As long as someone from the Heaven Do imperial family comes forward, Douluo will have to give some face. It seems that in the end, I still have to ask my disciple. Hey, the tables have truly turned. To think that our 7-treasure glazed tile school would actually have a day where we have to bow our heads to Douluo. Lan Chen. Ning Fengji gritted his teeth in hatred, yet he was helpless. A single Lan Chen, they could deal with. A single Douluo, they could also deal with. But if these two were to join forces, one providing support and the other fighting, the 7-treasure glazed tile school really had no way to deal with them. Now, Ning Fengji only hoped that everything would go smoothly. These days of living in fear really could not continue any longer. Chapter 70. 50,000-year human-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone. The next day, Heaven Do City, Douluo residence. Heaven Do Crown Prince Shui Qing and 7-treasure glazed tile school sect master Ning Fengji had come to visit once again. Ning Fengji's expression was somewhat dazed. A month ago, he had always shown surface-level respect to Douluo, the weakest titled Douluo, but had truly thought little of him. In just 1 month, he no longer dared to harbor any contempt for Douluo. This visit was specifically to offer an apology. After deciding to yield yesterday, Ning Fengji had notified Shui Qing, requesting the Heaven Do imperial family to intervene and mediate the conflict between their 7-treasure glazed tile school and Douluo. Douluo was a guest elder of the Heaven Do imperial family, and Ning Fengji was Shui Qinghei's teacher. To the Heaven Do imperial family, both were equally important, as both were forces relied upon by the Heaven Do imperial family. If both sides fought until neither could yield, it would be a loss for the Heaven Do imperial family. Therefore, Shui Qing appeared today partly because of Ning Fengji's request, and partly because of Emperor Shui Yi's demand. After his reflections, Ning Fengji whispered to the Shui Qing beside him, "Qing, I leave today's matters to you." Shui Qing smiled warmly, his aura gentle as jade. Hearing this, he replied softly, "Teacher, rest assured. Although Your Excellency Jade Phosphor uses ruthless methods, he left room for maneuver when he acted, so he must have been waiting for you to come. In a moment, we will lower our posture, and Your Excellency Jade Phosphor will surely be willing to resolve this matter amicably." Ning Fengji sighed softly, "I hope so. Uncle Sword, I have wronged you today by having you accompany me on this trip." This last sentence was spoken by Ning Fengji to Chen Xin. The one protecting Ning Fengji today was Chen Xin, not Ji Yu Rong. This was a deliberate arrangement by Ning Fengji. Currently, Chen Xin's severe injuries had not yet healed, and he could only exert 50% of his full strength, which was not enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the sect. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was currently in a state of panic, and it was essential to have a powerful figure to preside over the overall situation. Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong, whose strength remained undiminished, was the most suitable candidate. There was another reason. Ji Yu Rong's reputation outside was not very good. He had a foul mouth, a short temper, and had once clearly shown hostility towards Douluo Bo and Lan Chen. Ning Fengji really could not guarantee that if he brought Ji Yu Rong along, it would not be perceived as a provocation by Douluo Bo. It must be said that Ning Fengji considered matters very thoroughly, but from another perspective, his excessive caution also proved that he was indeed afraid. Chen Xin, who was following beside Ning Fengji, nodded with a calm expression, "Fengji, do not mind it, all of this is for the sect." The current Chen Xin appeared no different from the past, but anyone familiar with him could see that there was no light in his eyes. The Chen Xin of the past, whose eyes were as sharp as a goshawk, containing clanging sword intent, and who was too intimidating to look at directly, had completely vanished. His sword heart was tarnished. Now, Chen Xin's eyes revealed a hint of gloom, as if he were just an old man nearing the end of his life, rather than the sword Douluo who once shook the continent. The most serious loss for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School this time might be that Chen Xin had lost his former spirit and sharpness. Even if 300 or 500 ordinary spirit masters died, relying on the financial resources of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he believed that it would not take long to recruit enough spirit masters to make up for the losses. Sword Douluo was a titled Douluo, the pillar of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He had lost his spirit and sharpness. This was what pained Ning Fengji the most. This was not because Chen Xin was fragile, as if he could not afford to lose. During the original soul hunting operation, facing the siege of 4 titled Douluo from Spirit Hall, Chen Xin, with Ning Fengji's assistance, had fought 1 against 3, or even 1 against 4. Even though he eventually lost an arm, it was a glorious defeat. Not only was his sword heart not tarnished, but it actually led Chen Xin to a realization, allowing him to break through from level 96 spirit power to level 97 spirit power in one go. But this time, Chen Xin had lost to the weakest titled Douluo, Douluo Bo, in a one-on-one duel. Every time he thought of this point, Chen Xin would hate himself immensely. It was estimated that he would never be able to recover in this lifetime. Returning to the present, Shui Qing and Ning Fengji stepped forward and knocked on the door, and that vermilion gate was quickly opened. Douluo Bo's butler walked out. As if he had expected it, he led Shui Qing and Ning Fengji into the Douluo residence, guiding them all the way to the main hall. Douluo Bo, Lu Chen, and Douluo Yan were waiting in this main hall. Douluo Bo's gaze swept over Shui Qing, then looked at Ning Fengji and Chen Xin. The corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably, his back was straight, and his eyes revealed a hint of amusement. The current Douluo Bo exuded the aura of a powerhouse from head to toe, making Ning Fengji and Chen Xin opposite him feel immense pressure. This was a feeling that radiated from the inside out. In the past, when facing Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yu Rong, Douluo Bo had always been somewhat reserved and cautious. But now it was completely different. Ever since Douluo Bo defeated Chen Xin, it was as if he had broken the shackles in his heart, and that aura of a powerhouse had naturally emerged. Calm and composed, he stared directly at the Ning Fengji and Chen Xin opposite him, openly and with an aggressive, oppressive gaze. Under such a gaze, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin appeared somewhat cautious instead. Perhaps no one expected that the status of both sides would have such a reversal. Douluo Bo curled the corners of his mouth, looking down at Ning Fengji and Chen Xin with a condescending gaze, and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Schoolmaster Ning, Sword Douluo, we meet again. The previous battle was very satisfying for me. I wonder when you will have time for us to have another round." These words were very harsh. Chen Xin could barely control his anger. Did Douluo really think that just because he had defeated him once, he could defeat him every single time? Ning Fengji's anger also surged, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, they were not here to quarrel this time. His eyes were full of humiliation, but as he closed and reopened them, only humility and respect remained in his eyes. Ning Fengji lowered his posture significantly. As the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School Sect Master, facing Douluo, he took the initiative to bow and salute. "Your Excellency Jade Phosphor, everything before was a misunderstanding. We have come this time specifically to apologize. We are extremely sorry for the trouble caused to you, your granddaughter, and Mr. Lan Chen, and we guarantee that such things will never happen again. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has already suffered huge losses. More than 300 spirit masters have died, and this number is rising every day. There are also over 500 spirit masters who are suffering in agony from the toxic poison. We ask that Your Excellency Jade Phosphor provide the antidote. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will be eternally grateful and will certainly offer compensation that will satisfy you all." After Ning Fengji finished speaking, Shui Qing stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency Jade Phosphor, this is my second time acting as a lobbyist. I have a rough understanding of the ins and outs of the matter. It was my teacher who was in the wrong, but those spirit masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are innocent. Their families and friends have all suffered great grief because of this matter. Please, Your Excellency Jade Phosphor, have pity on them and provide the antidote to save their lives. I guarantee in the name of the Heaven Do Crown Prince that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will definitely give you all a satisfactory explanation. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School breaks its promise, the entire Heaven Do Imperial family will never let the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School off easily." Watching the bowing, apologizing Ning Fengji and the mediating Shui Qing, Douluo decided to stop while he was ahead. He could not truly destroy the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If he did, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong would definitely fight him to the death regardless of the cost. The Heaven Do Imperial family, which had close ties with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would also definitely be furious, and there would be no place for him in the Heaven Do Empire. Even Spirit Hall would definitely act hypocritically, defining him as a fallen spirit master and dispatching powerhouses to hunt him down. After all, exterminating an entire sect was too heinous a nature. Spirit Hall prided itself on justice and would never let go of this opportunity to improve its reputation and prestige. Douluo decided to stop while he was ahead, but that did not mean he was willing to help them detoxify. In order to help Lan Chen vent his anger, those Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School spirit masters had to die. He said in a calm tone, "Since this is a misunderstanding, then it is fine to resolve it. However, I do not have the antidote you want in my hands. You have found the wrong person. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Douluo did not admit to poisoning them, nor was he willing to provide the antidote. Ning Fengji's expression did not change. He knew things would not go so smoothly. He then reached for his storage soul guidance device and took out a brocade box from it. He opened the brocade box in front of everyone and said, "Your Excellency Jade Phosphor, you are a great Grand Master of the Poison Tao, you must have a way to detoxify. Even if you do not have the antidote on hand right now, you must be able to concoct the antidote at any time. As long as Your Excellency Jade Phosphor is willing to take action to detoxify, this spirit bone will be our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's token of gratitude. This is a 50,000-year human-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone." Chapter 71. This is not over. Everyone in the hall, Douluo, Lu Chen, Doulu Yan, and even Shui Qing, had their attention drawn by these words, looking toward the open brocade box in Ning Fengji's hand. Inside the brocade box lay a black right leg bone, resting quietly. The right leg bone was quite complete, of extremely high quality, and emitted astonishing energy fluctuations. Upon seeing it, it was indeed a spirit bone. Listening to Ning Fengji's introduction, this was actually a 50,000-year human-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone. The expressions of everyone present immediately became interesting. Any spirit bone could be considered a priceless treasure. Moreover, this spirit bone was not an ordinary one, coming from a 50,000-year human-faced demon spider emperor. The value of this spirit bone was immeasurable. Even a titled Douluo would be unable to resist being tempted by it. Ning Fengji was indeed generous. The value of this heavy gift was something even Douluo could not resist. Seeing that the spirit bone he brought out had already shocked everyone, Ning Fengji introduced it in a low voice. When my spirit power reached a 70-level breakthrough, I went to hunt for the spirit beast needed for my 7th spirit ring. Unexpectedly, this human-faced demon spider emperor relied on its terrifying stealth ability to hide in the shadows and launch a sneak attack, causing heavy casualties to our hunting team. This made me extremely furious. Even though I did not need the spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider emperor, I still had people slaughter it to retaliate for its sneak attack on us. After the human-faced demon spider emperor died, this right leg bone dropped. This spirit bone is very precious, but unfortunately, it has a poison attribute. It is not quite compatible with us, so we kept it. Today, I present this spirit bone to Your Excellency Jade Phosphor. Firstly, it is to turn hostility into friendship, and secondly, to request that Your Excellency Jade Phosphor provide the antidote. When Ning Fengji said this, Douluo immediately showed a look of hesitation. He really wanted this right leg bone, but once he accepted the spirit bone, he would find it difficult to refuse Ning Fengji again and would have to help the spirit masters of the 7 treasure glazed tile school detoxify. He rubbed his hands, finding it hard to decide for a moment. After much thought, Douluo could only look at Lu Chen. It was to vent Lu Chen's anger that he had poisoned those spirit masters of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Whether or not to give them the antidote still required asking for Lu Chen's opinion. This small action by Douluo was seen by Ning Fengji, who understood that to get the antidote from Douluo, he must get Lu Chen to nod in agreement. Ning Fengji turned his head again and looked at Lu Chen with a sincere expression, speaking earnestly. Mr. Lan Chen, everything was my fault before, but those spirit masters of our 7 treasure glazed tile school are all innocent. They should not have to pay for my mistakes. As long as Mr. Lan Chen can forgive us, I am personally willing to offer 10 million gold coins as compensation, and I can guarantee that I will never disturb Mr. Lan Chen again. I hope Mr. Lan Chen will persuade Your Excellency Jade Phosphor to provide the antidote. If Mr. Lan Chen feels it is not enough, we can discuss it further. Whatever you want, if our 7 treasure glazed tile school has it, we can give it to you. Lu Chen took a deep look at Ning Fengji, who appeared humble, completely devoid of the airs of a sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and capable of both bending and stretching. This person was indeed a formidable character. Feeling that he was a threat, he immediately brought Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to intercept and kill him. Now that the interception had failed, when it was time to bow his head and admit defeat, he immediately became humble. To the point of being in the dust. For a person like this, once targeted by him, it was truly a chilling matter. If Ning Fengji did not die, Lu Chen would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Thinking about the incident where Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong came to intercept him, he could not help but feel angry. This matter is not over. Lu Chen spoke in a calm tone. Big brother Douluo, this spirit bone is very good. You should accept it. You can give them the antidote they want. As for the 10 million gold coins in compensation, I do not want it, because my life cannot be compensated for with 10 million gold coins. As soon as these words were spoken, Douluo, Ning Fengji, and Shui Qinggal looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Everyone present was sharp, so they naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. Refusing to accept compensation meant refusing to forgive Ning Fengji. He reserved the right to hold Ning Fengji accountable in the future. After all, if he accepted the compensation, it would be morally indefensible if he wanted to retaliate against the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the future. Now that Lu Chen did not accept the compensation, it was clear that he held a grudge against Ning Fengji in his heart and could use this as an excuse to retaliate against Ning Fengji in the future. A shadow flitted across the depths of Ning Fengji's eyes. Lu Chen did not want to reconcile with them, and coincidentally, they did not want Lu Chen to grow up smoothly. It seemed there would be more open struggles and secret schemes in the future. A flash of pleasant surprise crossed Shui Qinghei's heart. What she feared most was that Lu Chen would have no desires or demands. As long as Lu Chen had demands, she could target him for recruitment. Since Lu Chen wanted to retaliate against Ning Fengji, she could start from this aspect in the future and gradually win Lu Chen over to her side. Du Gubo was in a dilemma. Now that Lu Chen would not accept compensation, if he accepted this spirit bone, wouldn't it make him seem disloyal? In the end, it was Lu Chen who spoke again. Big brother Dugu, you don't need to worry about me. You should accept this spirit bone as payment for preparing the antidote for those disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Lu Chen possessed twin spirits, and when he cultivated his second spirit, he would definitely take revenge himself. Du Gubo did not need to participate, and naturally, he did not need to worry about a single spirit bone. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Du Gubo gritted his teeth and put away the brocade box containing the spirit bone. While taking out the antidote and handing it to Ning Fengji, he glared at the other party like a tiger watching its prey and said, "Sect Master Ning, remember what you said today. If you dare to take any improper actions against my brother Lan Chen again, I guarantee that the number of your 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples who die from poison will only be more than this time, not less." After obtaining the antidote, Ning Fengji clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to save hundreds of 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples was, after all, a good thing. He replied with a full face of smiles. "Of course, please rest assured, Your Excellency Billy. Next time, such a thing will absolutely not happen." That was what he said. But in Ning Fengji's heart, that was not what he thought. His malice toward Lu Chen had never disappeared, it was just hidden deeper by him. This matter temporarily came to an end, and Ning Fengji, taking Chen Xin with him, quickly left the Dugu residence. They still had to take the antidote back to save the poisoned disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As for Shui Qing, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Lu Chen and said quite guiltily, "Mr. Lan Chen, you have been wronged in this matter. As a student, I cannot speak ill of my teacher, but in this matter, my teacher was indeed wrong, and wrong in a complete mess. As the teacher's student, I apologize to you solemnly on behalf of my teacher. I know that anything I say now is not worthy of your trust. But please rest assured, I will definitely stand on the side of fairness and justice. In the future, I will let you see my sincerity." After finishing, Shui Qing bowed to Du Gubo and greeted Du Guyan, before turning and leaving the place. This Shui Qing was very thoughtful in terms of etiquette, making people feel very comfortable. Chapter 72. The Inherently Evil Little Blue-Haired Guy. Dugu Residence. Most of the outsiders had left. Inside the main hall, only Du Gubo, Lu Chen, and Du Guyan remained. Du Guyan suddenly placed her hands on her hips, looked at her grandfather Du Gubo, and said, "Grandfather, although this spirit bone is precious, you shouldn't have accepted it. Now that you've accepted a spirit bone from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, wouldn't it be difficult for you to intervene if Lan Chen goes to seek revenge against the 7 treasure glazed tile school later?" Seeing his own beloved granddaughter already wrapped around Lu Chen, defending him everywhere and thinking only of him, Du Gubo couldn't help but feel a bit sour. He spoke up with annoyance. "You brat, you've started scolding your grandfather now. Anyone who didn't know better would think you and Lan Chen were the family, and that I, this old man, was the outsider." Hearing this, Du Guyan blushed, stamped her feet, pouted, and continued. "Grandfather, I'm just speaking the truth. Without Lan Chen's support to help you defeat Chen Xin, if Chen Xin had defeated you, they certainly wouldn't have let us go. Even if we can't destroy the 7 treasure glazed tile school for various reasons, we shouldn't accept their spirit bone. Doesn't that imply we've forgiven them?" Du Gubo opened the brocade box again. Looking at the 50,000-year human-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone inside, he explained seriously. "Your grandfather here is not a man without backbone. One spirit bone, even a 50,000-year spirit bone, is not enough to buy me off. I accepted this spirit bone because I wanted to give it to you, Yan Yan. Your spirit has already evolved from the Jade Phosphor Snake to the Jade Phosphorus Dragon, and your talent and potential are both above mine. The 50,000-year human-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone is enough to solidify your foundation and make your future path of cultivation much smoother. In my life, perhaps breaking through to level 95 spirit power is my limit, but you are different. I hope you can break through to level 96 spirit power, or even level 97, and carry forward our lineage. After hearing what Douluo said, Yan immediately fell silent. If Douluo had accepted the spirit bone for Yan's sake, then as the beneficiary, she had no right to complain about him. Yan just happened to have someone she liked, and her heart tilted towards that person. But she wasn't a selfish or extremely egoistic person. She couldn't do something like eating from a bowl and then cursing the cook. Yan closed her mouth and turned to look at Lu Chen. She didn't know what to do. She felt that absorbing this spirit bone would be unfair to Lu Chen, and she hesitated, stammering. Lan Chen, Lu Chen smiled slightly and said nonchalantly. Yan, since Big Brother Douluo said this spirit bone is for you, you should absorb it in a while to avoid any complications. Don't have any reservations. I am just a small spirit saint right now and can't go head to head with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Right now, I just want to cultivate properly and quickly improve my own spirit power. Big Brother Douluo's medicinal garden is quite good, with abundant energy, perfect for cultivation. I plan to go there and enter seclusion for a while. Comforted by Lu Chen, Yan finally lost that sense of guilt. After letting out a sigh of relief, her expression relaxed, and she suddenly said with a giggle. Lan Chen, since your true face has already been exposed to me and grandfather anyway, why don't you drop your disguise when we return to the medicinal garden in the Sunset Forest? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Thinking that there were indeed no outsiders in the ice and fire yin-yang well, he nodded reluctantly and said. This is fine. I disguise myself to hide from outsiders. Yan, you and Big Brother Douluo are not outsiders. In front of you, I really don't need to disguise myself. Hearing this, Yan felt very happy. This was Lu Chen's trust in them. More importantly, Lu Chen's true face was that of a super handsome guy. Thinking that she would be able to see Lu Chen's handsome face every day, Yan's mood became joyful, and she said with a beaming smile. Yay! Meanwhile, Douluo, standing on the side, almost crushed the brocade box in his hand. His granddaughter's emotions had such a huge change because of one sentence from Lu Chen. It was obvious she had taken a liking to him. Lu Chen, this inherently evil little blue-haired guy, had actually made his granddaughter's heart flutter relying solely on a face. Douluo's heart felt ice cold. The only thing that comforted him was that Lu Chen's talent was astonishingly high. At such a young age, he was already a 7-ring spirit saint. He was more than enough for his granddaughter. Douluo thought it over and over, and in the end, he could only sigh. Heaven wants to reign, and the granddaughter wants to marry. Let her be. Not long after, Douluo, Lu Chen, and Yan left Heaven Do City, plunged into the Sunset Forest, and returned to the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. On the other side, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin, carrying the antidote given by Douluo, quickly returned to their sect. The moment they returned to the sect, Ning Fengji distributed the antidote and had it sent to those sect disciples who were being tortured to death by the deadly poison. In Ning Fengji's view, since Douluo had already accepted the spirit bone from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it was unlikely he would use a fake antidote to fool them. After all, a titled Douluo would still want some face. Therefore, Ning Fengji distributed these antidotes without any inspection. Fortunately, Douluo still cared about his reputation, and these antidotes were real. Those 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples who took the antidote slowly recovered, and in the end, over 400 spirit masters above the spirit grand master realm were saved. Unfortunately, later inspections revealed that although these spirit masters were saved, they had lingering effects from the torture of the deadly poison. Many of the spirit masters had their talent and potential damaged, making it difficult for them to have any significant improvement in strength in the future. This made Ning Fengji gnash his teeth in hatred. But he was helpless. This time, the massive 7 treasure glazed tile school had suffered heavy losses because of Douluo alone. Not only did many spirit masters die, but their reputation and prestige were greatly damaged, making the 7 treasure glazed tile school almost a laughingstock to others. Ning Fengji was devastated by the losses. He was getting angrier the more he thought about it, and every time he thought about this, he would slap his thigh in anger. Meanwhile, other forces on the Douluo continent, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Elephant Armored Academy, Black Tiger Sect, Windsword sect, Fire Leopard sect, and even the Spirit Hall. Besides watching the 7 treasure-glazed tile school make a fool of themselves, they were sending people to inquire about the specific details. The 7 treasure-glazed tile school trio, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong, were also famous on the Douluo continent. Having suffered such a big loss this time, they hadn't retaliated against Douluo Dalu. It was obvious they had been beaten up by Douluo Dalu, which was why they had lowered their heads and conceded. Douluo Dalu, this recognized weakest titled Douluo, how could he possibly make Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong bow their heads? This made all the forces curious. As they investigated, the name Lan Chen entered their sight, a young but highly talented support soul master. At this moment, even if they hadn't seen that battle north of Jialing Pass with their own eyes, they could roughly infer what happened. It must have been with Lan Chen's support that Douluo Dalu made Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong stumble badly, which was why they lowered their heads. Lan Chen, a support soul master whose support ability surpassed that of Ning Fengji. Soon, all major forces began frantically inquiring about his information. Lan Chen could be considered famous now. Chapter 73, Blue-Silver Emperor. Spirit Beast Transformation. Night. The study in the Crown Prince's residence. After more than 10 days spent reviewing numerous archives in Spirit Hall, Snake Lance Douluo, who had finally figured out Lu Chen's spirit, returned to Heaven Do City immediately. Seeing Snake Lance Douluo return, Shui Qing revealed an expression of great interest. Elder Snake Lance, it seems you have results regarding the matter I asked you to investigate. Tell me quickly, what exactly is Lan Chen's spirit? Elder Snake Lance had a grave expression. Bowing, the elder said. Replying to the young lord, in our Spirit Hall archives, that spirit of Lan Chen has only appeared once in the past 10 years. It is named Blue-Silver Emperor, and that domain is called the Blue-Silver Domain. The previous possessor of the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit was a woman named Yin. She was not human, but a spirit beast transformation. 10 years ago, this woman fell in love with Tang Hao of the Clear Sky sect, and it seems she was even pregnant. After our Spirit Hall learned of this information, the previous Supreme Pontiff led 2 elders to hunt down that spirit beast transformation named Yin. The young lord likely knows what happened afterwards, that Yin sacrificed herself for Tang Hao, allowing Tang Hao to become a titled Douluo possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring. He not only killed 2 titled Douluo elders but also heavily wounded the previous Supreme Pontiff, who died shortly thereafter from his injuries. This directly led to the ascension of the current Supreme Pontiff, as well as the hostility between our Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect. That Lan Chen's spirit is also the Blue-Silver Emperor. Young lord, this subordinate suspects that some kind of connection might exist between that Lan Chen and Yin. Shui Qinghei's eyes widened upon hearing this. He stood up from his chair instantly, not expecting so many secrets to be hidden within. This, Yin, a spirit beast transformation. Tang Hao, the Clear Sky Douluo. The previous Supreme Pontiff, Qian Xunji. The current Supreme Pontiff, Bibi Dong. A single Lan Chen was actually involved in so many past events and so many figures. Shui Qinghei's expression was unprecedentedly complex. Qian Xunji was his father and eventually died at the hands of Tang Hao, so he held a father-killing vendetta against Tang Hao. If Lan Chen truly had a connection to Yin, he wasn't even sure if he should continue to recruit Lan Chen. Immediately, Shui Qing spoke in a stern voice. Elder Snake Lance, don't hesitate, tell me all of your speculations. Receiving Shui Qinghei's approval, Snake Lance Douluo immediately voiced these speculations. Young lord, the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit has never appeared on the continent before, only that spirit beast transformation, Yin, ever possessed this spirit. Rumor has it that Yin was pregnant. Could this Lan Chen be Yin's descendant? That would explain why he awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit. After all, that face of Lan Chen's is fake, perhaps beneath his disguise as an extremely young face. Hearing this absurd speculation, Shui Qing revealed an expression of, "Are you kidding me?" He looked at Snake Lance Douluo with annoyance and said, "Elder Snake Lance, your speculation is too outrageous. That Yin was pregnant 10 years ago. Even if she did give birth to an offspring, that offspring would be at most 10 years old. Awakening a spirit at 6 years old, even if he had innate full spirit power, it would be impossible for him to become a 7-ring spirit saint in just 4 or 5 years. Unless there is someone who can cultivate the moment they are born, but that's impossible. Becoming a 7-ring spirit saint from nothing in 10 years. I can't do it, and Bibi Dong can't do it either. No one on this continent can do it. If someone really could, that person would only be a divinity descended to the mortal world. Shui Qing could never have imagined that there really was someone who could cultivate the moment they were born, and could even cultivate just by breathing. In truth, Snake Lance Douluo also felt it was absurd. The elder was just offering a speculation. Now that Shui Qing didn't believe it, the elder stopped talking about it and turned to the second speculation. Young lord, if this Lan Chen is not Ah Yin's descendant, then he could only be her sibling. Ah Yin was a 100,000-year spirit beast transformation. This Lan Chen might also be a 100,000-year spirit beast transformation. If this speculation is true, it could explain Lan Chen's powerful talent. It is rumored that 100,000-year spirit beast transformations must have innate full spirit power and possess extremely fast cultivation speeds, which aligns with Lan Chen being a 7-ring spirit saint at such a young age. Young lord, this Lan Chen is too suspicious. He seems to have appeared out of thin air on the continent. He has no past and dares not show his true face, fully fitting the characteristics of a 100,000-year spirit beast transformation. Speaking of this, we might have truly wronged Schoolmaster Ning. Lan Chen changing his appearance and hiding his name was not because of the persecution of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but because he is a 100,000-year spirit beast transformation. It must be said that Snake Lance Douluo's second speculation matched Lu Chen's characteristics perfectly. If Ning Fengji learned of this information, he might be moved to tears, as the grievance he had been bearing would finally be cleared. At this moment, Shui Qing was frowning deeply. According to Snake Lance Douluo's speculation, many of Lu Chen's behaviors could be explained, but he still felt there was a problem. Shui Qing couldn't help but shake his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Lan Chen were truly a 100,000-year spirit beast transformation, how would he dare to approach and befriend Du Gubo? After all, a titled Douluo can see through the true form of a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. Besides Du Gubo, the 7 treasure glazed tile schools Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, as well as you, Elder Snake Lance, and Elder Porcupinefish, you have all met Lan Chen, but did you see through his transformation? Unless his disguise ability is so strong that even a titled Douluo cannot see his true form, otherwise he would have been exposed long ago. After these words fell, Shui Qing did not speak again, and Snake Lance Douluo did not speak either. The study room fell silent for a time. Shui Qinghei's heart was incredibly conflicted right now. He had originally wanted to use Lan Chen's spirit to find out his background and origin, so he could target him for recruitment into his ranks. The situation he had uncovered now left him somewhat indecisive. Snake Lance Douluo's 2 speculations. The first speculation was too absurd, and Shui Qing did not believe it at all. The second speculation was slightly more reasonable, and Shui Qing already somewhat believed it. If Lan Chen truly possessed a heaven-defying disguise ability, then everything could be reasonably explained. They could only think of these 2 speculations. As for the third speculation, that Lu Chen was a completely ordinary person who awakened an ordinary blue-silver grass and then, in just 4 or 5 years, absorbed plant spirit rings all the way to evolve into a blue-silver emperor, this possibility would never appear in their minds from beginning to end. Shui Qinghei's eyes were melancholy. Based on the current information, it was very likely that Lan Chen had some connection to Ah Yin. Ah Yin's death was forced by his father, although his father was also eventually beaten to death by Tang Hao. After thinking it over, Shui Qing waved his hand helplessly. Elder Snake Lance, thank you for your hard work this time. The information you found must only be known to you and me. Do not tell a third person. Regarding Lan Chen's true identity, I will find an opportunity to test him again. Before it is finally determined, you must not take any rash actions. We will still prioritize recruitment for now. Lan Chen possesses auxiliary abilities exceeding those of Ning Fengji. His value has already been recognized by me. As long as I can recruit him, no matter what his identity is, I can boldly accept him. If he remains unwilling to join us, we will decide how to deal with him when that time comes. You may go down and rest. Since Shui Qing had said so, Snake Lance Douluo could only nod in agreement. This subordinate obeys. Chapter 74. Spirit Bone Skill, Invisibility. Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. It had already been a day since Du Gubo, Lu Chen, and Du Guyan returned to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. With no outsiders around, Lu Chen dropped his disguise and restored his original appearance. Standing at 1 m, he had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and an upright posture. His long blue hair was neatly draped behind his head, and his face, while slightly youthful, was incredibly handsome. Sometimes, Lu Chen would sigh, feeling that he no longer looked like himself. The cosmetic and beautifying ability of the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Soul was simply incredibly powerful. Now, when Du Guyan looked at him, her eyes were filled with pink hearts. This handsome appearance was truly very attractive. Returning to the matter at hand, after a day of adjustment, Du Guyan's body had reached its peak state. Du Gubo once again took out the brocade box, handed it to Du Guyan with great solemnity, and said in a tone full of anticipation. Yan Yan, I have checked this spirit bone, and there are no problems. It is indeed a 50,000-year spirit bone, and it carries the aura of the man-faced demon spider emperor. Absorbing the spirit bone is not dangerous, and the earlier you absorb it, the greater the benefits will be for you. You should absorb this spirit bone now. Du Guyan held the brocade box with both hands and first looked at her grandfather. Du Gubo wore an expectant expression, his eyes filled with encouragement. She then looked at Lu Chen, who was standing to the side. Noticing Du Guyan looking over, Lu Chen smiled and nodded at her. Receiving encouragement from Du Gubo and Lu Chen, Du Guyan finally stopped hesitating. She opened the brocade box, took out the 50,000-year man-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone, and said firmly, Grandfather, Lan Chen, I will begin absorbing the spirit bone now. After she finished speaking, Du Guyan sat on the ground. She placed the right leg bone onto her right leg, circulated her spirit power, and merged it into the right leg bone. In an instant, the right leg bone bloomed with a black luster, exuding a cold and overbearing energy fluctuation. Subsequently, the right leg bone rapidly vaporized, turning into streams of gaseous energy that, under the guidance of Du Guyan's spirit power, merged into her body. This energy was extremely vigorous, filling her body and rapidly stuffing her meridians, causing Du Guyan to feel significant pressure. After all, it was a 50,000-year spirit bone. Even if there was no danger in absorbing it, refining the energy was not an easy task. Du Guyan exerted all her strength to mobilize her spirit. A faint dragon roar emanated from within her body. Her jade phosphorus dragon spirit began to greedily devour and refine the energy surging into her body. This made Du Guyan feel her body instantly relax. The jade phosphorus dragon spirit was like a bottomless black hole, rapidly devouring the surging and vigorous energy. The refined energy then merged into Du Guyan's limbs, bones, and internal organs, nourishing every part of her body and every cell from head to toe. This allowed Du Guyan's physique to be greatly improved, especially in the area of her right leg, which received the greatest benefit, as the spirit bone she absorbed was, after all, a right leg bone. The absorption of the spirit bone energy was now on the right track. What remained was the complete fusion with the spirit bone. This process was quite long. After about 4 hours, the aura continuously rising from Du Guyan finally climbed to a peak, and then gradually stabilized. After a while longer, her eyelashes trembled gently, and she opened her jade-green eyes. At first, her gaze was a bit dazed, but within just a few breaths, her focus returned, restoring her usual alluring and charming demeanor, while sparkling with joyful radiance. Du Guyan jumped up from the ground, her ample chest bouncing along with her. She then spoke in a cheerful tone, sharing her improvement with Du Gubo and Lu Chen. Grandfather, Lan Chen, I successfully absorbed the spirit bone. The energy of this spirit bone is truly abundant. It directly increased my spirit power by 3 levels. I went from level 46 spirit power to level 49. It is truly worthy of being a 50,000-year spirit bone. 1 dragon origin fruit increased my spirit power by 10 levels, and 1 man-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone increased my spirit power by 3 levels. I haven't even been cultivating properly these past few months, yet I have increased my spirit power by over 13 levels. Also, this man-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone gave me a rather powerful spirit bone skill, invisibility. It is the man-faced demon spider emperor's invisibility ability, which can hide my figure and aura, and even evade detection by mental force. It is a quite practical skill. After listening to Du Guyan's introduction, Du Gubo also felt a bit surprised. He stroked his beard and said, "It seems this Ning Fengji was scared by me. The spirit bone he offered is not only of extremely high quality but also possesses a practical skill. He is truly afraid that I will continue to spread poison throughout their 7 treasure glazed tile school." Lu Chen also nodded in agreement. It certainly looks that way. Ning Fengji wants to use this spirit bone to truly buy off Brother Dugu, so that you will no longer oppose their 7 treasure glazed tile school. But come to think of it, it has only been a few days, and Brother Dugu has already poisoned to death over 300 spirit masters of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and more than 500 others are being tortured to the brink of death by the potent poison. If this continues, in as little as 1 month or as long as 3 months, their 7 treasure glazed tile school will be completely wiped off the Douluo continent. To Ning Fengji, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is more important than his own life, which is why he sent such a heavy gift that one cannot refuse. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Du Guyan pursed her lips, frowned, and said, "Lan Chen, now that my grandfather has accepted their spirit bone, and this spirit bone has ended up being absorbed by me, our grudge with the 7 treasure glazed tile school is considered resolved. It won't be easy to cause them trouble in the future. But what about you? If you want to seek revenge on the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the future, I'm afraid we won't be able to go with you. This spirit bone is good, but it is truly a hot potato. The Douluo continent is not a place without a bottom line. The spirit master's world also values interpersonal relationships and worldly wisdom." Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong intercepted and killed Du Gubo, Lu Chen, and Du Guyan, which established a feud, so naturally, they could take revenge. Now that Du Gubo and Du Guyan have accepted the other party's spirit bone, the hatred is considered resolved, and seeking revenge later would be morally indefensible. Lu Chen did not accept Ning Fengji's 10 million gold coins precisely to leave room for a justified revenge in the future. Hearing Du Guyan's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "No rush. Even if I want to seek revenge, I don't necessarily have to kill my way into the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As long as I live well and cultivate to the titled Douluo realm. As a titled Douluo level support soul master, I will take away Ning Fengji's status as the world's #1 support soul master, as well as the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's status as the world's #1 support spirit. That will be enough to make Ning Fengji miserable. There will be plenty of time in the future to play with him slowly." Du Guyan looked straight at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's composure, calmness, and confidence made her heart flutter, and her voice carried a hint of admiration. "You were right. You look even younger than me, yet you have already become a 7-ring spirit saint. With your aptitude, it surely won't take long for you to become a support system titled Douluo." Lu Chen met Du Guyan's gaze, his smile as warm as the sun, and he spoke encouragingly. "Yan Yan, you must also work hard. 1 dragon origin fruit and 150,000-year man-faced demon spider emperor right leg bone are enough to greatly improve your aptitude. Now that you are already at level 49 spirit power, work hard to reach level 50 spirit power soon, absorb your 5th spirit ring, and become a spirit king. A 16 or 17-year-old spirit king, even the spirit hall cannot cultivate such a genius. Yan Yan, you will definitely be able to surpass Brother Dugu in the future." Under Lu Chen's praise, Du Guyan felt overjoyed. Her cheeks were flushed, and she leaned closer and closer to Lu Chen. But this scene, falling into the eyes of the big third wheel standing nearby, Du Gubo, made his face darken instantly. Ahem, ahem. Du Gubo used a series of coughs to assert his presence. He was afraid that if he didn't speak up, Lu Chen and Du Guyan would embrace in front of him. Du Gubo said with a dark face, "Didn't you both say you wanted to cultivate properly? Then go cultivate properly. I, an old man, will supervise you personally." After he finished speaking, Lu Chen and Du Guyan looked at each other and smiled. Everything was understood without words. Although nothing was said, it seemed as if everything had been said. Du Gubo felt a sense of discomfort, so he had to keep a straight, old face and strictly urge Lu Chen and Du Guyan to go cultivate. Chapter 75 Earth Dragon Armor Beast. The Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well is truly a wonderful place. The exceptionally abundant ice and fire energy here is simply a paradise that allows Lu Chen's spirit power to rise rapidly. Lu Chen can absorb energy just by breathing. In this ice and fire yin-yang well, there is naturally a double cultivation speed bonus. If he actively engages in meditation cultivation, the efficiency can double again, reaching 4 times the cultivation speed. 4 times the cultivation speed. This allows Lu Chen to clearly perceive his spirit power constantly growing during the cultivation process. This feeling is simply intoxicating, making him unconsciously immerse himself in it, spending half his time each day cultivating. Soon, 2 months passed. Lu Chen's spirit power improved significantly, increasing by a full level, from level 75 spirit power to level 76 spirit power. This is a full level of spirit power at the spirit saint level. Other spirit saints might not even be able to increase their spirit power by 1 level after half a year or even a year of cultivation. Lu Chen increased his spirit power by 1 level in 2 months. This cultivation speed is already very fast. Besides Lu Chen, there is also Du Guyan. In these 2 months, she has also been exceptionally diligent in her cultivation and successfully increased her spirit power by 1 level. From level 49 spirit power to level 50 spirit power. She has become a quasi-spirit king. As long as she absorbs a spirit ring, she can become a spirit king, a 16 or 17-year-old spirit king. Enough to crush the golden generation of Spirit Hall. Du Gubo was very happy and took Du Guyan to find a 5th spirit ring suitable for her. Of course, Lu Chen would not be absent. Sunset Forest. Du Gubo, Lu Chen, and Du Guyan walked slowly through the mist-shrouded forest, looking completely defenseless. In fact, there was no need to be on guard. With Du Gubo's strength as a titled Douluo, the spirit beasts of this sunset forest should run as far away as possible. How would they dare to actively attack them? Furthermore, there is Lu Chen. With his blue-silver domain spread out, all the blue-silver grass in this forest would willingly become his eyes and ears. If there is any movement in the surroundings, the blue-silver grass spread throughout the forest would inform Lu Chen immediately. For the 3 of them now, the most important thing is to discuss the choice for Du Guyan's 5th spirit ring. Du Gubo shared his experience. My 5th spirit ring came from a 10,000-year spirit beast called the Heavenly Gang Centipede. The Heavenly Gang Centipede has potent poison and an indestructible carapace. Relying on these 2 abilities, the Heavenly Gang Centipede is a tyrannical existence among 10,000-year spirit beasts. Back then, when I absorbed the Heavenly Gang Centipede's spirit ring, it not only greatly enhanced the poison of my spirit, but also brought me a defensive spirit ability called the Jade Phosphor Heavenly Gang Shield. This ability is very practical and has blocked fatal damage for me many times under enemy attacks. Yan, for the spirit beast you need for your 5th spirit ring, why not also choose a 10,000-year Heavenly Gang Centipede? As a titled Douluo of the Jade Phosphor Snake lineage, Du Gubo's experience is of immense value and worth Du Guyan's serious consideration. Du Guyan showed a thoughtful expression, seriously considering this proposal. Lu Chen also spoke up at this moment. Brother Dugu, your spirit as the Jade Phosphor Snake, while Yan's spirit as the Jade Phosphorus Dragon. Yan does not need to completely copy your experience of absorbing spirit rings. The Heavenly Gang Centipede can certainly strengthen the poison attribute and provide a very good defensive spirit ability, but it may not be suitable for the current Yan. Yan's growth direction can continue to advance towards becoming a dragon. For this 5th spirit ring, why not choose a spirit beast that possesses a dragon bloodline? In my opinion, the future prospects of becoming a dragon are definitely stronger than the development prospects of poison. Once these words were spoken, Du Guyan looked at Lu Chen with sparkling eyes. Without much hesitation, she immediately nodded in agreement. I also think what Lan Chen said is right. If I absorb a spirit ring from a spirit beast with a dragon bloodline, it might even allow my Jade Phosphorus dragon spirit to evolve to be more powerful and perfect. This is more meaningful than absorbing a poisonous spirit beast spirit ring to amplify my poison attribute. I have decided. For my 5th spirit ring, I want to absorb a spirit ring from a spirit beast with a dragon bloodline. In just a few words, Lu Chen and Du Guyan decided on the direction for Du Guyan's 5th spirit ring. While Du Gubo, who was on the side, also thought what Lu Chen said made sense, seeing his granddaughter trust Lu Chen so unconditionally still made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. He sighed, now that his granddaughter is grown, she really isn't as close to her grandfather anymore. A daughter grown is hard to keep. In the end, Douluo did not raise any objections. Since you have already discussed it, this old man has nothing to object to. For Yan Yan's 5th spirit ring, we will choose a spirit beast with a dragon bloodline. Seeing that the three had reached a consensus, Lu Chen fully expanded his blue-silver domain, preparing to search the sunset forest for a spirit beast with a dragon bloodline that had an appropriate age. Under normal circumstances, with Lu Chen's mental force, the expansion limit of the blue-silver domain is 1,500 meters. But in places like forests and grasslands where blue-silver grass is lush, the expansion range of the blue-silver domain is almost limitless. The consumption for Lu Chen to expand the blue-silver domain would be shared by all the blue-silver grass within the blue-silver domain. Therefore, Lu Chen's blue-silver domain was able to directly cover an entire forest. Before long, Lu Chen's blue-silver domain covered the entire sunset forest. All the blue-silver grass in the sunset forest were cheering and jumping for joy at this moment, slightly bending towards Lu Chen's direction, as if on a pilgrimage. Lu Chen immediately gave the order to search within the sunset forest for a spirit beast with a dragon bloodline between 10,000 and 20,000 years old. Upon receiving the order, all the blue-silver grass acted. Various pieces of information were quickly exchanged, and finally, information about spirit beasts that met the requirements was transmitted to Lu Chen's mind one by one. Found it, it's this one. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Through the information reported by the numerous blue-silver grass, he quickly locked onto a spirit beast that met the requirements. Brother Douluo, Yan Yan, follow me quickly. After saying this, Lu Chen took the lead and rushed towards a certain direction in the forest. Seeing this, Douluo could not help but show joy. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Lu Chen's domain ability was truly convenient. He immediately reached out to grab Douluo Yan's shoulder, took Douluo Yan with him, and followed behind Lu Chen, rushing forward together. About 20 minutes later, Lu Chen, with Douluo and Douluo Yan, arrived at their destination. They saw that on the open space in front of them, there was a behemoth leisurely sunbathing. That behemoth was nearly 10 meters long, covered in thick scales, with sturdy limbs and a row of sword spines on its back, covering from its head to its tail. Earth Dragon Armor Beast. This is a sub-dragon type spirit beast, possessing a certain dragon bloodline. Its thick scales gave it indestructible defensive power. Of course, its attack power was not inferior to its defensive power. The row of extremely sharp sword spines on its back was its most powerful weapon, enough to tear through the flesh and skin of any spirit beast. Lu Chen said to Douluo and Douluo Yan, "This Earth Dragon Armor Beast, I think it fits Yan Yan's requirements very well, although the age is a bit high, it has about 20,000 years of cultivation. But it should still be within the range that Yan Yan can absorb." Yan Yan ate the dragon origin fruit and also absorbed a 50,000-year spirit bone, which is enough to greatly increase her body's bearing capacity. As for the soul shock, the residual dragon might of the dragon origin fruit is enough to make the Earth Dragon Armor Beast's remnant soul dare not act presumptuously. Brother Douluo, Yan Yan, do you think this is feasible? Chapter 76. Green Phosphorus Dragon Armor Shield. After hearing Lu Chen's introduction, Douluo frowned. Out of concern for Douluo Yan, he did not want her to absorb this 20,000-year spirit ring from the Earth Dragon Armor Beast. Because this was simply too dangerous. For an ordinary spirit master, the physical limit for the 5th spirit ring was at most 12,000 years. Exceeding this limit posed a tremendous risk when absorbing a spirit ring. Therefore, many spirit masters, unable to find a suitable 10,000-year spirit ring for their 5th, would rather absorb 8 or 9,000-year rings than risk exceeding the limit to absorb one over 12,000 years. Because that was essentially gambling with one's life. For a quasi-spirit king, only by staying alive could one talk about the future. Douluo couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Isn't this too dangerous? A 20,000-year spirit ring is more than enough as a 6th spirit ring. Yan Yan, why don't we go look for another one? We can definitely find other spirit beasts with dragon bloodlines." Douluo Yan hesitated for only a moment before making up her mind completely. She spoke with a firm tone. "Grandpa, I believe I can absorb this 20,000-year spirit ring. My 4th spirit ring was an 8,000-year ring absorbed beyond my limit, I can certainly exceed my limit again to absorb this 20,000-year spirit ring. Hearing Du Guyan's firm words, Lu Chen also showed a look of approval. He smiled slightly and said, Yan Yan, that's the spirit. I believe you will definitely succeed in absorbing it. I can guarantee that even if you fail to absorb it, there will absolutely be no danger to your life. My sixth spirit ability, Blue Silver Wool, can save your life at a critical moment. Although the process will be painful, as long as you can successfully absorb this 20,000-year spirit ring, it will be of great benefit to your future. Encouraged by Lu Chen's praise, Du Guyan was even more confident, looking as if she was saying, I will definitely succeed in absorbing the spirit ring. Only Du Gubo still looked worried. Even though he wanted to dissuade her, Du Guyan wouldn't listen to him at all now. Now, Du Guyan only listened to that little blue-haired fellow, Lu Chen. This made Du Gubo angrier the more he looked at Lu Chen. At the same time, Lu Chen made his move. All-encompassing forest. As Lu Chen unleashed the power of all-encompassing forest, a blue light rapidly spread, and all the blue-silver grass in the surroundings were assimilated into Blue-Silver Emperor. Stalk after stalk of Blue-Silver Emperor grew crazily. In just a few breaths, the forest was transformed into a blue-silver forest. The Earth Dragon Armor Beast, which had been leisurely basking in the sun, was startled by this commotion. It stood up quickly and assumed an offensive stance. Roar! The Earth Dragon Armor Beast let out an angry roar, its beastly eyes glaring around with intense ferocity. The row of sword spines on its back stood tall, attempting to intimidate the enemies hidden in the surroundings. Lu Chen was not intimidated, he waved his palm forward. Go! In an instant, countless blue-silver vines shot out from the blue-silver forest in all directions. These blue-silver vines, each as thick as an adult's arm, wound around the Earth Dragon Armor Beast like snakes and pythons. Naturally, the Earth Dragon Armor Beast would not surrender without a fight. It let out a soul-shaking roar and then used its claws, teeth, and the sword spines on its back to tear at the blue-silver vines that were coiling around it. Crack! Crack! This 20,000-year Earth Dragon Armor Beast was indeed exceptionally powerful. It quickly tore through a pile of blue-silver vines. However, for every blue-silver vine it tore, Lu Chen would catalyze 10 more. Countless blue-silver vines almost completely submerged its entire body. In just about 3 minutes, the Earth Dragon Armor Beast was tied up like a rice dumpling by the dense mass of blue-silver vines. Roar! No matter how the Earth Dragon Armor Beast roared or struggled, it was all to no avail. Seeing this, Lu Chen waved his hand toward the front. Retract! Immediately, the Earth Dragon Armor Beast, now tied up like a rice dumpling, was dragged and delivered before Lu Chen and the others. Lu Chen turned to look at Du Guyan. Yan Yan, go kill this spirit beast. Du Guyan nodded with a serious look on her face. I understand. Immediately, Du Guyan activated martial soul possession. Her entire body was covered in a layer of jade-green dragon scale armor, and 4 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, rose from beneath her feet. Fourth spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Poison Arrow Rain. As Du Guyan's 4th spirit ring shone, her spirit power flowed continuously out of her body, and she quickly condensed dozens of poison arrows. In the next instant, those poison arrows shot out. Under Du Guyan's aim, they all struck the Earth Dragon Armor Beast's eyes and mouth. The terrifying neurotoxin took effect rapidly, causing the Earth Dragon Armor Beast to completely lose control of its body. Its consciousness was clear, but it could no longer feel its body or limbs. It could only open its mouth wide, drooling foul-smelling saliva while glaring fiercely at Du Guyan with eyes filled with fear and hatred. Du Guyan did not indulge it. She immediately followed up with a shot of jade phosphorus purple poison. The terrifyingly corrosive poison entered the Earth Dragon Armor Beast's body through its mouth and began to frantically destroy its internal organs. In less than a minute, the Earth Dragon Armor Beast's body twitched unconsciously a few times, then its eyes rolled back, and it stopped breathing. After the Earth Dragon Armor Beast died, Lu Chen retracted the blue-silver vines, letting its massive body fall to the ground. Boom! Waves of black light erupted from the Earth Dragon Armor Beast's body. The dense energy fluctuations caused the air to gradually become viscous. The black light quickly condensed, finally forming a black spirit ring. Du Guyan looked at Du Gubo, then at Lu Chen. She kept encouraging herself in her heart, and the expression on her face became increasingly resolute. She sat cross-legged on the ground. As her mind stirred, the black spirit ring was summoned. It quickly settled onto her body and merged into her. Boom, boom. In an instant, terrifying energy, so vigorous it was almost boiling, swept through her body. Intense pain assaulted her brain, causing her small face to scrunch up. She felt as if her entire body was undergoing tearing pain. HMPH. Douluo Yan let out a muffled groan, and beads of blood seeped from her mouth and nose. Seeing this scene, Douluo was heartbroken. He looked at Lu Chen, blowing his beard and staring wide-eyed as he said, "Look, just look at how much Yan Yan is suffering. If you weren't egging her on, I would never have let Yan Yan absorb such a dangerous spirit ring. You brat, if anything happens to Yan Yan, don't blame this old man for being heartless. She is my only granddaughter." Lu Chen stared intently at Douluo Yan, prepared to unleash blue silver will at the first sign of trouble. He said to Douluo without even raising his head, "I know what I'm doing. Based on Yan Yan's feelings for me alone, I would never let anything happen to her." Upon hearing this, Douluo opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He snorted coldly and turned all his attention back to Douluo Yan. At this moment, a faint dragon roar emanated from Douluo Yan's body. That was her jade phosphorus dragon spirit, which had begun to frantically devour the energy surging into her body. The jade phosphorus dragon spirit was like a bottomless black hole, continuously devouring that vigorous energy, causing the pressure on Douluo Yan to suddenly ease. This 20,000-year spirit ring did not manage to burst Douluo Yan. She adapted well, and the absorption of the spirit ring was now on the right track. As for the lingering resentment of the earth dragon armor beast, in front of Douluo Yan, who had eaten the dragon origin fruit, it didn't stir up any trouble. Under the vast dragon might, the remnant soul was directly scattered. Everything was developing in a good direction. After about 7 hours of absorption, Douluo Yan finally succeeded. She opened her pair of beautiful jade green eyes, which flickered with a mix of surprise and lingering fear. Absorbing a spirit ring beyond one's limit, while yielding huge gains, was equally dangerous. This successful absorption was actually a bit lucky. Seeing Douluo Yan successfully absorb the spirit ring and wake up, Douluo and Lu Chen both breathed a sigh of relief and spoke words of congratulation one after another. Douluo Yan also rose from the ground and shared her gains with Douluo and Lu Chen with a smile. "This spirit ring absorption was really dangerous, but I succeeded in the end. My spirit power has increased to level 52. And my spirit, it also gained quite a lot of benefits this time. I feel that my strength, speed, defense, and basic attributes in all aspects have been greatly improved. The most important thing is the spirit ability. My 5th spirit ability is called Green Phosphorus Dragon Armor Shield. It can condense a jade green energy shield. Its defensive capability is extremely strong. After being attacked, the attack power is evenly dispersed. A full force strike from a spirit king cannot break my energy shield. To successfully break my energy shield, one must unleash the attack power of a spirit emperor. It is truly worthy of being a spirit ring absorbed beyond the limit. The skill obtained is quite formidable." Chapter 78. Rank 80 Spirit Power. Having finished absorbing her 5th spirit ring, Douluo Yan had truly become a spirit king. Douluo, as her grandfather, had his mouth stretched almost to his ears. He was even happier than when he himself had achieved a breakthrough to titled Douluo. Lu Chen was also beaming with a smile, happy for Douluo Yan becoming a spirit king, but he spoke up to remind them, "This earth dragon armor beast is a 20,000-year spirit beast. Its cultivation is quite strong. Let us quickly check its body to see if it produced a spirit bone." Upon receiving Lu Chen's reminder, Douluo and Douluo Yan focused their attention on the corpse of the earth dragon armor beast. The earth dragon armor beast now reeked of a foul stench. Its internal flesh was nearly rotted away, and its various organs were riddled with corrosive, highly toxic poison. They first neutralized the toxic poison, then hacked the earth dragon armor beast into pieces, but unfortunately, they did not find a single spirit bone in the end. Douluo said calmly regarding this, "It seems there is no spirit bone. We do not need to be disappointed. The chance of producing a spirit bone is already minuscule. Now that Yan Yan has obtained a suitable spirit ring, that is already a very fortunate thing." Douluo Yan sighed with some disappointment, but quickly adjusted her mindset. She spoke with a smile, "Grandfather is right. Obtaining a suitable spirit ring is already a very fortunate thing. If there is no spirit bone, then so be it. They tidied up the scene and took away all the spirit beast materials that could be salvaged. Subsequently, the three of them, Douluo Dalu, Lu Chen, and Douluo Yan, returned to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Upon returning to the ice and fire yin-yang well, such a treasured land for cultivation, Lu Chen began to cultivate diligently day and night once more. The feeling of his spirit power rising every day was incredibly addictive, causing Lu Chen to become immersed in it. Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan were also cultivating diligently. Besides meditating to increase their spirit power, Douluo Dalu would also teach Douluo Yan cultivation experience, combat experience, methods for refining poison, and methods for detoxifying. Now, Douluo Dalu wished he could pass on his entire repertoire of poison arts to Douluo Yan completely. Time passed quickly like this, and in the blink of an eye, another 8 months had gone by. During these 8 months, Lu Chen had increased his spirit power by another 4 ranks, officially breaking through from rank 76 spirit power to rank 80 spirit power. Now, Lu Chen had become a quasi-spirit Douluo. This was all thanks to the treasured land of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Without the ice and fire yin-yang well, Lu Chen's cultivation speed would have dropped by at least half. During this period, Lu Chen was not the only one whose spirit power had improved. With the help of the special environment of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Douluo Dalu had completely refined the residual medicinal power of the earth dragon golden melon. This allowed him to increase his spirit power by another rank, breaking through from rank 93 spirit power to rank 94 spirit power. For Douluo Dalu, this was undoubtedly a matter worth rejoicing over. Before meeting Lu Chen, he only had rank 91 spirit power, and he needed to spend a large amount of time every day suppressing the highly toxic poison. This led to Douluo Dalu being jokingly referred to as the weakest titled Douluo within the circle of titled Douluo. After meeting Lu Chen, he already had rank 94 spirit power, was no longer troubled by the toxic poison, and his Jade Phosphor Serpent spirit had even evolved into the Jade Phosphorus Serpent Ancestor spirit. Especially a while ago, when Douluo Dalu single-handedly threw the 7 treasure glazed tile school into a state of panic, now, who on the outside would dare to underestimate Douluo Dalu? Furthermore, Douluo Yan's improvement was also not insignificant. In the 8 months, she had also increased her spirit power by 3 ranks, breaking through from rank 52 spirit power to rank 55 spirit power. Even after 8 months had passed, Douluo Yan was only a little over 17 years old. Following this trend, Douluo Yan had the hope of breaking through to rank 60 spirit power before the age of 20, absorbing her 6th spirit ring to become a spirit emperor. This cultivation speed was not even weaker than that of Qian Runshui, who possessed innate rank 20 spirit power. Qian Runshui's talent of innate rank 20 spirit power had been completely wasted by her. Originally, she could have been even more outstanding. But now, it is better not to speak of it. Returning to the main topic, Lu Chen breaking through to rank 80 spirit power meant that it was time for him to set off and search for a suitable 8th spirit ring. Douluo Dalu took Douluo Yan and accompanied Lu Chen as they set off together. Leaving the valley of the ice and fire yin-yang well, as the 3 of them were descending the mountain, Douluo Yan's gaze never once moved away from Lu Chen. She said in amazement, "Lan Chen, your talent is too exaggerated. In the same 8 months, you increased your spirit power by 4 ranks, while I only increased by 3 ranks. And you are in the Spirit Saint realm, while I am still only in the Spirit King realm. There is no Spirit Saint on the continent whose cultivation speed is faster than yours." Lu Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this and said candidly, "My talent is one aspect, but more importantly, this medicinal garden of Brother Douluo is the most suitable mimicry cultivation environment for me. However, it really is a bit exaggerated. Once I absorb my 8th spirit ring this time, I should be the youngest spirit Douluo on the continent." At this moment, Douluo Dalu looked at Lu Chen beside him, and he asked with a face full of curiosity, "Lan Chen, what kind of spirit beast do you intend to hunt for your 8th spirit ring?" An ordinary spirit master's 8th spirit ring is at most hunted from a 50,000 year to 70,000 year spirit beast, but you kid, when you absorbed your 7th spirit ring, you already hunted an 80,000 plus year spirit beast. What are you going to do about your 8th spirit ring this time? Don't tell me you intend to hunt a 100,000 year spirit beast. A 100,000 year spirit beast. I have never seen one in my entire life. If I really accompany you to hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast this time, I will have truly broadened my horizons. In truth, Lu Chen was also suffering from a headache over this problem. His 7th spirit ring had been hunted from an 85,000-year blue-silver king spirit beast. Now, for his 8th spirit ring, the age definitely could not be lower than 85,000 years, but where was he to find a plant spirit beast over 85,000 years old? The number of high-level plant spirit beasts was naturally fewer than high-level animal spirit beasts. In the original plot, high-level plant spirit beasts had only appeared a few times. Now, Lu Chen had absolutely no reference and could only rely on luck to find one. He would rely on the blue-silver domain to mobilize the blue-silver grass across the continent to search together, to see if he could find a 100,000-year plant spirit beast. Lu Chen gazed into the distance and said softly, "Actually, right now, I also do not know what kind of spirit beast I should hunt for my 8th spirit ring. High-level spirit beasts are extremely rare, and high-level plant spirit beasts are even rarer, like phoenix feathers and qian horns. There is simply no room for me to choose. Perhaps I can only rely on luck. Whatever spirit beast I find, I will absorb that spirit beast's spirit ring. According to my current mental force and physical constitution, absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring is definitely not a problem. It just depends on whether we have that luck this time to find a 100,000-year plant spirit beast. If we really find one, I will have to trouble Brother Douluo to put in a lot of effort." Douluo patted his chest and guaranteed, "You can rest assured about that, leave the fighting to me. I have never fought against a 100,000-year spirit beast. If there is an opportunity, I really want to try and see who is stronger, I or a 100,000-year spirit beast." After descending the mountain, Douluo, Lu Chen, and Yan did not linger too long in the Sunset Forest because the Sunset Forest did not have the 100,000-year plant spirit beast that Lu Chen was looking for. They left the Sunset Forest and traveled south all the way. After 5 days of traveling, they arrived at the Stardo Great Forest. Perhaps only the Stardo Great Forest, this spirit beast forest with the largest area on the continent, could possibly have the 100,000-year plant spirit beast that Lu Chen needed. After entering the Stardo Great Forest, Lu Chen activated the blue-silver domain. Relying on the blue-silver domain to communicate with the numerous blue-silver grass in the forest, he began to inquire about information on high-level plant spirit beasts. With numerous blue-silver grass acting as eyes and ears, as long as a 100,000-year plant spirit beast existed, Lu Chen believed he would definitely be able to find it. Chapter 79. The Mysterious Old Man. Stardo Great Forest. This was Lu Chen's second time coming here. The first time he came, he was only a spirit scholar without any spirit ring. Relying on his innate divine force, he had managed to hunt down 6 plant-type spirit beasts, allowing himself to become a support-type spirit emperor. Coming here a second time, as a quasi-spirit Douluo with rank 80 spirit power, he wanted to find a 100,000-year plant-type spirit beast to serve as his 8th spirit ring. Lu Chen wasn't actually sure if he could find a 100,000-year plant-type spirit beast. Plant-type spirit beasts of this level were truly rare. Thinking about it this way, the God-bestowed spirit ring was indeed precious. As long as one's body could withstand the energy impact of a 100,000-year spirit ring, a God-bestowed spirit ring could transform into a 100,000-year spirit ring. Without needing to expend any effort to search for or hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast, one could obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring. Lu Chen could only think about this in his heart, then conscientiously communicated with numerous blue-silver grass through his blue-silver domain to search for traces of a 100,000-year plant-type spirit beast. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 15 days. Soon half a month had passed. Although Lu Chen had found quite a few plant-type spirit beasts, their abilities were either unsuitable, or their age was not right. The most absurd thing was that through the numerous blue-silver grass, Lu Chen had even found a demon-eye demon tree with several 100,000 years of cultivation, the king of 10,000 demons. A vicious beast of this level was enough to rival a super Douluo with rank 99 spirit power. How could Lu Chen covet it? Can't afford to provoke it, definitely can't afford to provoke it. Lu Chen took Douluo and Yan and steered far clear of the king of 10,000 demons territory, not daring to get too close for fear of being caught and used as fertilizer. However, effort always has its rewards. After Lu Chen's diligent searching, he finally discovered an unusual situation. According to the reports from the blue-silver grass, a mysterious old man lived beside a lake in the Stardo Great Forest. He wove clothing using broad tree leaves and sturdy vines. The old man loved to fish every day, but after catching the fish, he didn't eat them. Instead, he released them back into the lake. He only enjoyed the process of fishing. As for food, he had always lived on wind and dew. Furthermore, this old man possessed the ability of earth burrowing. Once he encountered an attack from other spirit beasts, he could immediately shrink into the ground. In the descriptions of the blue-silver grass, this old man exuded a rich aura of life. He didn't seem like a human, but rather like a spirit beast that had become sentient. Moreover, this old man hadn't always been in the Stardo Great Forest. Initially, he had come from the outside, and feeling that the environment of the Stardo Great Forest was good, he settled down there. And this settlement had lasted for hundreds of years. When he arrived, he was already in the appearance of an old man. Up until now, he was still in the appearance of an old man. Having lived for hundreds of years, this mysterious old man was certainly not a human. Lu Chen blinked, feeling extremely excited in his heart. Based on the information he had learned, this mysterious old man was definitely a spirit beast. It was just that he didn't know what kind of spirit beast his true form was. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. And he needed to prepare in advance. Immediately, Lu Chen looked at Douluo and suddenly said, "Big brother Douluo, can you put poison into the ground? I found a spirit beast, but it possesses the ability of earth burrowing. If we cannot prepare in advance, that spirit beast could burrow into the ground and escape at any time." Hearing Lu Chen say this, Douluo immediately began to think seriously. A spirit beast possessing the ability of earth burrowing, such a spirit beast is truly rare. Putting poison into the ground is theoretically feasible. Let me try. As the words fell, Douluo began to experiment. After a simple test, he found that as long as he wrapped the deadly poison with spirit power, he could make it spread rapidly underground. Having received a definite answer from Douluo, Lu Chen took Douluo and Yan to the location where the old man was. 4 hours later, relying on his blue-silver domain, Lu Chen fully concealed the aura of the three of them. Without alerting the old man, they arrived in the forest by the lake, and then he let Douluo begin to poison the area. Douluo didn't speak, just nodded, and then wrapped the jade phosphor serpent poison with his spirit power and injected it into the ground beneath his feet. And through the diffusion of his spirit power, he made the jade phosphor serpent poison spread rapidly. In just a few minutes, the soil within a radius of 1,000 meters was permeated with jade phosphor serpent poison. All the plants within this 1,000-meter radius, after absorbing the jade phosphor serpent poison, rapidly turned yellow and withered. Noticing such a scene, the old man sitting by the lake fishing finally realized something was wrong. Extremely sensitive to danger, he immediately wanted to earth burrow and escape. With a swoosh, he darted into the ground. However, after only 3 seconds, the old man darted back out from the ground. The grass vines and leaves on his body had withered and turned yellow, and even his face had taken on a greenish hue. He had been poisoned. The old man cursed. "Damn it, who is plotting against me? To actually plant deadly poison in the ground in advance. Knowing me so well, that's impossible. I never appear outside easily." This old man had never appeared in front of humans, but he had never hidden himself from the ubiquitous blue-silver grass either. Running into a spirit master like Lu Chen, who possessed the blue-silver domain and could communicate with blue-silver grass, all his secrets were exposed. Seeing this situation, Lu Chen's face immediately showed joy. Putting poison in the ground was indeed able to restrain this old man's earth-burrowing ability. Lu Chen seized the opportunity to attack. Blue-silver domain, all-encompassing forest. The next moment, a large number of blue-silver vines, under Lu Chen's control, spread toward the old man from all directions. After the old man was poisoned, his movements became significantly slower. Coupled with the fact that the ground was full of jade phosphor serpent poison, he couldn't earth burrow and escape again. He could only watch helplessly as the blue-silver vines darting from all directions, like snakes and pythons, wrapped his body into a zongzi dumpling. After being caught, the old man was filled with disbelief. "Blue-silver emperor, why do you want to take action against this old man? This old man has never had any grudges with you. At this moment, Lu Chen walked out from the forest, looking at the old man who was tied up like a dumpling. He didn't hesitate at all. Blue Silver Overlord Spear. Lu Chen raised his right hand, and overwhelming blue light was released from his right arm. All the blue light gathered in his palm, and then extended to both sides, forming a 3-meter-long blue spear. He didn't know if this old man had any other means. Regardless, he would severely injure him first. Lu Chen raised the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, exerted force in his hand, and threw it toward the old man's position. Rip! The Blue-Silver Overlord Spear tore through the air, emitting a series of sharp whistles. Like a bolt of blue lightning, in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the old man and, with a bang, pierced through the old man's chest. Although his chest was pierced, there was not a trace of fear on the old man's face. He looked at Lu Chen with a dazed expression. You are a human. That's impossible. How could a human awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul? Could it be that you are of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline? As his words fell, his figure suddenly twisted, making people feel their eyes blur, and then his figure stabilized again. The Blue-Silver Overlord Spear that had originally pierced his chest was now gone, and there wasn't even a single wound left on his chest, as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. Lu Chen's eyes widened when he saw this. He stared fixedly at the old man opposite him. He saw that there was indeed no wound on the old man's body. Not right, something is wrong. Lu Chen suddenly discovered that a ginseng root whisker had fallen from the old man's body. That ginseng root whisker was broken into 2 pieces in the middle. It wasn't that the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear hadn't caused damage to this old man, but that the damage caused had been transferred away by this old man. This old man not only possessed the ability of earth burrowing, but also possessed the ability to transfer damage. What a powerful support ability. At this time, the old man said with a proud look. Human, although this old man doesn't have any offensive means, don't even think about killing me. As for the bit of poison on my body, it will soon be absorbed and digested by me. How about you let me go, and we will mind our own business. Chapter 80. The Proposal of Sacrifice. You have the ability to transfer damage. I don't believe you can keep transferring damage forever. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he spoke with a resonant voice. He then raised his right hand, once again conjuring a 3-meter-long Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. The spear tip shimmered with a chilling light, carrying a sharpness that felt capable of piercing through everything. Lu Chen's muscles tightened. He lunged forward, unleashed all his strength, and thrust the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear straight ahead with both hands. Rip! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh, the tip of the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear once again tore through the old man's chest. Lu Chen twisted the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, shredding the organs inside the old man's chest, then quickly pulled it out. Blood flowed continuously from the old man's chest, yet he remained calm and spoke placidly. I have already told you, you cannot kill me. Sure enough, the very next instant, the old man's figure distorted. Once he stabilized again, the bloody hole in his chest had already vanished. Then, a ginseng root, broken into 2, fell from his body and landed silently on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chen was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes shone with excitement. This ability to transfer damage was simply too miraculous. It was truly a top-tier support skill. He had to obtain it. Lu Chen said firmly, if I can't kill you once, I'll kill you 10 times. If I can't kill you 10 times, I'll kill you 100 times. Unless your damage transfer ability is infinite, I am determined to kill you today. With those words, Lu Chen raised his spear and thrust again. Relying on the sharp tip of the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, he easily tore through the old man's chest. After the old man used his damage transfer ability to shift the damage to the ginseng root and restored himself to his original state, Lu Chen repeated the same action. He was determined to possess the old man's damage transfer ability. The old man had been calm at first, but seeing Lu Chen's unyielding, death-defying stance, he actually began to panic. His damage transfer ability ultimately had a limit. If Lu Chen kept going like this, it was only a matter of time before he was killed. The old man attempted to negotiate, his aged voice carrying a tone of persuasion. Human, you have seen it for yourself, I cannot die. Even if you kill me 10 times or 100 times, I will not die. Since you cannot kill me, why waste your effort? As long as you are willing to let me go, I can give you 3 life-saving roots. If you carry these life-saving roots with you, once you suffer fatal damage, the fatal damage will be transferred to the life-saving roots, leaving you unharmed. How about that? 3 life-saving roots are effectively 3 lives, capable of helping you avoid fatal damage 3 times. Lu Chen grinned at this. He raised his spear and thrust again, tearing through the old man's chest, and said with a firm voice, "Once I kill you and absorb your spirit ring and spirit bone, your damage transfer ability will belong to me. 3 life-saving roots won't satisfy me. I want all of your abilities." The old man's face darkened, and his tone revealed a hint of threat. "Human, do you really think I can do nothing to you? As a 100,000-year spirit beast, I am definitely not as simple as I appear. At worst, I will perish together with you." Lu Chen's eyes widened as he heard this, and his face displayed pleasant surprise. "That's great. You are actually a 100,000-year spirit beast. Originally, I didn't know your true form or your age, so I was hesitant about whether to absorb your spirit ring and spirit bone. Now there is nothing to hesitate about. Whatever means you have, bring them out." While speaking, Lu Chen thrust his spear again. With a rip, he tore through the old man's chest and shredded his internal organs. The old man's figure distorted once more, relying on his damage transfer ability to restore himself to perfect condition. Facing the stubborn Lu Chen, the old man finally decided not to hold back any longer. He let out a loud shout and unleashed his aura with full force. Whoosh, whoosh, the violent aura, churning up monstrous gales, slammed toward Lu Chen like a mountain collapse or a tsunami. Lu Chen was hit head-on by the aura and was sent flying directly. He reacted quickly, tensing his body to stabilize himself, and landed steadily several dozen meters away. After landing, Lu Chen discovered that he was not injured at all. That aura had looked imposing, but other than knocking him away, it had no power whatsoever. He raised an eyebrow and said, "It was like being hit by a ball of cotton. You old man really have profound cultivation, but it's a pity, you have absolutely no offensive capabilities. Even your aura is so soft and weak." On the other side, after the old man unleashed his aura and knocked Lu Chen away, he began trying to break free from the blue-silver vines binding him. In truth, the old man felt bitter inside. Although he possessed heaven-defying cultivation, he had no offensive capabilities whatsoever. In normal times, he had the earth-burrowing ability and could transfer damage. Ordinary humans or spirit beasts couldn't even dream of harming him. But now, the ground beneath him was filled with deadly poison. He couldn't use earth-burrowing to escape, and he was bound up like a zongzi by the blue-silver vines, leaving him to be slaughtered at will. Discovering all of this, Lu Chen certainly wouldn't let the old man escape. He immediately activated the blue-silver vines, binding the old man even tighter. At the same time, he cast blue-silver blessing on himself, channeling the power of life into his body, increasing all his attributes by 100%. Feeling the surging power exploding within his body, Lu Chen let out a loud roar. Braving the aura unleashed by the old man, he raised the blue-silver overlord spear and thrust toward him once again. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had rushed in front of the old man. The gale struck, lifting his robes and causing his long blue hair to dance wildly. Rip! Lu Chen's blue-silver overlord spear tore through the flesh on the old man's chest once again, opening a bloody hole in his chest and shredding his internal organs. The old man's lips twitched, and he closed his eyes with a pained expression. He was truly out of options. The next instant, the old man's figure distorted, and he once again used his damage transfer ability to restore himself to perfect condition. But this time, he suddenly shouted, "Human, I admit defeat today. You have already killed me 9 times, if you kill me again, I will truly die. Let's negotiate. You want my spirit ring and spirit bone. I can sacrifice myself to you, allowing you to absorb my spirit ring and spirit bone without any danger. But you must also swear that once you master the ability to bring the dead back to life, you must resurrect me and restore my freedom. You are the Blue-Silver Emperor. Relying on the life force of the Blue-Silver Emperor, mastering the ability to bring the dead back to life is not impossible. Think about it carefully, otherwise, with my 100,000-year cultivation, absorbing my spirit ring and spirit bone will not be such a simple matter." Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately stopped his attack. So this old man only had the ability to transfer damage 9 times. However, this was already quite powerful. As for the old man's proposal, Lu Chen began to think seriously about it. If this 100,000-year spirit beast was willing to actively sacrifice itself, it would indeed allow him to absorb it without any danger. Lu Chen tentatively asked, "Then, why don't you start by introducing yourself?" Chapter 81. 10,000-year 9th grade Ginseng King. Hearing Lu Chen's question, the old man's face revealed a hint of pride. My original form is a 10,000-year 9th grade Ginseng King, named Ziyang Life Returning Ginseng. Each grade represents 10,000 years of cultivation. As a 9th grade Ginseng King, I was born with 90,000 years of cultivation. I only had to cultivate for 10,000 years to become a 100,000-year spirit beast, mastering all sorts of magical skills: earth burrowing, transformation, damage transfer, healing wounds and removing illnesses. Speaking until the end, the old man's mood began to grow dejected. As a ginseng, even though I possess heaven-defying cultivation, I cannot learn any offensive skills. I only have some self-preservation abilities. In this Stardow Great Forest, which 10,000-year spirit beast or 100,000-year spirit beast hasn't set their sights on me, wanting to swallow me to increase their cultivation and become even stronger. But no one could catch me. In this forest, I could use earth burrowing to leave at any time. Today, I ran into you, a human brat, and you actually poisoned the soil. I truly have fallen into your trap. I do not want to be killed. Once soul flying away and spirit scattering happens, I will be completely finished. As long as you swear now that when you have the ability to bring the dead back to life, you will immediately resurrect me and return my freedom, I will sacrifice myself to you right now." While the old man was speaking, Douluo Bo brought Douluo Yan, and the two walked over to this side. Douluo Bo heard the old man's words and revealed an expression of amazement. "So this is a 100,000-year spirit beast. This is the first time in my life I have seen one. A 10,000-year 9th grade Ginseng King, where each grade is 10,000 years of cultivation. It is truly breathtaking. It is a pity it has no combat ability. I hadn't even made a move, and this 10,000-year 9th grade Ginseng King had already been subdued." Douluo Yan looked at Lu Chen without blinking, her small face beaming with smiles, genuinely feeling happy for Lu Chen. "Lan Chen, congratulations. It looks like you are about to possess a 100,000-year 8th spirit ring." Lu Chen turned his head to look at Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan and said, "Big brother Douluo, Yan, after the sacrifice begins in a moment, I will have to trouble you both to act as my protector." Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Afterwards, Lu Chen looked at the old man and said with a serious face, "I can accept your proposal. As long as you are willing to sacrifice yourself to me, when I have the ability to bring the dead back to life, I will definitely resurrect you and return your freedom. I hope you do not try any tricks. The person beside me is a titled Douluo. If you make any untoward moves, he can take your life at any moment." The old man looked at Douluo Bo, a trace of wariness clearly appearing in his eyes. "I smell a familiar scent on you. The deadly poison beneath the ground was placed by you, right?" Douluo Bo nodded and admitted it very calmly. The old man's complexion was extremely ugly. If it weren't for the deadly poison Douluo Bo used, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Relying on his earth-burrowing ability, he could come and go as he pleased. He would never have been caught by anyone. After a while, the old man looked at Lu Chen again, with an expression of complete resignation. "I will honestly sacrifice myself, but I hope you can make a formal oath, otherwise I cannot rest assured." Lu Chen thought for a moment. For a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, swearing an oath was fine. "I swear by my blue-silver emperor martial soul, as long as the Ziyang Life Returning Ginseng sacrifices itself to me, once I possess the ability to bring the dead back to life, I will definitely resurrect it and return its freedom. If I violate this oath, may my spirit shatter and my cultivation never progress an inch for the rest of my life." Hearing Lu Chen's oath, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. Although he would lose all his cultivation, at least he could save his life. "My cultivation is now yours." As his voice fell, an infinite purple light suddenly burst forth from the old man's body. A terrifying energy fluctuation quickly sealed the surrounding world, forming a special barrier. Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan were blasted away by that energy, leaving only Lu Chen inside the barrier. This old man indeed possessed 100,000 years of cultivation. At this moment, as he released his 100,000 years of cultivation, even Douluo felt a tightness in his chest, and as for Yan, she even felt difficulty breathing. If it weren't for the fact that all of this old man's skills were focused on self-preservation, it would have been absolutely impossible for Lu Chen to take down a 100,000-year spirit beast without going through a fierce battle. And inside the special barrier, the old man's figure gradually became transparent. This was because as the sacrificial process began, the energy in the old man's body was being rapidly extracted. That massive amount of extracted energy was continuously pouring into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen only felt a surging and massive wave of energy rapidly sweeping through his body, filling his meridians to the brim. Because the old man had actively sacrificed himself, this massive energy hardly needed to be refined, it actively merged into his limbs, bones, and internal organs. Under the scouring of the energy, every cell in his body was undergoing a rebirth, experiencing round after round of strengthening, making him feel that he was becoming stronger every single moment. It was not just a transformation of the body. It also included a transformation of the spirit. The massive energy of the 100,000-year spirit beast nourished Lu Chen in every aspect, from his body to his soul. He was undergoing a rebirth-like strengthening. Lu Chen felt his spirit lift and exerted all his strength to drive the blue-silver emperor martial soul, beginning to accelerate the absorption of that massive energy. He felt a warmth inside and outside his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Time seemed to lose its meaning. By the time Lu Chen came back to his senses, it had already been 12 hours. After absorbing for an entire day, Lu Chen successfully absorbed the old man's spirit ring and spirit bone. Because the old man had actively sacrificed himself, Lu Chen did not even feel the slightest bit of pain. Just then, Lu Chen opened his pair of clear, azure eyes, which were flashing with dazzling brilliance. He rose from the ground and casually stretched his limbs, and a sound like popping beans erupted from his entire body. How refreshing! Power is surging up from my body continuously. Lu Chen sighed with emotion, then carefully sensed his own spirit power. My spirit power soared directly from level 80 to level 84. Great, this has saved me at least half a year of cultivate time. At the same time, seeing that Lu Chen had woken up, Douluo and Yan, who were standing in the distance, immediately walked over and offered their congratulations. Douluo could not suppress his curiosity and asked, Lan Chen, a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone are recognized treasures in the spirit master's world. After absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, what improvements have they brought you? Hearing this, Lu Chen could not suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up. He was simply too happy. He did not hide anything and said very frankly, let's talk about the spirit bone skills first. This 100,000 years Ziyang life returning ginseng gave me a left leg bone. There are two skills in the left leg bone. One is earth burrowing, and the other is transformation. Earth burrowing, as the name implies, allows me to dive into the earth. In the future, when I encounter enemies, as long as I hide in the ground, basically no one can do anything to me. Transformation can change the body from the inside out. The old man from before, his original form was a 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king. He was a 100,000-year spirit beast, but he did not undergo human transformation and recultivation. It was precisely by relying on this transformation skill that he was able to turn himself into a human form. Lu Chen had the disguise ability of the blue-silver domain, but that disguise ability, to put it bluntly, was just putting on a mask for himself. His body did not undergo any essential changes. However, this transformation ability can truly change the body. It can not only turn into other people but even into spirit beasts. Of course, I cannot obtain the abilities of others or spirit beasts. I only thoroughly change into the appearance of others or spirit beasts. Chapter 82 Substitute Blue-Silver Emperor, Reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor. Earth burrowing, transformation. These are all very practical auxiliary methods, but they are not enough to shock people into gasping. What Lu Chen was about to say next was the main point. The 100,000-year 8th spirit ring brought to me by the 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king has two skills in total. The first skill is named Substitute Blue-Silver Emperor, and the second skill is named Reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor. As for their effects, I will demonstrate them to you on the spot. As his voice fell, Lu Chen summoned his blue-silver emperor martial soul. I saw a crystal-clear blue-silver emperor, with roots and leaves covered in golden patterns, growing out of thin air in front of Lu Chen. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red. That final red spirit ring was flashing with an eerie light, emitting a terrifying pressure that made people palpitate. Lu Chen's first 6 spirit rings were all disguised by him, otherwise, his spirit ring configuration would have been even more shocking. After all, his true spirit ring configuration was purple, 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 black, 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 red. 3 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. This was a spirit ring configuration that transcended common sense and was enough to drop anyone's jaw. At this moment, Du Gubo and Du Guyan were both attracted by the 8th spirit ring on Lu Chen that was flashing with an eerie light. A red spirit ring. 100,000-year spirit ring. In the current continent, titled Douluo who could have a 100,000-year spirit ring as their 9th spirit ring were few and far between. Now, Lu Chen had managed to get a 100,000-year spirit ring as his 8th spirit ring. It was no wonder that Du Gubo and Du Guyan were almost staring fixedly. Lu Chen let out a low shout. 8th spirit ability, substitute blue-silver. Emperor. As soon as these words were spoken, his 8th spirit ring, which was flashing with an eerie light, lit up with an incomparably dazzling and brilliant light. The spirit power in Lu Chen's body was continuously poured into his blue-silver emperor martial soul, making his blue-silver emperor martial soul blossom with light. Amidst the brilliant light, his blue-silver emperor martial soul branched out into 2 palm-sized blue-silver emperors. Lu Chen raised both his left and right hands simultaneously, taking the 2 palm-sized blue-silver emperors into his hands. He casually tossed one of them to Du Gubo. Du Gubo caught it smoothly, then looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression. I saw Lu Chen walk in front of Du Guyan, gently take Du Guyan's slender jade hand, and place the other palm-sized blue-silver emperor into her palm with extreme solemnity. Yan Yan, you must keep this substitute blue-silver emperor safe and carry it with you. By carrying it on you, you can connect your qi with it. If you nourish it with your spirit power in the future, it will never wither. If one day in the future you suffer fatal damage, the fatal damage you receive will be transferred to the substitute blue-silver emperor. This is equivalent to giving a person an extra life, and this is the effect of the substitute blue-silver emperor. Facing this intimate gesture from Lu Chen, Du Guyan felt exceptionally sweet in her heart. The gaze she directed at Lu Chen was already becoming affectionate and lingering. Du Guyan didn't even take the effect of the substitute blue-silver emperor that Lu Chen introduced to heart. Just because this substitute blue-silver emperor was handed to her by Lu Chen personally, she held it tightly in her hand and said with a voice full of infinite tenderness, I know. I will definitely carry this blue-silver emperor with me. This is the first gift you've ever given me, hee. On the other side, Du Gubo, who was originally shocked by the effect of the substitute blue-silver emperor, suddenly had a face as black as the bottom of a pot, glaring at Lu Chen with his beard blowing and eyes wide. This brat, before he revealed his true appearance, would still pretend to be serious in front of his granddaughter. Now it's different. Since revealing his true appearance, he flirts with his granddaughter all day long, regardless of whether he is there or not, even flirting with his granddaughter right in front of him. Regarding Lu Chen's appearance, temperament, talent, and strength, Du Gubo still approved of these, but could you two please restrain yourselves a bit in front of me? Du Gubo coughed twice with a dark face and said, Lan Chen, doesn't your 8th spirit ring have 2 skills? We already know the effect of the substitute blue-silver emperor, but you haven't introduced the effect of the reincarnation blue-silver emperor yet. Hearing Du Gubo say this, Lu Chen released Du Guyan's hand and unleashed the 2nd skill of his 8th spirit ring, 8th spirit ability, reincarnation blue-silver emperor. In an instant, his 8th spirit ring lit up again, shining with an extremely brilliant light. The remaining half of the spirit power in his body was poured into his blue-silver emperor martial soul again, making his blue-silver emperor martial soul blossom with light. Amidst the brilliant light, his blue-silver emperor martial soul branched out into another palm-sized blue-silver emperor. Lu Chen reached out and grasped this palm-sized blue-silver emperor. His expression became solemn, and his gaze swept over Du Gubo and Du Guyan as he explained, the substitute blue-silver emperor is actually for transferring damage, while this reincarnation blue-silver emperor can achieve resurrection from the dead. After any human or spirit beast is killed, as long as their soul has not suffered soul flying away and spirit scattering, you can cast their soul into this reincarnation blue-silver emperor. The reincarnation blue-silver emperor can evolve a new body and resurrect this soul. Of course, resurrection has limitations. For example, if the soul of a powerful expert is cast into the reincarnation blue-silver emperor, the new body evolved by the reincarnation blue-silver emperor cannot replicate their full strength. At most, it can only recover 1/10 of their strength. After resurrection, the expert can still continue to cultivate. If they cultivate steadily for a few decades, perhaps there is hope to restore their peak strength. In addition, the resurrection effect is also related to the integrity of the soul. The more complete the soul, the better the effect after resurrection. If it is a fragmented soul, they might become a fool after resurrection. After listening to Lu Chen's introduction, Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan were both stunned. This was a divine skill. The ability to resurrect the dead. Even if resurrection had various limitations, the ability to bring the dead back to life belonged to the category of divine skills. Douluo Dalu widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "With just this one skill, as long as you announce it on the continent, any spirit master on the continent will definitely treat you as a god. People are all afraid of death. Who wouldn't want to be able to be resurrected after being killed? Even if they would lose power because of it, no matter what, at least they would still be alive." Lu Chen nodded and responded, "Yes, this skill is simply a divine skill. It just so happens that I have a soul on me. Let's test the specific effect of this skill." Subsequently, Lu Chen pulled the soul of the 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king out of his left leg bone and cast it into the reincarnation blue-silver emperor. Just after the soul of the 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king fused with the reincarnation blue-silver emperor, the reincarnation blue-silver emperor blossomed with brilliant light. Amidst the brilliant light, the reincarnation blue-silver emperor began to evolve a body. Based on the nature of the soul, it would automatically match it, ultimately reaching the point of being in harmony with the soul. This evolution process was not fast, it could even be said to be very slow. But this was, after all, resurrection from the dead. Lu Chen, Douluo Dalu, and Douluo Yan, who were watching the evolution, were all very patient. They waited for 3 days and 3 nights by this lake before this reincarnation blue-silver emperor finally finished evolving. I saw an elderly man with white hair and beard lying on the lawn, stark naked. What was strange was that this old man did not have male organs, nor did he have female organs. The area between his legs was completely empty. However, thinking about it seriously, this was the 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king. Perhaps he originally had no gender, and therefore had no corresponding organs. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. He had finally awakened from his deep sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he discovered that Lu Chen, Douluo Dalu, and Douluo Yan were staring at him. The old man hurriedly got up. As he got up, he discovered that he once again possessed a body. The old man said with a look of surprise, "Has this old man been resurrected so quickly?" Lu Chen replied to this, "I have now fulfilled my vow. After I gained the ability to resurrect the dead, I resurrected you at the first opportunity. Although your cultivation is less than 1/10 of what it was, you can still continue to cultivate, and your various abilities should still be there. Alright, since you are awake, we should be going." As his voice fell, Lu Chen, along with the amazed Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan, turned and left this place. Back where he was, the 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king sensed his body and found that his cultivation was indeed less than 1/10 of what it was, with at most 10,000 years of cultivation left. He sighed and said, "At least, I am still alive, and this might not be a bad thing. After my cultivation reached 100,000 years, I would sooner or later have to face the heavenly tribulation. Now that my cultivation is only 10,000 years, the threat of the heavenly tribulation is gone instead. My various abilities are still here, and there is no danger to my life. The sacrifice can be considered a blessing in disguise." Chapter 83. Ambush at the city gate. High in the sky, Douluo Dalu grabbed Lu Chen with one hand and Douluo Yan with the other, flying northward at high speed. A trace of shock still lingered on Douluo Dalu's face. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Lan Chen, I only knew before that a 100,000-year spirit ring is recognized as a supreme treasure in the spirit master's world, but I had never witnessed the terror of a 100,000-year spirit ring with my own eyes. I've certainly learned something new this time. Your 8th 100,000-year spirit ring has 2 skills that are like divine techniques. Tisk tisk, one is substitute blue silver emperor, which can transfer fatal damage received, and the other is reincarnation blue silver emperor, which can even bring the dead back to life. As long as these 2 skills of yours are made public, all the spirit masters on the continent will go crazy for them. If you were to become an enemy of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I believe countless spirit masters would risk their lives to follow you. Substitute blue silver emperor, reincarnation blue silver emperor. These 2 spirit abilities were indeed excellent, but Lu Chen was still somewhat dissatisfied. Perhaps he was being greedy, but the resurrection skill he wanted was one that could restore him to his peak state. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, I don't have the time to be an enemy of the 7 treasure glazed tile school right now. That 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king sacrificed itself to me, raising my spirit power from level 80 to level 84. I am only 6 levels of spirit power away from becoming a level 90 quasi-titled Douluo. Of course, I must seize the time to cultivate and break through to level 90 spirit power as soon as possible. When the day comes that I become a titled Douluo, I will slowly settle some old scores. Hearing that Lu Chen wanted to cultivate again, Du Guyan, who was beside him, was somewhat unhappy. Her emerald green eyes flashed with a strange light as she looked at Lu Chen, and she said in a coquettish tone, cultivating again. We just finished nearly a year of cultivation. We should at least take a break and catch our breath. You obtained a 100,000-year 8th spirit ring, so let's treat it as a celebration. Let's go back to Heaven Do City, and you can accompany me shopping, buying clothes and jewelry, okay? Facing Du Guyan's coquettishness, Lu Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse. Besides, it wouldn't delay things for more than a few days, so he nodded and agreed. No problem. Let's return to Heaven Do City first. However, I cannot return with this face. In front of outsiders, I still need to be properly disguised. As he spoke, Lu Chen activated the transformation skill of his left leg bone. It was different from the camouflage skill of the blue-silver domain. After he activated the transformation skill, the skin, flesh, and bones of his face began to undergo subtle adjustments, and soon it turned into the face of a completely unfamiliar middle-aged man. A camouflage skill is equivalent to wearing a mask, but a transformation skill is true face sculpting. Now, no matter who it is, even if their mental force exceeds Lu Chen's by 10 times, it would be impossible to see any flaws. Du Guyan looked at Lu Chen's plain, middle-aged face, and she felt a little disappointed in her heart. She had wanted to go on a date with Lu Chen, but seeing his disguised face, she couldn't muster any interest in dating. Du Guyan sighed in her heart. Lan Chen is too cautious. It seems that before he breaks through to titled Douluo, it is impossible for him to go on a date with me using his real face. Since Lu Chen and Du Guyan had decided to return to Heaven Do City, Du Gubo naturally did not object, and he took them both and flew towards Heaven Do City. After 3 days of traveling, they returned to Heaven Do City. At the city gate, Du Gubo, Lu Chen, and Du Guyan blended into the bustling crowd and walked towards the city gate together. Everything was going well, but suddenly, a figure riding a tall white horse without a single blemish galloped out from the city gate. After leaving the city, the figure on the white horse shouted, Lan Chen, run! Your identity has been exposed, and Spirit Hall has sent Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to capture you. The person speaking was none other than the Heaven Do Crown Prince, Shui Qing. He had sent people to block the city gate in advance. Once they discovered Du Gubo, Du Guyan, and Lu Chen, they were to report to him immediately, and he would then rush out to warn Lu Chen. Hearing this, Lu Chen was almost full of question marks. I'm exposed. If I'm exposed, why do you still call me Lan Chen? Even if my speed of cultivation is a bit fast, Spirit Hall wouldn't go so far as to send Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to capture me in public, right? The next instant, 2 figures, one black and one white, flew out from inside the city gate. 2 extremely terrifying auras spread from their bodies, causing everyone present to be thrown into chaos. Titled Douluo, and 2 of them, The black figure was shrouded in black mist from head to toe, making it impossible for people to see his true face. The white figure had a feminine appearance, with long, smooth hair draped casually behind his head. He wore a white robe embroidered with chrysanthemum patterns. He had an Adam's apple, so he should be a man, but his affected and pretentious posture was no different from a woman's. According to what Shui Qing said just now, these two must be the henchmen of Spirit Hall. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan. Ghost Douluo, Gui Mei. The feminine-looking Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, said in a shrill, eerie voice. Spirit Hall is conducting business, all bystanders, clear out. As soon as these words were spoken, the pedestrians who had been entering and leaving the city gate immediately scrambled to scatter in all directions. Among these pedestrians, there were many nobles with high status, and even spirit masters with considerable strength. But facing two titled Douluo like Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, how could they dare to say a single word of objection? In front of a titled Douluo, their noble status and spirit master status were completely useless. Soon, only a few people remained at the city gate. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, Ghost Douluo Gui Mei, Heaven Do Crown Prince Shui Qing, and Lu Chen, Dugu Bo, and Dugu Yan. As for the other pedestrians, they had already fled far away. At this moment, Dugu Bo's eyes widened as he glared at Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and shouted. Chrysanthemum Guan, I have some grudges with you, but what are you trying to do? Publicly blocking us in Heaven Do City. This is settling a personal vendetta. I am not afraid of you now. Hearing the name, Chrysanthemum Guan, a flash of killing intent shot through Yu Guan's eyes. But thinking of the mission, he suppressed his killing intent and looked coldly at Dugu Bo, saying, Old poison, this has nothing to do with you. The person we are looking for is Lan Chen. His identity has been exposed, and we are here to capture him and take him back to Spirit Hall. At this time, the Heaven Do Crown Prince, Shui Qing, who had not left, sat on his tall white horse and argued loudly. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, you are slandering him. Neither Poison Douluo, nor Sword Douluo or Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have seen any traces of beast-to-human transformation on Lan Chen. You haven't even met the person, so on what grounds do you slander him as a beast-to-human transformation? This time, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were sent by Bibi Dong, they were not called by Shui Qing. Even if Shui Qing wanted to show favor to Lu Chen, he would not tell Bibi Dong the information. This was something Bibi Dong deduced herself, although Shui Qing had given orders not to let Snake Lance Douluo spread his deductions. However, when Snake Lance Douluo returned to Spirit Hall to check the records, he could not hide it from Bibi Dong's surveillance. Bibi Dong was a 98th level Super Douluo. Although the Rakshasa God legacy prevented her from exerting her full strength, her mental force was sharp enough to easily observe all of Snake Lance Douluo's movements. Based on the materials Snake Lance Douluo had checked, Bibi Dong deduced the same conclusion as Snake Lance Douluo. Lu Chen possessed the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul and had always been concealing his past, so he must be a beast-to-human transformation, just like Ah Yin 10 years ago. This made Bibi Dong extremely excited. She was having a headache about adding spirit rings to her second spirit, and now that a 100,000-year beast-to-human transformation had appeared, she immediately dispatched Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, ordering them to capture Lan Chen and bring him back to Spirit Hall. They had also investigated Lan Chen and knew that Lan Chen's Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul could borrow the power of numerous blue-silver grass in the wild, so they could not capture him in the wild. If they captured him in Heaven Do City, that would be a provocation to the Heaven Do imperial family. After all, Heaven Do City was the territory of the Heaven Do imperial family, and the Heaven Do imperial family could send troops to intervene. After comprehensive consideration, they decided to conduct the capture at the city gate. Just like now, as high-ranking members of Spirit Hall, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo certainly knew the true identity of the Shui Qing in front of them, so they acted very politely. Chrysanthemum Douluo even took the initiative to explain. Lan Chen's biggest problem is his spirit. Only Ah Yin from 10 years ago possessed the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul, and Ah Yin was a 100,000-year beast-to-human transformation. Apart from Ah Yin, no second person has possessed the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul. Now that Lan Chen possesses the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul, this is his biggest flaw. He has also been secretive about his appearance, background, and origin. These undoubtedly indicate that there is a secret about Lan Chen. This secret is that he is not human, but a beast-to-human transformation. He has disguised himself, so it is normal that Poison Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo could not tell. Lan Chen, if you are a true human, then come back with us to Spirit Hall to accept an investigation. If you are truly innocent, we will certainly return your freedom. If you are a beast-to-human transformation, there is absolutely no logic for peaceful coexistence between humans and spirit beasts. Chapter 84. Two-Phase Stasis Domain. Beast-to-human transformation. Me. Lu Chen pointed at himself, his expression quite vivid. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He truly hadn't expected that the people from Spirit Hall would mistake him for a beast-to-human transformation simply because of a blue-silver emperor martial soul. Lu Chen pondered it for a moment, and it actually seemed to make sense. On the Douluo continent, no one had ever awakened a blue-silver emperor martial soul. At most, they awakened a blue-silver grass martial soul, and usually, they didn't even have any innate spirit power. For the few lucky ones, their spirit power could never exceed level 1. Level 1 spirit power was as good as having none, making it impossible to cultivate and become a spirit master. He possessed the blue-silver emperor martial soul, and had always hidden his true appearance, background, origins, and past. It was all completely blank. Good grief. Even he was starting to believe that he was a blue-silver emperor beast-to-human transformation. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he knew he was human, he couldn't possibly go with Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to Spirit Hall to prove his innocence. Given his talent, once he fell into the hands of that madwoman, Bibi Dong, if he didn't join Spirit Hall and become her dog, she would certainly label him a beast-to-human transformation and execute him openly. Lu Chen would never entrust his life and death to someone else's whim. Lu Chen turned to look at Dougou Bo and Dougou Yan. Brother Dougou, Yan, you know better than anyone why I hid my true identity. I cannot be a beast-to-human transformation. Now that Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo want to drag me to Spirit Hall, I will absolutely not surrender without a fight. From now on, I will most likely be an enemy of Spirit Hall. Are you willing to be with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Dougou Yan grasped Lu Chen's hand. Without hesitation, her small face was filled with determination, and she said loudly in an indignant tone. Although Spirit Hall is powerful, they cannot bully people like this, slandering you as a beast-to-human transformation and trying to drag you to Spirit Hall. I absolutely won't agree to this. If we're to be enemies, then so be it. Besides, our Dougou family has never been on the same side as Spirit Hall. Grandpa, don't you agree? Dougou Bo stepped forward, blocking the path in front of Lu Chen and Dougou Yan. The terrifying pressure of his level 94 spirit power erupted from his body, causing the surrounding air to become viscous. He stared straight at Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, his eyes devoid of any fear, and shouted in a deep voice. Based solely on your one-sided words, I absolutely do not believe Lan Chen is any kind of beast-to-human transformation. I only trust my own eyes. Lan Chen's talent is a bit better, and you at Spirit Hall are overcome with jealousy, wanting to strangle this genius in the cradle. HMPH. If you want to touch Lan Chen today, you'll have to get past me first. Chrysanthemum Guan, you've come at just the right time. I still remember the grudge of your past pursuit clearly. Today, we will settle both old and new scores. When Yu Guan heard Dougou Bo's words, the killing intent he had suppressed rose up once again. He said murderously, "Stubborn fool. Dougou Bo, your strength has indeed improved quickly, but do you think that's enough to contend with us? It seems that after making the 7 treasure glazed tile school suffer a setback, you've become a bit too arrogant. The Supreme Pontiff sent the two of us here, of course, because we are confident we can suppress you. Old Ghost, use that move. Don't give this old poison master a chance to gain any buffs." Gui Mei said succinctly. Good. The next instant, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei said in unison, Two-Phase Stasis Domain. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Beneath their feet, spirit ring after spirit ring rose up. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, they were all the optimal spirit ring configuration. A total of 18 spirit rings overlapped in the sky. An unimaginably vast power was released from Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, instantly locking down everything in the vicinity. Seeing this, Douluo's expression changed drastically. He only had time to turn and throw Lu Chen and Douluo Yan out of the range of the two-phase stasis domain. You go first. This is their spirit fusion skill. Before he could finish, Douluo was locked within the two-phase stasis domain. His body felt as if it had been shackled. He couldn't even move a muscle, and the spirit power within his body was suppressed to a crawl. This was the spirit fusion skill of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the two-phase stasis domain. Once successfully cast, it was enough to suppress any titled Douluo. Perhaps only a level 99 Super Douluo would be able to force their way through the domain. As for Douluo, it was impossible for him to forcibly break through this domain. Of course, there was good news. After Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo cast the spirit fusion skill, they themselves would also be unable to move, needing to use all their effort to maintain the skill. Right now, it was equivalent to Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Douluo all losing their combat ability, forced to remain in this stalemate. As for Lu Chen and Douluo Yan, who had been thrown out of the range of the two-phase stasis domain, they hadn't even had a chance to say anything before they were surrounded again. Platinum Bishop Solace of the Heaven Do City Spirit Temple, leading 4 Spirit Saint-level Cardinal Bishops and 8 Spirit Emperor-level Black-robed Bishops, had quickly surrounded Lu Chen and Douluo Yan after exiting the city. At this moment, Shui Qing looked at Solace with cold, stern eyes. Solace, you are the Platinum Bishop of the Heaven Do City Spirit Temple. Your status is noble, and you have great autonomous power. Now, are you also getting involved in this matter? Lan Chen is my honored guest. If you dare to harm him, don't blame me for mobilizing troops to surround your Heaven Do City Spirit Temple. Solace trembled inwardly. He wasn't afraid of Shui Qing mobilizing troops. After all, he was the Platinum Bishop of the Heaven Do City Spirit Temple, representing the face of Spirit Hall. Even if Shui Qing wanted to mobilize troops, Emperor Shui Yi would never let him act recklessly. But he clearly knew that the Shui Qing before him was actually the young lord of Spirit Hall, Qian Runshui. As the person in charge of Spirit Hall in Heaven Do City, when Qian Runshui was undercover, many of the plans had been executed by him. Offending Shui Qing didn't scare Solace, but offending Qian Runshui meant Solace knew his days as Platinum Bishop were completely over. However, he had received orders from Bibi Dong, and now he could not take a single step back. A Bibi Dong, and a Qian Runshui. Right now, the most terrifying one was still Bibi Dong. Solace gritted his teeth and said coldly, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you cannot act recklessly in this matter. Lan Chen is a beast to human transformation. Spirit beasts are the public enemy of humanity. Harboring a spirit beast is a great crime of betraying humanity. I am acting under the orders of the Supreme Pontiff to assist Elder Chrysanthemum and Elder Ghost in capturing the transformed spirit beast, Lan Chen. I hope you will not obstruct us. Someone, escort His Highness the Crown Prince away from here. Be careful not to hurt His Highness. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 black-robed bishops stepped out from among the 8 black-robed bishops. They blocked Shui Qinghei's path, looking as if they were going to send him away. Shui Qing gripped the reins tightly, looking toward the direction of Lu Chen and Douluo Yan, his face full of anxiety. Originally, he had wanted to slowly recruit Lu Chen, but after Bibi Dong intervened, his plan had fallen through. Although Bibi Dong was at Spirit Hall, she had made all the preparations. She had reassigned Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo specifically to prevent Shui Qing from meddling. She had also summoned Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to be responsible for the capture, and had Platinum Bishop Solace of the Heaven Do City Spirit Temple assist. There was absolutely no way out left for Lu Chen. Normally speaking, Lu Chen, as a support soul master, lacked combat ability. After Douluo was locked down, he became fish on the chopping block. But in reality, Lu Chen's combat ability was not weaker than his support ability. Chapter 85. Slaughter. Facing the siege of Platinum Bishop Solace, accompanied by 4 cardinal bishops and 4 black-robed bishops. Even though Douluo Yan knew she was no match for them, she still bravely stood in front of Lu Chen and instantly completed her martial soul possession. 5 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, rose from beneath her feet in succession. Her eyes firm, She sternly shouted, "Platinum Bishop Solace, if you want to take Lan Chen away, you must get past me first. As long as I am alive, don't even think about touching a single hair on Lan Chen's head." At this moment, Platinum Bishop Solace wasn't listening to what Du Guyan was saying at all. His attention was entirely drawn to those 5 spirit rings. Platinum Bishop Solace was filled with shock in his heart. A 5-ring spirit king. How is that possible? This Du Guyan isn't even 20 years old yet, right? A 5-ring spirit king under 20 years old. Even looking across the entire continent, there are very few people who can compare to her. What exactly happened to her? Could it be related to Lan Chen? It seems I must capture him alive and bring him back to Spirit Hall this time. Just as Platinum Bishop Solace was filled with shock, Lu Chen reached out and pressed his hand on Du Guyan's shoulder, saying with a resonant and powerful voice, "Yan Yan, leave this to me. If a spirit Douluo, 4 spirit saints, and 4 spirit emperors all die here, even Spirit Hall, with its many powerful experts, should feel the pain, right? Since you all want to capture me, I don't need to show any mercy. I will use your blood to tell your Supreme Pontiff that I am not someone to be trifled with." Blue-silver domain, all-encompassing forest. In an instant, a brilliant blue light erupted from Lu Chen's body, rapidly enveloping a 300-meter radius around him. It completely enclosed Platinum Bishop Solace, as well as the 4 cardinal bishops and the 4 black-robed bishops. Near this city gate, there wasn't much blue-silver grass, so Lu Chen's blue-silver domain could not borrow the power of the blue-silver grass. However, it could still exert a 20% enhancement and suppression effect. The 20% suppression effect landed on Platinum Bishop Solace and the cardinal bishops and black-robed bishops, instantly making them feel their bodies sink. Their movements slowed down, and the circulation of their spirit power became sluggish. Platinum Bishop Solace's expression darkened. He waved his hand and immediately ordered, to be able to awaken domain power without having reached the titled Douluo breakthrough, this Lan Chen must be a beast to human transformation. Attack together, capture Lan Chen and Du Guyan as quickly as possible. Do not let him run away. As his voice fell, the cardinal bishops and black-robed bishops replied in unison, "Understood." Immediately, the 4 cardinal bishops and the 4 black-robed bishops, bearing the 20% suppression effect of the blue-silver domain, summoned their spirits together. The 4 cardinal bishops were all spirit saint experts. 7 spirit rings rose beneath their feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 undoubtedly the optimal spirit ring configuration. The 4 black-robed bishops were all spirit emperor experts. 6 spirit rings rose beneath their feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, also the optimal spirit ring configuration. The 8 of them coordinated tacitly, forming an inescapable net of offensive maneuvers that left Lu Chen no room to dodge. However, Lu Chen didn't need to dodge. Binding. Following Lu Chen's command, his blue-silver emperor martial soul grew wildly. One by one, blue-silver vines spread out, each as thick as an arm, resembling snakes and pythons. Hundreds of blue-silver vines wound toward the cardinal bishops and black-robed bishops, with each person facing at least 10 blue-silver vines. In an instant, the formations of these cardinal bishops and black-robed bishops were thrown into chaos. Facing the numerous blue-silver vines, they could only fight on their own. Lu Chen secretly thought, a good opportunity. He stomped his right foot heavily on the ground. With a bang, the ground was crushed into a depression. Borrowing the force of the rebound, Lu Chen flashed out rapidly and charged into the midst of the chaotic cardinal bishops and black-robed bishops. Blue-silver overlord spear. Lu Chen raised his right hand, and his right arm bloomed with blue light. Infinite blue light gathered in his palm, and in an instant, it condensed into a 3-meter-long blue spear. Holding the blue-silver overlord spear in his hand, Lu Chen charged into the crowd and slaughtered in all directions, 1 black-robed bishop per spear thrust, 1 black-robed bishop per spear thrust. In just a few short breaths, the 4 black-robed bishops had become souls under Lu Chen's spear. Their bodies fell to the ground in twisted heaps. Either their throats were pierced with a blood hole, or their hearts were pierced with a blood hole. The sharpness of the blue-silver overlord spear was already incredibly fierce and difficult to resist. Coupled with Lu Chen's robust physique, he had been born with divine force since childhood, had absorbed 8 spirit rings beyond the limit, and had also absorbed 2 immortal herbs, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate flower. Now, His physical fitness was enough to rival any spirit beast over 50,000 years old. This was like a humanoid spirit beast holding an irresistible blue-silver overlord spear. Naturally, he would kill gods if gods blocked him, and kill Buddhas if Buddhas blocked him. Killing those black-robed bishops was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. After killing the 4 black-robed bishops, Lu Chen cast his gaze toward the 4 cardinal bishops. The 4 cardinal bishops were all terrified and lost their composure. They successively used their martial soul avatar. 2 were beast spirits, the violent rock bear and the red flame tiger. 2 were tool spirits, the 7-star sword and the great ring blade. Spirit saints who had utilized their martial soul avatar had reached their peak state, which was absolutely incomparable to those spirit emperors. Lu Chen also became slightly more serious. 5th spirit ability, blue-silver blessing. Lu Chen applied his 5th spirit ability to himself, guiding life force into his body, gaining a 100% increase in all attributes. Attack, defense, strength, speed, all gained a 100% increase. Lu Chen felt his whole body filled with power. He gripped the blue-silver overlord spear tightly and charged into the midst of the 4 cardinal bishops, like a killing god descending to the world, quickly killing all 4 of them. With one spear thrust, he sliced off the head of the violent rock bear spirit master. With another, he pierced through the heart of the red flame tiger spirit master. With one strike, he shattered the 7-star sword, and following the momentum, he swung, causing the head of the 7-star sword spirit master to burst open like a watermelon. He knocked away the great ring blade with a spear strike, and then thrust through the abdomen of the great ring blade spirit master from front to back. The 4 black-robed bishops were dead. The 4 cardinal bishops were likewise dead. Platinum Bishop Solace was stunned as he watched. Is this mother F***ing a support soul master? What kind of support soul master can kill 4 spirit saints and 4 spirit emperors, carefully cultivated by Spirit Hall, in less than a minute? Drip, drip. Lu Chen's blue-silver overlord spear was dripping blood drop by drop. His indifferent gaze turned toward Platinum Bishop Solace at this moment. Platinum Bishop Solace shivered all over, feeling his back turn cold. He pointed at Lu Chen and roared, his tone fierce but weak. Lan Chen, you cold-blooded demon, and you still say you aren't a beast to human transformation. We only wanted to take you back to Spirit Hall for investigation, yet you actually committed such a vicious act. You demon, butcher, executioner, you deserve to go to hell. The angel god will judge you. 7th spirit ability, beam avatar. 6th spirit ability, holy light judgment. Platinum Bishop Solace summoned his spirit. His spirit was a beam. 8 spirit rings rose beneath his feet one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 the optimal spirit ring configuration. This beam spirit could also be considered a top-tier spirit, possessing both life and light attributes. Platinum Bishop Solace's development of his spirit had made him a support soul master. His 6th spirit ability, Holy Light Judgment, was one of the few attack spirit abilities he possessed. As Platinum Bishop Solace's 7th spirit ring shone, his body radiated infinite light. Looking at him from afar, he appeared just like a sun. The next instant, this sun erupted with a brilliant beam of light, carrying endless light and heat, shining toward Lu Chen's position. Lu Chen reacted very quickly. 3rd spirit ability, blue-silver protection. Lu Chen quickly cast a blue shield on himself. However, the blue shield did not have any effect. The beam of light shone onto the blue shield and actually passed straight through it, shining onto Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen was startled, but he quickly discovered that although this beam of light shining on his body made him feel a burning pain on his skin, it did not cause him any substantial damage. The attack power of this spirit ability was far less powerful than he had imagined. This was all because Lu Chen's body possessed no evil attributes, dark attributes, death chi, resentment, evil chi, or blood chi. Platinum Bishop Solace's spirit ability was mainly used to deal with fallen spirit masters. Against a normal spirit master like Lu Chen, it naturally could not exert its full power. Lu Chen discovered that Platinum Bishop Solace's Holy Light Judgment could not cause any damage to him, so he withstood the beam of light, gripped the blue-silver overlord spear tightly, and charged toward Platinum Bishop Solace. In the distance, Shui Qing was also so shocked that his mouth hung open. Seeing Lu Chen's actions at this moment, he was greatly startled and hurriedly shouted, Lan Chen, you cannot kill him. Platinum Bishop Solace is the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Temple in Heaven Do City. His status is exalted. If you kill him, you will be in an irreconcilable feud with Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, the killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes did not decrease but increased instead. What kind of twisted logic is this? Others can deal with him, but he cannot deal with others. Ignoring everything, Lu Chen charged to the front of Platinum Bishop Solace and fiercely pierced through his throat with his spear. With a forceful lift, Platinum Bishop Solace's head hung on the tip of his blue-silver Overlord spear. PFF'd. A fountain of blood sprayed into the sky from Platinum Bishop Solace's neck, and his body fell backward powerlessly. On his head, his eyes were wide open, staring in death. He obviously had not expected that he would really be killed. Regarding this, Lu Chen let out a long breath. That felt good. Chapter 86. Melee. Platinum Bishop Solace. He has been killed. His headless corpse lay quietly on the ground. And his head, eyes still wide with resentment, hung from the tip of the blue-silver Overlord spear in Lu Chen's hand, blood trickling down the shaft, creating a truly horrific scene. Shui Qing, who saw this scene from afar, was left dumbstruck and unable to regain his senses for a long time. He had not expected Lu Chen's temperament to be so fierce. He killed Platinum Bishop Solace just like that, without leaving any room for negotiation. As the person in charge of the Spirit Temple in Heaven Do City for Spirit Hall, Solace held a lofty status, second only to the Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong and the titled Douluo level elders. By killing Solace, Spirit Hall would absolutely not let the matter rest. There was almost no room left for reconciliation between Lu Chen and Spirit Hall. The four black-robed bishops surrounding Shui Qing felt a chill down their spines at this moment. Fortunately, Solace had sent them to surround Shui Qing. If they had also participated in the siege against Lu Chen, there would be 4 more corpses among the pile on the ground. The 4 black-robed bishops' legs went weak, and they all hung their heads, not daring to look at Lu Chen, afraid that the god of slaughter would turn around and kill them too. However, their worries were somewhat redundant. Lu Chen didn't care about them at all, or rather, he didn't even put them in his eyes. Lu Chen looked up at the two-phase stasis domain, where Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Douluo Bo were still deadlocked. Although Douluo Bo's body was imprisoned, his mind was not. Seeing Lu Chen display such divine might, wiping out 4 black-robed bishops, 4 cardinal bishops, and Platinum Bishop Solace in one go, he felt a sense of relief. In that previous situation, Douluo Bo's heart had been in his throat. In his view, the best solution would have been for Lu Chen to take Douluo Yan and use Earth Burrowing to escape immediately. As it turned out, Lu Chen gave him a huge surprise, displaying exceptionally fierce combat ability by taking out 4 Spirit Emperors, 4 Spirit Saints, and 1 Spirit Douluo. Although he had thoroughly offended Spirit Hall, that was a matter for the future. Douluo Bo was indeed wary of Spirit Hall, but he was not afraid of them. If they were offended, so be it. What could they do? Douluo Bo immediately shouted excitedly. Lan Chen, well killed. Chrysanthemum Guan, and Gui Mei, do you regret it? Does it hurt? Ha 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 ha. 1 Spirit Douluo, 4 Spirit Saints, 4 Spirit Emperors, they didn't even last 3 minutes before being cleanly and neatly killed. Yu Guan's face turned ashen, so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it, and he roared in a shrill voice. Old poisoner, shut your mouth. Trash, all trash. 1 Spirit Douluo leading 4 Spirit Saints and 4 Spirit Emperors, and they actually died at the hands of a support soul master. As for Ghost Douluo, his entire body was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see his expression, but the black mist on his body became increasingly thick and cold. It was evident that he was in a terrible mood. Not only had the plan to capture Lu Chen failed, but they had also lost a bunch of Spirit Hall bishops. Lu Chen didn't care about the current mood of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. He raised the blue-silver Overlord spear in his hand and shook off the head with its eyes still wide in resentment from the spear tip. With a thud, Solace's head fell to the ground and rolled away into the distance. After shaking off the head, Lu Chen raised the blue-silver Overlord spear, his muscles tensed, and he threw it with force. Swoosh! The blue-silver Overlord spear whistled through the air as it shot towards Chrysanthemum Douluo in the sky. The great blue spear was like a bolt of blue lightning, reaching Chrysanthemum Douluo in the blink of an eye. Yu Guan cursed. Internally, the sharpness of the blue-silver Overlord spear made even him feel a chill down his spine. If he were hit by this blue-silver overlord spear, he feared a bloody hole would appear in his body. In this critical moment, he had no choice but to cancel the martial soul fusion technique, two-phase stasis domain, and release a spirit ability to counter it. Fifth spirit ability, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. Yu Guan's fifth spirit ring shone with light, and his spirit power poured out from his body, condensing dozens of energy light blades around him, each shaped like a chrysanthemum petal. This chrysanthemum was Chrysanthemum Douluo's martial soul. The immortal herb, Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Under Yu Guan's control, those dozens of energy light blades flew out together, and with a series of explosions, bang, 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 they finally destroyed the blue-silver overlord spear. But at this very moment, Douluo, having finally broken free from the suppression of the two-phase stasis domain, struck out with immense fury, instantly using his full strength. Seventh spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Avatar. Sixth spirit ability, Green Phosphorus Snake Emperor Break. Amidst the emerald green light, Douluo transformed into a 40-meter-long jade phosphorus giant python, which opened its bloody mouth and condensed a black, highly toxic energy bomb. Boom! The jade phosphorus giant python spat out the black, highly toxic energy bomb, which shot straight towards Chrysanthemum Douluo. Yu Guan and Douluo had clashed before, so he naturally knew how to deal with Douluo. Seventh spirit ability, Qirong Avatar. Yu Guan's seventh spirit ring shone, and his spirit power poured out continuously like a floodgate opening. Suddenly, a purple chrysanthemum dozens of meters in size grew out of thin air around Yu Guan's body. This chrysanthemum was none other than the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The effect of consuming it was astonishing. It could circulate qi to the 4 limbs, clear the 8 meridians, and forge an indestructible body. After Chrysanthemum Douluo activated his martial soul avatar, he could gain the indestructible characteristic and was not afraid of Douluo's highly toxic poison at all. It could be said that he countered Douluo perfectly. Sure enough, the black, highly toxic energy bomb struck the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum without causing it any harm whatsoever. The terrifying, corrosive poison could not destroy the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, which possessed the indestructible characteristic. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Douluo were already fighting, and Ghost Douluo naturally would not stand idly by. He launched an attack from behind Douluo. Seventh spirit ability, Ghost Avatar. Sixth spirit ability, Demons and Monsters. Ghost Douluo's seventh spirit ring shone as he activated his martial soul avatar. His martial soul avatar allowed him to transform into a ghost, etherealizing his body to become immune to most physical attacks, and because he had no physical form and no weight, his speed was greatly increased. The sixth spirit ring ability, Demons and Monsters, could split into 8 ghost clones, which could penetrate any defense. Every time they passed through an enemy, they would drain a portion of the enemy's vitality and spirit power, thereby causing the enemy to fall into a weakened state. After activating his 7th and 6th spirit ability, Ghost Douluo himself transformed into a ghost and split into 8 ghost clones. In the sky, Ghost Douluo himself, along with the 8 ghost clones, totaling 9 eerie, massive ghostly shadows, pounced towards the position of the jade phosphorus giant python. The 9 ghostly shadows were extremely fast. Before the jade phosphorus giant python could even react, the 9 shadows had already passed through its body. Every time they passed through the jade phosphorus giant python's body, they took away a portion of its vitality and spirit power. This caused the originally aggressive jade phosphorus giant python to immediately fall into a weakened state after losing a large amount of vitality and spirit power. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were brothers of several decades. They cooperated tacitly, and both were level 95 titled Douluo. Even without using the martial soul fusion technique, two-phase stasis domain, their combined strength could still steadily suppress Douluo. After all, Douluo only had level 94 spirit power now, and compared to either Chrysanthemum Douluo or Ghost Douluo, his strength was slightly inferior. Now facing the two of them combined, he was definitely no match for them. Chapter 87. Chrysanthemum and Ghost Retreat. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo cooperated with tacit understanding. They were truly the best of partners. However, Douluo was not without help. Seeing Douluo fall into a disadvantageous position, Lu Chen immediately exerted his full effort to provide support. First was the blue-silver domain. Lu Chen continuously released mental force, further expanding the area of the blue-silver domain. He enveloped both Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo within the blue-silver domain. The 20% suppression effect of the blue-silver domain fell upon Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, causing their expressions to change drastically. Their strength was greatly suppressed, and even their movements became sluggish. After suppressing Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, he proceeded to amplify Douluo Bo. 7th Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Avatar. 5th Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Blessing. 3rd Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Protection. 2nd Spirit Ability, Blue-Silver Grace. Liu Chen unleashed 4 spirit abilities in one breath. After activating Blue-Silver Avatar, he transformed into a humanoid Blue-Silver Emperor, his body crystalline and translucent, covered in golden patterns, exuding a rich aura of life. Blue-Silver Avatar could amplify his first 6 spirit abilities by 100%, causing his support capabilities to double instantly. The 5th spirit ability, Blue-Silver Blessing, provided a 100% all-attribute boost. Under the enhancement of Blue-Silver Avatar, the all-attribute boost became 200%. Having received the 200% all-attribute boost, Douluo Bo's aura, which had previously been weakening, surged once again, even surpassing that of the opposing Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. The 3rd spirit ability, Blue-Silver Protection, condensed a half-foot-thick blue shield around the body of the jade phosphorus giant python. This physical shield might not stop Ghost Douluo's ghost shadows, but it could certainly block Chrysanthemum Douluo's attacks. In any case, it could serve a defensive purpose. The 2nd spirit ability, Blue-Silver Grace, enveloped him in blue light mist. The jade phosphorus giant python felt his spirits lift, mental fatigue swept away, and his essence, blood, and spirit power began to recover slowly. Under Liu Chen's set of support skills, Douluo Bo's strength rapidly returned to its peak, even erupting with an aura that exceeded his limits. The jade phosphorus giant python roared at the sky, emitting a thunderous boom. Ha 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 ha, Chrysanthemum Guan, Gui Mei, don't think that just because you two have joined forces, I am afraid of you. Come, let's try again, let's fight for 300 rounds. Because this voice was extremely loud, it directly caused half of Heaven Do City to hear Douluo Bo's voice. Yu Guan's face flushed with anger. He hated it most when others called him Chrysanthemum Guan. Now, not only had Douluo Bo called him that, but his voice had been extremely loud, heard by far too many people. He roared in a shrill voice. Old poison, I want you dead. Old ghost, I will deal with this old poison. You go and control that Lan Chen. Don't let him continue to amplify Douluo Bo. As long as we get rid of Lan Chen's amplification, Douluo Bo's puny tricks won't be able to hurt me at all. I can easily suppress him. Yu Guan asked Gui Mei to deal with Lan Chen, but there was actually another reason he couldn't speak of. Yu Guan's spirit was the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, a celestial herb, but under the blue-silver domain of the blue-silver emperor, the suppression he received somewhat exceeded Yu Guan's imagination. Yu Guan did not want people to know that his Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum was suppressed by the blue-silver emperor, so he did not say it explicitly. Asking Gui Mei to deal with Lan Chen while he dealt with Douluo Bo was simply because Yu Guan did not want to face the blue-silver emperor directly. Gui Mei did not say a word, he remained as concise as ever. Good, wait for me to finish off Lan Chen. As his voice fell, billowing black mist erupted from Gui Mei's body, and he lunged toward Liu Chen's position. Gui Mei had absolute confidence in taking down Lan Chen. Under his ghost spirit avatar, he could be immune to the vast majority of physical damage. In his view, Liu Chen, as a support soul master, only had one means of attack, that condensed blue spear. That kind of physical attack couldn't hurt him at all. Therefore, Gui Mei was brimming with confidence. Seeing Gui Mei lunging over, Liu Chen waved his large hand, and hundreds of blue-silver vines lashed out, winding toward Gui Mei. Seeing this, Gui Mei did not even bother to dodge, letting those blue-silver vines pass through his ghostly body. From beneath the black mist, his arrogant laughter rang out. Hehehehe, physical attacks have no effect on me. Liu Chen did not show a hint of panic on his face. He had a skill that possessed no offensive power, but its effect was simply to expel abnormal statuses. However, against a dark attribute spirit master like Gui Mei, it could unleash power beyond imagination. 4th spirit ability, Blue-Silver Purification. In an instant, those blue-silver vines that had penetrated Gui Mei's body suddenly burst forth with brilliant blue light, sacred, bright, and filled with the aura of life. Under the illumination of that blue light, Gui Mei immediately let out a shrill wail. Physical attacks had no effect on him, but the purification skill, blue-silver purification, could inflict 200% damage on him. Now, it was as if Gui Mei had been thrown into boiling magma. Endless waves of heat swept toward his limbs, bones, and internal organs, scorching him until he was nearly melting. Ah! Gui Mei wailed incessantly, but he was, after all, a level 95 titled Douluo. At this moment, he was still attempting to struggle. He wanted to heavily injure Lan Chen in one fell swoop to make him stop this skill. 8th Spirit Ability, Ghostly Spectre. Gui Mei risked his life to squeeze out the spirit power within his body. While enduring the burning of blue-silver purification, he unleashed his 8th Spirit Ability. Suddenly, hundreds of purple skulls flew out from his body. Although the power of this 8th Spirit Ability had been reduced by layers of suppression, in Gui Mei's view, it was still enough to heavily injure Lu Chen. The hundreds of purple skulls let out sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling, flying toward Lu Chen in a sky-covering swarm. Lu Chen did not dodge either, letting those skulls gnaw at his body. In less than a minute, Lu Chen's body had been completely devoured. Witnessing this scene, Gui Mei was stunned. Lu Chen had already been eaten. Why hadn't this damned skill stopped yet? In the very next instant, another blue-silver emperor in the distance re-condensed Lu Chen's body. Under blue-silver avatar, any blue-silver emperor could serve as a host for Lu Chen. If Gui Mei could not destroy all the blue-silver emperors on the scene, he would not be able to harm Lu Chen in the slightest. Lu Chen was not worried about his own safety at all. He had a pile of life-saving skills, and he could wear Gui Mei down to death. Then, while increasing his intensity to purify Gui Mei with blue-silver purification, he watched the battle between Chrysanthemum Douluo and Douluo Dalu in the distance. Hearing Gui Mei's screams, Yu Guan could not help but be greatly shocked. Damn it, this Lan Chen actually has a purification skill. He wanted to go and rescue Gui Mei, but Douluo Dalu had already blocked his path. Yu Guan had no choice but to deal with Douluo Dalu first. 8th Spirit Ability, Flowing Light Myriad Zhong. He saw that the several 10-meter large Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum began to gather a massive amount of spirit power at its pistil. Then, a brilliant beam of light shot out from the pistil, hurtling toward the position of the Jade Phosphorus giant python. The Jade Phosphorus giant python shouted in a deep voice. 8th Spirit Ability, Time Solidification. At this moment, a burst of gray light erupted from within the Jade Phosphorus giant python. The gray light spread rapidly. Wherever it passed, it was formless and intangible, yet it could directly freeze even space itself. The brilliant beam of light that had shot over was actually frozen in midair. Also frozen in midair was the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Hoo-hoo! The Jade Phosphorus giant python panted heavily. To imprison Yu Guan, who was unleashing his 8th Spirit Ability, had exhausted almost all of the Jade Phosphorus giant python's spirit power. The Jade Phosphorus giant python did not hesitate. It wound through the sky and in an instant arrived before the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum Guan, I'll take your indestructible form and turn you into a wilted flower. The Jade Phosphorus giant python roared, its thick snake tail raised high, and it slammed down fiercely onto the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. One hit wasn't enough, so he struck a second time. 2 hits weren't enough, so he struck a third. Douluo Dalu's accumulated resentment of so many years was vented out in this moment. Bang, 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 bang. Dull thuds rang out one after another. That indestructible Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, under the violent strikes of the Jade Phosphorus giant python, finally reached its limit. Its petals fell off one by one, and in the end, it was completely torn to pieces. Yu Guan was forcibly knocked out of his martial soul avatar state. Of course, Douluo Dalu did not have it easy either. 8th Spirit Ability, Time Solidification had consumed too much, and at this moment, it had broken on its own. Having regained his freedom, Yu Guan's eyes were filled with horror. Since when had Douluo Dalu's 8th Spirit Ability, Time Solidification, become so terrifyingly powerful that it could even imprison him while he was using his 8th Spirit Ability? But at this moment, Yu Guan had no time to think too much. Douluo Dalu, then let's die together. 9th Spirit Ability, Chrysanthemum Withers, ground full of wounds, flower falls, heartbroken. Du Gubo was also startled. Yu Guan had actually used his ninth spirit ability directly. He did not want to collide head-on with Yu Guan's ninth spirit ability. Thus, Du Gubo quickly retreated far away, not wanting to clash head-on with the current Yu Guan. A spirit ring flashed beneath Yu Guan's feet, but it was not his ninth spirit ring, it was his fifth spirit ring. What he was actually unleashing was not his ninth spirit ability, but his fifth spirit ability. Gathering of cold petals. Dozens of energy light blades quickly condensed around his body, slashing toward the blue-silver vines on the ground. Clack, clack. The energy light blades were extremely sharp, quickly slashing the blue-silver vines into pieces. Ghost Douluo was able to temporarily break free. Chrysanthemum Douluo clutched his chest, blood continuously flowing from his mouth and nose. He finally glared fiercely at Du Gubo, then quickly flew to Ghost Douluo's side, grabbed him, and swept away toward the horizon. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, they had run away. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen secretly sighed, thinking it was a pity. It is a pity that we could not kill Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo this time. Neither I nor Du Gubo possess a sufficiently powerful offensive skill, otherwise, we definitely could have killed them this time. Lu Chen's skills, from his first spirit ability to his eighth spirit ability, were all support spirit abilities. The only offensive spirit ability was the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear from the Blue-Silver King right arm bone. Du Gubo's eighth spirit ability and ninth spirit ability, 1. Eighth spirit ability, Time Solidification, was a control spirit ability, the other, Jade Phosphorus Divine Light, was an indiscriminate area of effect attack spirit ability. Neither was sufficient to instantly kill two titled Douluo. Chapter 88. Ruthless Poisonous Scheme. With Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo fleeing in a panic, this long-planned ambush finally ended in the victory of Lu Chen, Du Gubo, and Du Guyan. Lu Chen retracted his blue-silver domain, and the scattered blue-silver vines also retracted into his body one by one. Du Guyan, who had been watching from afar, trotted over to Lu Chen's side. Her large eyes were filled with admiration. Lan Chen, I never knew you were so powerful before. A spirit Douluo, 4 spirit saints, and 4 spirit emperors, you killed them just like that. And that Ghost Douluo, he is a famous titled Douluo, yet even he couldn't do anything to you. Although you are a support soul master, you are not inferior to any assault-type spirit master. Lu Chen smiled slightly. It had been a long time since he had fought so satisfyingly, but he didn't become arrogant because of it. Although Ghost Douluo is a titled Douluo, his dark attribute happens to be countered by me. If it were any other titled Douluo, I would have had to rely on my earth-burrowing ability to escape. While Lu Chen and Du Guyan were talking, in the sky, Du Gubo also transformed back into human form from the Jade Phosphorus giant python. Because of the excessive consumption of spirit power, his face was a bit pale, but Du Gubo's spirit was still very excited. He laughed loudly while descending to the ground. Haha, satisfying, truly satisfying. In the past, I was always the one fleeing in a sorry state while being chased by Chrysanthemum Douluo, but this time, I finally beat him into a sorry state. Years of resentment have been swept away today. Lan Chen, it is thanks to you again. Even when not in the forest, your support ability is still terrifyingly strong. Spirit Hall has gone too far this time. It's a pity that we couldn't kill Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, that would have made Spirit Hall feel heartache. However, killing a platinum bishop, 4 cardinal bishops, and 4 black-robed bishops is enough to make them uncomfortable for a while. After speaking, Du Gubo landed on the ground. With his feet on the ground, he began to draw power from the earth to recover his spirit power. By absorbing the power of the earth, Du Gubo's empty body quickly became full of spirit power again. Hearing Du Gubo's words, Lu Chen said in a solemn tone. I did kill them with satisfaction this time, but Spirit Hall lost a platinum bishop, 4 cardinal bishops, and 4 black-robed bishops, they definitely won't let this go. Spirit Hall's power is vast. It looks like we have to go back to the mountains to hide for a while. Du Gubo also nodded in agreement. Lan Chen, you are right. Spirit Hall is not something the 7 treasure glazed tile school can compare to. I could run to the 7 treasure glazed tile school to poison them, but I dare not go to Spirit Hall to poison them. We can only endure this matter. As long as we are determined to hide, even Spirit Hall cannot find us. Douluo knew the deep foundations of Spirit Hall. When he was just an ordinary spirit master, those elders of Spirit Hall were already titled Douluo famous throughout the continent. Qian Dalu, Gold Crocodile Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, Thousand Jun Douluo, Demon Subduing Douluo. Every name was a monument on the Douluo continent, and Douluo knew them. Although they had always lived in seclusion, it did not mean they were completely indifferent to worldly affairs. As long as they were alive, no one dared to cause trouble at Spirit Hall. Douluo also dared not provoke these people. Lu Chen signaled Douluo and Yan to wait, then he walked toward Shui Qinghei's position. The 4 black-robed bishops surrounding Shui Qing saw Lu Chen walking over, and their legs went weak with fear. Thump, thump, one by one, they knelt directly on the ground, too scared by Lu Chen to even stand up. Spare our lives. We were all forced. Quote. The 4 black-robed bishops, who held high positions in Spirit Hall, were all crying and begging for mercy at this moment. Lu Chen ignored them completely and looked at Shui Qing with a strange expression. To be honest, he suspected that this ambush actually had something to do with Shui Qing. Because he knew that Shui Qing was actually Qian Runshui, the young lord of Spirit Hall, and the daughter of the previous Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji and the current Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. When the 7 treasure glazed tile school trio ambushed them, Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo saw the entire battle. It was because of this that Qian Runshui discovered his spirit was the Blue-Silver Emperor, thus inferring that he was a beast-to-human transformation of the Blue-Silver Emperor. But thinking about it, something felt wrong. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were Bibi Dong's trusted aides, which meant that this ambush was Bibi Dong's doing. Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, this mother and daughter pair, were not on good terms, so it was unlikely they would join forces to ambush him. Considering everything, this ambush was likely not arranged by Qian Runshui, but it definitely had something to do with her. Lu Chen cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the warning, Crown Prince. I will keep this kindness in mind. I killed quite a few people from Spirit Hall this time, and they won't let it go, so we plan to hide outside for a while. We won't be returning to Heaven Do City for a while. We shall meet again, take care, Crown Prince." After speaking, Lu Chen turned and left. After meeting up with Douluo and Yan, Douluo grabbed Lu Chen with one hand and Yan with the other, and they quickly flew away into the distance. Shui Qing, riding on a tall white horse, watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, unable to recover for a long time. Finally, Shui Qing sighed. "What a pity. I could have clearly stood firmly on Lan Chen's side, fighting against the 7 treasure glazed tile school and Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo together, letting Lan Chen see my sincerity and thus successfully recruiting him. Now it is too late to say anything. Lan Chen's growth rate far exceeds my expectations. He not only has powerful support abilities but also terrifying combat abilities. Perfect, simply perfect. He is the one with the strongest combat ability among support soul masters, and the one with the most outstanding support ability among combat-type spirit masters. Fortunately, leaving the city to warn him still left a good impression on him. Recruiting him as a subordinate is impossible now, but I hope we can become friends in the future. As long as he can be my help, I have no objection whether he is a subordinate or a friend." Thinking of this, Shui Qing rode the white horse back into Heaven Do City. On the other side, the heavily injured Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, relying on the last breath in their chests, returned to Spirit Hall at the first opportunity. They told the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, the entire process of this ambush. Bibi Dong was wearing a gorgeous purple gold dress, which showed off her mature and alluring full figure to the fullest. Her face was exquisite, beautiful as if a heavenly immortal had descended to earth. Wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown and holding the scepter representing the identity of the Supreme Pontiff, the 2 temperaments of majesty and nobility blended on her, forming a unique charm that made people feel awe. After hearing the sequence of events, Bibi Dong frowned slightly. A flash of anger crossed her long, beautiful eyes, and her cold voice echoed in the palace. 2 level 95 titled Douluo, 1 platinum bishop, 4 cardinal bishops, and 8 black-robed bishops. With such a configuration, you couldn't even catch a single Lan Chen. A bunch of bishops all died in battle. You were defeated completely. Elder Chrysanthemum, Elder Ghost, you have disappointed me too much. Considering you are seriously injured, you have suffered even if you didn't achieve success, so I will dock your salary for half a year to see how you perform later. Hearing this not too severe punishment, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were relieved and felt even more grateful to Bibi Dong. The two bowed and said in unison, "This subordinate is willing to accept the punishment." Immediately, Bibi Dong's eyes became colder and sharper. Solace is dead. A piece of trash who couldn't complete the mission is not worth me being sad over, but as the person in charge of the spirit temple in Heaven Do City, a dignified platinum bishop, he absolutely cannot die in vain. Pass down the order. Issue a warrant for Lan Chen across the entire continent. At the same time, tell all spirit masters on the continent that Lan Chen is a beast-to-human transformation of the Blue Silver Emperor. I want to make Lan Chen an enemy of the whole world. Douluo Bo, I want to see how long he can protect Lan Chen. Let other spirit masters on the continent fight Douluo Bo to the death for a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. You closely monitor this matter. When the time is right, I will reap the benefits and hunt this Blue Silver Emperor beast to human transformation, using his spirit ring and spirit bone to help me go further. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, hearing that Bibi Dong still let them be responsible for this mission, responded solemnly. This subordinate accepts the order, and will definitely not fail the Supreme Pontiff's expectations. After speaking, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo left the Supreme Pontiff Palace to find someone to treat their injuries. Not long after this, a piece of news exploded across the entire Douluo continent. Lan Chen, who is with Douluo Bo and possesses the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul, is actually a beast-to-human transformation. No human spirit master has ever awakened the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul. The owner of the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul 10 years ago, Yin, was a beast-to-human transformation of the Blue Silver Emperor. From this, it can be inferred that Lan Chen possessing the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul is also a beast-to-human transformation of the Blue Silver Emperor. What does this represent? It means that after killing Lan Chen, one can obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. A 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone are top-tier treasures on the Douluo continent, which countless spirit masters dream of. Now, there is no need to deliberately incite them. As long as they are spirit masters interested in a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, they are all spontaneously searching for the traces of Douluo Bo, Douluo Yan, and Lu Chen. Bibi Dong's move was too ruthless. Lu Chen is now an enemy of the whole world. Chapter 89. My name is Lu Chen. Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Douluo Bo led Lu Chen with one hand and Douluo Yan with the other, returning to the Valley of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. He immediately felt as if he had returned home, an expression of relief appearing on his face. The trouble they had caused this time was not small. They had wounded Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and also killed a bunch of Spirit Hall bishops. Spirit Hall would certainly not let this go, and only here, in the secluded Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, would they have a sufficient sense of security. After landing, Douluo Yan placed her hands on her slender waist, her willow eyebrows furrowed, her small face filled with an indignant expression. This spirit hall is simply too hateful, wanting to take Lan Chen away without rhyme or reason. We have been cultivating inside the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well for almost a year, and we wanted to take this opportunity to go back to Heaven Do City to go shopping for clothes and jewelry. Now the plan has been ruined. These hateful bastards, hateful, hateful, hateful. Douluo Yan cursed incessantly. She was not yet old, just a little over 17, at the age of being lively, active, and playful. Staying in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well to cultivate, even with Douluo Bo and Lu Chen for company, made her feel bored. Douluo Bo loved Douluo Yan the most, and at this moment, he spoke softly to comfort her. Yan Yan, stop being angry. Lan Chen just killed someone, and the situation is very tense right now. After some time, when Spirit Hall cannot find us, they will surely relax. When that time comes, I will take you two out to have a good time. Heaven Do City is the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, so we definitely cannot go back there. Spirit Hall will surely cast a net waiting for us to walk right into it. But in other cities of the Heaven Do Empire, the surveillance of Spirit Hall may not be as strict. Next time we go to other cities, I guarantee you will have fun. Just as Douluo Bo was comforting Douluo Yan, Lu Chen also dispelled his transformation skill, restoring his original appearance. With long azure hair draped randomly behind his head, his young yet incomparably handsome face featured a pair of blue eyes shining like gemstones. After restoring his original appearance, Lu Chen looked at Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan, showing a solemn expression. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Big brother Douluo, Yan, after this incident, I think I should be more honest with you. Saying that I am a blue-silver emperor spirit beast to human transformation is a slander against me by Spirit Hall. I have always been a human, a dignified human spirit master. I hid my past because I had no choice. Look, this is my secret." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan were immediately attracted. The same expression appeared on the faces of the grandfather and granddaughter. Both faces were filled with curiosity. Although they did not ask explicitly, it did not mean they were not curious about Lu Chen's past. After Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan looked over, Lu Chen summoned his spirit, Blue-Silver Emperor. And under his feet, a total of 8 spirit rings rose one after another. This time, they were not disguised. Purple, 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 black, 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 red. 3 purple, 4 black, 1 red. An extremely shocking spirit ring configuration. Completely inconsistent with the common sense of the Douluo continent. Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan felt their breathing hitch, both of them staring with wide eyes. Lu Chen's spirit rings were actually absorbed beyond the age limit starting from the first spirit ring. Douluo Bo asked in an incredulous tone, his voice trembling. The first one is a 1,000-year spirit ring, the fourth is a 10,000-year spirit ring. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone possess such a spirit ring configuration? How on earth did you do it? Human hearts are made of flesh. This time, Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan chose to directly become enemies with Spirit Hall for Lu Chen's sake. If Lu Chen continued to hide it, it would mean he did not consider Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan as his own people. Since the spirit ring configuration had already been exposed, Lu Chen simply said everything that could be said. Except for transmigration and the talent of becoming stronger by breathing, there was nothing Lu Chen could not say. After taking a deep breath, he began to narrate. Lan Chen is a name I made up. My real name is Lu Chen. I don't have a prominent family background. I am just a commoner from a village outside Nuoding City in Fasinuo province. I was lucky. Perhaps my body underwent some mutation, which caused me to have innate divine force since I was young. After my spirit awakening, although they were just 2 trash spirits, blue silver grass and black iron sickle, I possessed the talent of innate full spirit power. I studied at the Nuoding Elementary Spirit Master Academy for 3 years, and then I went to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt spirit beasts by myself. Relying on my innate divine force, I could even fight with 1,000-year spirit beasts. At that time, I only had one thought. Any spirit beast that I could kill with my bare hands, I would definitely be able to absorb its spirit ring. So my first spirit ring was a 1,000-year spirit ring. Later, it got out of hand. The age of the spirit rings I absorbed became higher and higher, causing my spirit to evolve, which is how it evolved from blue-silver grass into blue-silver emperor. My blue-silver emperor spirit was not awakened, but evolved. I am a human, absolutely not a spirit beast to human transformation. Hearing what Lu Chen said, Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan only felt it was a fantasy. Although they felt it was incredible, mutation is unreasonable. Some people have spirit mutations. It is also possible for Lu Chen to have a body mutation. Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan eventually accepted it with amazement. Douluo Bo was still dumbfounded. So that means, not only did your body mutate and you have innate divine force, but you also awaken twin spirits. Only the twin spirits are trash spirits. Lu Chen nodded and withdrew his blue-silver emperor spirit. The 8 shocking spirit rings at his feet also disappeared into the air one after another. Then he raised his right hand, summoned his black iron sickle spirit, and a black light spewed from his palm. Within that black light, a black scythe condensed. Lu Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Of my 2 spirits, blue-silver grass has evolved into blue-silver emperor through absorbing spirit rings beyond the limit, but the black iron sickle has not yet absorbed a spirit ring. It is just the most ordinary farm tool." Looking at the ordinary black scythe in Lu Chen's hand, Douluo Bo clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Twin spirits have a lower chance of appearing than innate full spirit power. You have twin spirits and innate full spirit power. Even if they are two trash spirits, your talent is 1 in a million, or even 1 in 10 million. Since blue silver grass can absorb spirit rings to evolve, this black scythe can definitely absorb spirit rings to evolve too. Tisk tisk, when your first spirit reaches 9 rings, you can immediately attach a spirit ring to the second spirit. If you absorb 9 10,000-year spirit rings, this black scythe of yours will definitely be the #1 tool spirit in the world. Because of Lu Chen's honesty, Douluo Dalu's gaze towards him was now increasingly gentle, as if looking at a talented junior of his own family. And Douluo Yan, who was next to Douluo Dalu, looked at Lu Chen with burning eyes. Douluo Yan was also amazed by Lu Chen's talent, but now she wanted to know another question. No, Lu Chen, since you have told us everything, let me ask you one more question. How old are you exactly? Hearing Douluo Yan's question, Lu Chen had nothing to hide, so he answered. Frankly, about 11 years old. Once these words were spoken, Douluo Yan was dumbfounded. She covered her face with both hands and let out a scream. Ah, you are 11 years old and this tall. I thought even if you were younger than me, you would be at most 1 or 2 years younger. How are you 6 years younger? Douluo Yan could not accept it. Was she robbing the cradle? She, a lively and cute girl of only 17, actually became an old cow eating tender grass. Suddenly, Douluo Yan lowered her hands, her small face tense, and she walked towards Lu Chen aggressively. Her red lips parted slightly as she demanded an explanation. Lu Chen, you are clearly 6 years younger than me, yet you disguised yourself as a 30-year-old uncle, called my grandfather brother, and even tricked me into calling you grandfather. I tell you, I am very angry now. I have called you grandfather before, so from now on you must call me sister. How could Lu Chen agree? He smiled wickedly and said, I refuse. Douluo Yan immediately pounced on Lu Chen. Are you going to call me that or not? Lu Chen refused again. Not calling. The two of them played and fought, getting along even better than before. Watching the two of them playing and fighting, Douluo Dalu stroked his beard, smiled helplessly, and turned to leave. He did not want to stay here, that would be asking for discomfort. Now that Lu Chen had told them his situation, Douluo Dalu could rest assured and entrust Douluo Yan to Lu Chen. Chapter 90. Quasi-titled Douluo. With the instigation of Spirit Hall, the news that Lan Chen was a blue-silver emperor undergoing beast-to-human transformation had spread like wildfire, becoming a common topic of conversation for many spirit masters over tea and meals. The relatively calm spirit masters' world suddenly began to see undercurrents surging. Numerous spirit saint and spirit Douluo experts began spontaneously inquiring about Lan Chen. It seemed they were determined to obtain Lan Chen's 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Especially the sect masters of the lower 4 sects, who dreamed of challenging the status of the upper 3 sects. And to become one of the upper 3 sects, one must at least possess a titled Douluo. If they could obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, they would surely have a place among the upper 3 sects. Therefore, those sect masters of the lower 4 sects were the most active in inquiring about Lan Chen. Among the upper 3 sects, apart from the reclusive Clear Sky sect, the other 2 sects, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, were also closely monitoring news about Lan Chen. Among them, none was happier than Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon learning the news that Lan Chen was a blue-silver emperor undergoing beast-to-human transformation, he laughed out loud 3 times, sweeping away the gloom he had been feeling lately. He had originally wanted to kill Lan Chen to protect his own position as the continent's #1 support soulmaster and to safeguard the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda's status as the continent's #1 support spirit. Now, he didn't even need to do it himself. There would be countless spirit masters on the continent wanting to kill Lan Chen to obtain that 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Clan Master Yu Yuanjun of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was also mobilizing his sect's forces to inquire about Lan Chen. If they could use Lan Chen's spirit ring and spirit bone to produce another titled Douluo within the clan, their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would have a chance to advance further, replacing the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to become the second greatest sect in the world. It could be said that because of this one piece of news, more than half of the spirit masters on the continent were now searching everywhere for information on Lan Chen. And this was exactly what Spirit Hall wanted to see. using these spirit masters to find Lan Chen's tracks, and using them to fight Douluo Dalu to the death. In the end, Spirit Hall would step out to reap the benefits, hunting down Lan Chen to obtain the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. This plan seemed flawless, but in the end, it was never executed. Because after Lu Chen, Douluo Dalu, and Douluo Yan returned to the ice and fire yin-yang well, they never went out again. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. The many spirit masters on the continent searched for 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, even a year. They never found any trace of Lan Chen, and in the end, they had no choice but to give up helplessly. Meanwhile, inside the ice and fire yin-yang well, after another year of arduous cultivation, Lu Chen's spirit power had progressed tremendously. He had successfully broken through from level 84 spirit power to level 90. To be able to break through 1 level of spirit power every 2 months after becoming a spirit Douluo. One had to say, this was a miracle. A miracle created by the combination of Lu Chen's talent for becoming stronger just by breathing, and the ice and fire yin-yang well as a treasure land for cultivation. After breaking through to level 90 spirit power and becoming a quasi-titled Douluo, the problem Lu Chen faced was finding a suitable spirit beast to hunt and use as his 9th spirit ring. Moreover, this spirit beast had to be a plant-type spirit beast with tenacious vitality, and its age could not be lower than 100,000 years. Just thinking about it gave Lu Chen a headache. Where could he go to find such a spirit beast? Although Lu Chen didn't have a suitable target yet, he had to go out. When he was about to leave, Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan intended to accompany him. But he shook his head and refused. Lu Chen looked at Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan, smiled helplessly, and explained the reason. Grandpa Douluo, Yan, although I also want to go out with you, if the 3 of us are together, our target will be too obvious. Spirit Hall is surely still hunting us. If they discover our whereabouts, they will definitely send experts to pursue and kill us without hesitation. If I am alone, I can use my transformation ability to change my appearance at will, and the people from Spirit Hall will absolutely not be able to find me. But if I bring you along, no matter how I change my appearance, Spirit Hall will still be able to find me. So this time, we can only separate first. I don't even know what kind of spirit beast to look for as my 9th spirit ring yet. After I find the target spirit beast, if it is powerful, I will contact you and have you come to help. Hearing this helpless reason, Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan could only give up the idea of accompanying Lu Chen. Lu Chen was right. If the 3 of them were together, the target would be too obvious. Having to separate from Lu Chen, and not knowing for how long, Douluo Yan looked reluctant, but she was not an unreasonable person and did not throw a tantrum to go out with Lu Chen. Like a little wife, she helped Lu Chen smooth out the wrinkles on his collar and whispered, urging him. Then after you go out, you must be careful. Grandpa and I will be here in the valley, waiting for you to send us news. Lu Chen held Douluo Yan's hand, a bright smile on his face, and said with incomparable confidence. Don't you know my abilities yet? With my spirit abilities, even if I face a titled Douluo, I can retreat calmly. This time going out, it is mainly to find a spirit beast to serve as my 9th spirit ring. If it weren't to avoid complications, I wouldn't be so cautious. Yan, you also need to work hard on your cultivation. You are already at level 59 spirit power. I hope that next time we meet, you can break through to level 60 spirit power, absorb your 6th spirit ring, and become a spirit emperor. Having said this, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Douluo Dalu. And Douluo brother, you must also work hard on your cultivation. You ate the earth dragon golden melon, and your own potential has greatly improved. There is definitely a chance to advance further. But over this past year, you have remained at level 94 spirit power without the slightest improvement. You must work hard to cultivate to level 95 spirit power as soon as possible. By then, you will be a super Douluo with level 95 spirit power, and I will have absorbed my 9th spirit ring, becoming a titled Douluo level support soul master. If the 2 of us join forces, even Spirit Hall will not be able to do anything to us, and we will be able to go out openly in the future. Douluo Dalu listened and shook his head continuously, laughing and scolding. You make it sound so easy. Level 91 to level 94 spirit power are all in the category of ordinary titled Douluo, and it is not too difficult to improve. Level 95 to level 98 spirit power is the category of Super Douluo. It is not that easy to improve. However, I have remembered what you said. I will work hard to strive to break through from level 94 spirit power to level 95 spirit power as soon as possible. When that time comes, with your support, I should be enough to deter Spirit Hall and make them afraid to act rashly. After that, the three of them exchanged a few more words. After Lu Chen bid farewell to Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan, he left the ice and fire yin-yang well alone. Before leaving the sunset forest, Lu Chen used his transformation ability to remold his face. With Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan not by his side, as long as he changed his appearance, absolutely no one would recognize him. Now, the only problem giving Lu Chen a headache was still what spirit beast he needed to hunt for his 9th spirit ring. Chapter 91. Life Spirit Ring. Qingxi Town. This is one of the many small towns outside the Sunset Forest. You live off the land you inhabit. Being close to the Sunset Forest, this town makes its living from the spirit masters who come to the Sunset Forest to hunt spirit beasts. The town is quite bustling, with spirit masters coming and going. Spirit masters are a wealthy group, and doing business with them is a very profitable path. At this moment, in a restaurant inside the town, Lu Chen ordered a few snacks and a pot of tea. He took a bite of a snack, took a sip of tea, and then listened to the conversations of other guests in the restaurant. He had been in secluded meditation in the ice and fire yin-yang well for a year and did not know the situation outside, so when he passed by this town, he came in to take a break and inquire about the news. In just a short while, Lu Chen heard quite a lot of information. He secretly grumbled in his heart. This Bibi Dong, she really has good methods. She slandered me as being a blue-silver emperor beast to human transformation and spread this news everywhere. Now it's great. With the help of Spirit Hall, every spirit master on the continent believes that I am a blue-silver emperor beast to human transformation. Whether it's those loose cultivators or the spirit masters from the major sects, they have actually been looking for me for a whole year. Fortunately, I didn't come out with Grandpa Douluo and Yan Yan, otherwise I'm afraid that as soon as we appeared, a bunch of trouble would have come knocking. I cannot keep carrying this slander. If I want to clarify, explaining to each person individually would be too troublesome. It seems that in the future, I need to find an opportunity and find some people with weight to act as witnesses to clarify my identity all at once. For now, it's still more important to find the spirit beast needed for my 9th spirit ring. Where exactly is there 100,000-year plant? Spirit beast. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a headache again. He was in no mood to drink tea or eat snacks anymore, so he got up to leave. Waiter, check. As his voice fell, Lu Chen took out a gold coin and slapped it on the table in front of him. Keep the change. After paying the bill, Lu Chen strode away. He didn't stay in the town any longer, spent money to buy a steed, and rode it southward aimlessly. Clop, clop, clop. Accompanied by the sound of horse hooves hitting the ground, Lu Chen rode his horse galloping on the official road. Even though he was a quasi-titled Douluo with level 90 spirit power, he still didn't have the ability to fly. In this regard, he was just like an ordinary person. If he wanted to travel, he either had to ride a horse or take a carriage. Lu Chen sometimes sighed that a quasi-titled Douluo with level 90 spirit power riding a horse to travel had absolutely no demeanor of an expert, which was quite awkward in a low martial world like the Douluo continent. While traveling, Lu Chen kept thinking about the spirit ring problem in his mind. My spirit is the blue-silver emperor, and the best 9th spirit ring is undoubtedly the blue-silver emperor as well. Speaking of the blue-silver emperor, Yin is kept tightly guarded by Tang Hao and hidden in a dark, damp cave. Her cultivation is currently no more than 3,000 years, so she absolutely cannot serve as my 9th spirit ring. As for the other continent, the Sun-Moon continent also has a blue-silver emperor, but I don't have the ability to fly. Even if I let Big Brother Douluo take me to fly, I wouldn't know which direction to head in. Sigh. Speaking of the blue-silver emperor, when Tang San awakened his blue-silver emperor bloodline, he managed to get a life spirit ring. My spirit has also evolved into the blue-silver emperor, so why can't I get a life spirit ring? A life spirit ring can increase its age as the master's strength increases. As long as my strength is sufficient, getting a 100,000-year spirit ring will definitely be more than enough. After I became the Blue-Silver Emperor, I haven't asked my subjects for anything yet. Now I'm just collecting a tiny bit of tax to get myself a life spirit ring. This request isn't excessive, right? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up more and more. He knew where he should go. The Blue-Silver Forest. That is the place on the Douluo continent with the largest number and the highest quality of blue-silver grass. After having a goal, Lu Chen began to speed up his journey. After a long trek of half a month, Lu Chen finally arrived at the blue-silver forest again. He walked in the forest, and every blue-silver grass by his feet swayed slightly, as if welcoming Lu Chen's arrival. As Lu Chen moved forward, the blue-silver vines blocking his path retracted one by one, making way for a spacious road. Feeling the respect the blue-silver grass had for him, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly, and his mood became joyful. It didn't take long for Lu Chen to reach the center of the forest. He saw the remains of the Blue-Silver King. After 2 years of wind and sun, the remains of the Blue-Silver King had gradually decayed and turned into nutrients for other blue-silver grass. Near the remains of the Blue-Silver King, the blue-silver grass grew exceptionally tall. Lu Chen walked over, found a clean spot nearby, sat down on the ground, and then activated the blue-silver domain. My subjects, your blue-silver emperor wants to borrow a little bit of power from you. A blue, glowing light spread out from Lu Chen's body, spreading to the surroundings at a very fast speed. In less than a minute, the blue-silver domain covered the blue-silver forest. Under the blue-silver domain, all the blue-silver grass were cheering. They were gulping down the life energy of the blue-silver domain, which helped them further evolve. Having received benefits from Lu Chen and hearing that Lu Chen wanted to borrow their power, all the blue-silver grass contributed their respective power without any hesitation. Through the giant network of the blue-silver domain, all the power contributed by the blue-silver grass gathered towards the center of the forest. Wisps of blue light, although as faint as summer fireflies, were so numerous that they were uncountable. The entire sky was covered by the blue light. The waves rose and fell, like a vast ocean. In that ocean of blue light, it was filled with boundless life energy. This was exactly what Lu Chen wanted. Lu Chen immediately closed his eyes, activated his meditation method, and began to absorb the boundless blue light in the way of absorbing a spirit ring. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The blue light swirled up, like a huge vortex, or rather, a funnel. The mouth of the funnel was facing down, directly towards Lu Chen. The blue light gathered to form a blue pillar of light, pouring into Lu Chen's body, sweeping through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. Under Lu Chen's guidance, all the life energy followed his meridians and entered his dantian. The life energy wrapped around his blue-silver emperor martial soul, and his blue-silver emperor martial soul trembled suddenly, beginning to absorb the life energy to nourish itself. The so-called life spirit ring should be the most fundamental power of the spirit. It is usually not exposed, but as long as it gets sufficient energy nourishment, that hidden power can be successfully activated. Lu Chen used the life energy of the massive amount of blue-silver grass to nourish his own blue-silver emperor martial soul. If successful, he would obtain a life spirit ring without any surprises. If it failed, it could also allow his blue-silver emperor to further evolve. Overall, Lu Chen would not lose out. Afterwards, Lu Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to it, comprehending his own blue-silver emperor martial soul and the majestic life energy, which was also of great benefit to him. Chapter 92. Attention of the Goddess of Life and the God of Destruction. Blue-Silver Forest. At this moment, the sky above the entire forest was covered by endless blue streams of light, which gathered together like a blue ocean. Waves surged, and within every crest of the waves, a massive amount of life energy was contained. It was certain that any plant-type spirit beast that absorbed this life energy would see its cultivation advance by leaps and bounds in a short period. Right in the center of this blue ocean, a vortex 10 meters in diameter was rotating at high speed, swallowing the endless life energy like a whale. Finally, it poured the life energy into Lu Chen's body. This process had already lasted for a full 3 months. During these 3 months, Lu Chen continuously absorbed life energy. His skin, muscles, meridians, and bones, all under the washing of the life energy, took on a translucent crystalline texture. His blue-silver emperor martial soul, having absorbed 3 months of life energy, had already gained a massive boost. From the roots to the leaves, every part was glowing. The dazzling blue light emitted an extremely gentle aura of life. Lu Chen's mind was immersed in it as he listened to the voice of the Blue-Silver Emperor, this super spirit he had painstakingly nurtured and evolved step by step. They had never had a truly heartfelt communication like this before. The Blue-Silver Emperor conveyed its joy to Lu Chen, and Lu Chen also conveyed his idea of condensing an innate spirit ring to the Blue-Silver Emperor. The two were essentially two sides of the same coin. With their thoughts unified, the Blue-Silver Emperor's origin power was completely triggered at this instant. An azure spirit ring was condensed by the Blue-Silver Emperor. Within this spirit ring was the origin power of the Blue-Silver Emperor. A moment later, the color of the spirit ring began to change, first white, then yellow, then purple, then black. The spirit ring quickly evolved to the black stage. A black 10,000-year spirit ring was already enough to exert a certain amount of pressure on Lu Chen's body. But this pressure was not enough to overwhelm him. Lu Chen thought excitedly, I succeeded, I condensed an innate spirit ring. However, a 10,000-year spirit ring cannot satisfy my appetite. With my current physical fitness, I can withstand a 100,000-year spirit ring. Lu Chen was incredibly determined. He had to raise this innate spirit ring to the 100,000-year level. As time passed second by second, although the color of the black spirit ring didn't undergo any major changes, it was becoming increasingly deep. If converted into years, it was roughly evolving from 10,000 years to 30,000, from 30,000 to 50,000, and from 50,000 to 80,000. Lu Chen continued to persevere. Right now, he was like a mountain climber. Every extra step he forced himself to take upward increased the spirit ring's age by several hundred years. Even though his whole body felt slightly sore and swollen, his pace never faltered as he strode upward step by step. Finally, strands of red light bloomed within that black spirit ring. As the red light grew, it completely took over the spirit ring, turning it into a red spirit ring. 100,000-year spirit ring. It was done. Lu Chen was overjoyed, but he was still not satisfied. He asked himself, is this enough? Is 100,000-year spirit ring my limit? No, far from it. This isn't my limit. I can still keep going. Having evolved his innate spirit ring into 100,000-year one, the unsatisfied Lu Chen chose to continue persevering. Sweat began to pour from his forehead. 100,000-year spirit ring was enough to exert immense pressure on him, making him feel as if he were carrying a great mountain on his back. And the weight of this mountain would only increase as time passed. Creak, snap, a series of ear-piercing sounds came from Lu Chen's body. It was the sound of his bones beginning to slightly deform under the heavy burden. The expression on Lu Chen's face didn't change, but the occasional twitching of the corners of his mouth showed that he was now starting to endure immense pain. His originally fair skin was now completely flushed red. This was due to the capillaries under his skin bursting, causing a large amount of blood to seep out. Under the intense pressure, a large amount of blood escaped through his pores and was squeezed into clouds of blood mist, completely dyeing Lu Chen into a man of blood. Under the nourishment of life energy, his body had a powerful self-healing ability. But the problem now was that under the pressure of the 100,000-year spirit ring, the speed of his body's destruction was far faster than the speed of his recovery. PFF'd. Lu Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. After the blood left his body, it was immediately squeezed into a cloud of blood mist. His expression became increasingly ferocious, and his facial muscles began to go out of control. But his efforts were not in vain. The age of his red spirit ring was still increasing at a steady pace. 110,000 years, 130,000 years, 150,000 years. Ah! Lu Chen's pupils were crimson, and a beast-like roar escaped his throat. His consciousness was blurred, and the only thing he remembered was to keep going. Crack, crack. His bones were completely overwhelmed and began to snap in large sections. The bone fragments from the breaks were still churning inside his body, tearing his flesh and internal organs. Without bones for support, Lu Chen collapsed directly onto the ground. He opened his mouth wide, desperately breathing the outside air like a fish dying of thirst. Lu Chen had reached the brink of death. In all these years, he had never been in such a dangerous situation. Boom! Just before his body completely collapsed, Lu Chen finally stopped. The final age of his crimson spirit ring was fixed at 190,000 years. A 190,000-year ninth spirit ring. Lu Chen fainted contentedly. After his consciousness fell into a slumber, the massive amount of life energy from outside continued to pour into his body, beginning to repair his broken frame. Broken bones were reshaped, and flesh was reborn. This process was slow, but for Lu Chen, it was actually not much different from taking a nap. While Lu Chen was slowly recovering his body, in the God realm, which was incredibly far from the Douluo continent, the Forest of Life was the residence of the Goddess of Life, one of the 5 great enforcement gods of the God realm. The Goddess of Life was a veteran divinity of the God realm, having existed since the God realm was first created. Her true form was the ancient tree of life. At this moment, the ancient tree of life trembled slightly as if it sensed something, and the Goddess of Life also felt it. The Goddess of Life reached out her fair and slender hand and gently stroked the ancient tree of life. You sensed it too. On the Douluo continent, someone has cultivated the life attribute to the limit of a mortal. It's not easy. This person can be considered my best successor. Unfortunately, the god positions of Xiaozi and me are vital to the survival of the god realm and cannot be passed down. I am the goddess of life. As a reward for a cultivator of the life attribute, I will give this to him. I hope it helps him. If he can create his own god position and come to the god realm, that would also be a fortunate event. As her voice fell, the Goddess of Life channeled the power of the ancient tree of life and used its life origin power to condense a seed of life. The Goddess of Life took the seed of life and cast it toward the Douluo continent, where it flew toward the location of the blue-silver forest. Just then, the god of destruction, who had just arrived at the Forest of Life, noticed the Goddess of Life's actions and asked with some confusion, "Xiao LV, what are you doing?" Xiao LV was the Goddess of Life. She was a beautiful woman in a green dress. She turned around and looked at the god of destruction. Xiaozi, I discovered a spirit master with the life attribute who has cultivated to the realm of a 9-ring titled Douluo. He is even sufficient to inherit my god king position. But my god king position cannot be easily passed on, so I could only condense a seed of life as a reward for him. Xiaozi was the god of destruction. He was a majestic man in purple armor. Following the goddess of life's description, the god of destruction also looked toward the blue-silver forest on the Douluo continent, and a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. This person has twin spirits. He evolved the blue-silver grass martial soul into the blue-silver emperor martial soul and even cultivated to the 9-ring titled Douluo level. He is indeed a spirit master with outstanding talent. Since Xiao LV has rewarded him, I should also make some gesture. Once his second spirit reaches the 9-ring realm and his own spirit power reaches rank 99, I can condense a seed of destruction to give to him. Hearing this, the goddess of life frowned slightly. Xiaozi, are you joking? My seed of life and your seed of destruction contain the world's most fundamental powers of life and destruction. If they are gathered in one person, who knows what will happen? The god of destruction's eyes flashed with brilliance as he said, not knowing as exactly what makes it interesting. Xiao LV, the current god realm is stagnant. It seems peaceful and tranquil, but in reality, it has become rigid. The polarization among the divinities is severe. Some divinities are unmotivated and only focus on pleasure. Some divinities are restless, trying every possible way to escape this cage that is the god realm. Such a god realm is bound to end sooner or later. A human spirit master who fuses a seed of life and a seed of destruction might bring some new variables to this god realm. Seeing that the god of destruction had already made his decision, the goddess of life found it hard to say anything more. I hope everything develops in a good direction. Chapter 93. Wildfire cannot destroy it, the spring breeze brings it back to life. It was still the blue-silver forest. A crack suddenly split open in the sky, and a palm-sized emerald seed, radiating a dense aura of life, emerged from the rift. This emerald seed was the seed of life condensed by the goddess of life. The seed of life flew out from the spatial rift, slowly descending into the forest until it found Lu Chen lying on the ground and merged into his body. In an instant, a boundless aura of life swept through Lu Chen's body, merging into his limbs, bones, and internal organs. His originally damaged bones, meridians, muscles, and skin, all under the nourishment of that life aura, saw their recovery speed increase tenfold. That seed of life roamed throughout Lu Chen's body, finally arriving in his dantian, where it began to breathe and refine his spirit power. The spirit power refined by this seed of life was like it had been purified, not only did its degree of purity increase greatly, but it also gained a hint of the aura of life. If one were to say what was different. Before, spirit power was just spirit power. Now, the spirit power could be called life spirit power. This life spirit power refined through the seed of life merged with his blue-silver emperor martial soul, prompting his blue-silver emperor martial soul to begin further evolution. The life attribute of the blue-silver emperor was evolving into the ultimate life attribute. After about a day, Lu Chen slowly woke up from his slumber. This was thanks to the seed of life. Originally, he would have needed to sleep for at least 10 days to fully recover from his physical injuries. Because of the seed of life, it took only 1 day for Lu Chen's body to return to its peak state. Lu Chen opened his eyes, climbed up from the ground, and then stretched his arms vigorously. Ah, that was a comfortable sleep. I remember before passing out, my innate spirit ring had already condensed, and its age reached 190,000 years. After speaking, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he summoned his spirit. A crystal-clear blue-silver emperor, its stems and leaves covered in golden patterns, grew out of thin air before him. Purple, 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 black, 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 red, red. 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, an incredibly shocking spirit ring configuration. Especially his red 9th spirit ring, that was his innate spirit ring, with an age as high as 190,000 years. Lu Chen sensed it carefully and then laughed happily. Ha ha ha, the ultimate profound truth of the blue-silver emperor. Wildfire cannot destroy it, the spring breeze brings it back to life. I finally obtained this skill. Although the name is the same as the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone skill, the effect is worlds apart. The wildfire cannot destroy it, the spring breeze brings it back to life, of the blue-silver emperor right leg bone is at most a recovery skill. After Tang San broke through to title Douluo, the strongest healing effect of this skill was to help his father, Tang Hao, regrow his severed limbs. But my wildfire cannot destroy it, the spring breeze brings it back to life, is a true divine resurrection skill. Even if I am killed and even if my soul is scattered, as long as there is blue-silver grass on this continent, the blue-silver grass will help me regroup my soul and recondense a body, allowing me to be resurrected after 49 days, directly returning to my peak state. Now I am the true blue-silver emperor. As long as I don't want to die, no one in this world can truly kill me. How could Lu Chen not be happy? Finally obtaining the long-awaited resurrection skill, he could now roam the continent with peace of mind. As long as no divinity personally intervenes, no spirit master in this world can truly slay Lu Chen. After laughing for a while, Lu Chen discovered that his 9th spirit ability, besides, wildfire cannot destroy it, the spring breeze brings it back to life, had another skill, Blue-Silver Sovereign. The effect of this skill surprised even Lu Chen. Blue-Silver Sovereign can suppress all plant spirit beasts and plant spirit owners. In the case where one's mental force exceeds the opponent's, it can even forcibly change the opponent's will, making them truly submit to oneself. What a domineering skill. With such a skill, my blue-silver emperor martial soul will henceforth be worthy of being called the undisputed sovereign. In the case where one's mental force exceeds the opponent's, it can forcibly change their will. Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he thought about who he should use this skill on. Then Lu Chen withdrew his spirit, and his 9 spirit rings also dissipated into the air one by one. He sensed his spirit power again. Only rank 91 spirit power. Although condensing an innate spirit ring granted me the most suitable skill, unlike absorbing spirit rings, there is no additional spirit power bonus. Rank 91 is fine. After all, my cultivation speed is fast. Now that my blue-silver emperor martial soul has cultivated to the 9-ring realm, I can cultivate my second spirit, the black iron sickle. As long as I absorb 9 powerful spirit rings with compatible attributes, my spirit power will naturally grow rapidly. Breaking through rank 99 spirit power in the future is only a matter of time. At that moment, Lu Chen was suddenly stunned. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he was sensing his spirit power, he discovered that an emerald seed had appeared in his dantian at some point. That emerald seed looked to be about the size of a fist, radiating a dense aura of life as it breathed and refined his spirit power. Lu Chen's head was full of question marks. What is this thing? I had no idea about this before I passed out. Could it be a spirit core condensed by my spirit power after I broke through to titled Douluo? With thoughts of caution and curiosity, Lu Chen mobilized his mental force, sending it into his dantian to make contact with that emerald seed. The moment his mental force came into contact with the emerald seed, a scene flashed before his eyes. It was an endless, dense forest. At the center of that forest was an ancient tree towering into the clouds, with lush branches and leaves and a crown so large it blotted out the sky and sun. Lu Chen was instantly horrified, and then information about this forest and this ancient tree appeared in his mind together. Forest of Life, Ancient Tree of Life, Goddess of Life. Lu Chen understood the origin of this seed. When I broke through to titled Douluo, the Goddess of Life took notice of me. As a reward for a life attribute cultivator, the Goddess of Life condensed a seed of life and sent it into my body. Lu Chen's gaze narrowed as he felt a deep sense of awe. As a transmigrator, he originally didn't take the divinities of the Douluo world very seriously because some divinities performed less than satisfactorily. For example, the sea god trident is only 108,000 caddies. It would be very difficult to even destroy a city with it. Now it seems he cannot take things for granted. As the supreme beings of a world, the divinities of the Douluo continent still have their unique strengths. The Goddess of Life sensed his existence from an unknown distance and gave him a seed of life as a reward. With such means, if she wanted to deal with him, it probably wouldn't be difficult. Lu Chen's heart was in turmoil, and it took a long time before he finally calmed down. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it cannot be avoided. Now let's see what benefits this seed of life has for me. Lu Chen began to study this seed of life. Slowly, he discovered that this seed of life had a function similar to a spirit core. It could refine spirit power 24 hours a day without stopping, accelerating his cultivation speed. Moreover, the refined spirit power could be converted into a special kind of spirit power, containing a dense aura of life. After his spirit absorbed this spirit power, it underwent further evolution, and its life attribute became even more pure. Lu Chen's eyes grew fervent. This is a good thing, a wonderful thing. This seed of life contains the laws of the Goddess of Life and is the most fundamental life force of this world. As long as he can comprehend it thoroughly, he can master ultimate life. Chapter 94. The plot is about to begin. After finishing his research on the seed of life, Lu Chen cupped his hands to the sky as a gesture of thanks for the Goddess of Life's gift. With this seed of life's soul core, Lu Chen's future path became much broader. Not to mention anything else. For practitioners of twin spirits, when adding spirit rings to their second spirit, the spirit power of the first and second spirits will clash violently due to their different attributes. At best, one is severely injured, at worst, their body explodes and they die. This is the biggest problem for practitioners of twin spirits. To solve this problem, Lu Chen originally had two methods. The first method was to simply and crudely improve physical fitness. As long as the body was strong enough, even if the spirit powers of the two spirits clashed, they could be forcibly suppressed. The second method was like Tang San, becoming an inheritor of a divinity, using divine force, which is a grade higher than spirit power, to forcibly balance the two clashing spirit powers. Lu Chen's physical fitness was very strong. He was born with divine strength, had consumed the ice and fire immortal herbs, and all 9 spirit rings of his first spirit were absorbed beyond their limits, making his physical fitness infinitely close to 100,000-year level spirit beast. He wanted to cultivate his second spirit. At least before his 7 rings rank, he could rely on his physical fitness to forcibly suppress the conflict between the two spirits' spirit powers. After the 7 rings rank, he might still need to become an inheritor of a divinity to solve the conflict once and for all. But now, Lu Chen had a third method. By studying the law of life within the seed of life, eventually reaching ultimate sublimation and becoming a god through law. This was a broad and open road. Although there was also the method of becoming a god through faith, that took too long. Moreover, with the angel god on the continent and the sea god in the ocean, where was there any place left for him to spread faith? As for becoming an inheritor of a divinity, one would be trapped in the god realm in the future. If the god realm were truly such a good place, why would the Asura god and sea god pass on their god positions? Lu Chen would become a god through law, and with his golden finger that made him stronger just by breathing, his strength would continue to grow, allowing him to freely roam the universe in the future. He didn't want to be bound by the god realm. Enough fantasizing, back to the present. Lu Chen's purpose for coming to the blue-silver forest had been achieved, successfully condensing an innate spirit ring as his ninth spirit ability. He gained the skills, wildfire cannot consume it, the spring breeze brings it back to life, and blue-silver sovereign. Lu Chen was already very satisfied. It's time to leave. For the next period, I'll take a trip to the Stardow Great Forest. If I find a suitable spirit beast, I'll add a few spirit rings to my second spirit. After saying that, Lu Chen began to try flying. After becoming a titled Douluo, he naturally mastered the ability to fly. It was like an instinct. Flying became an instinct as natural as eating or walking. With a thought, his spirit power surged out, turning into a breeze that made his robes flutter and lifting his body directly into the air. Lu Chen took flight, watching himself fly higher and higher, further away from the ground. A sense of pride and ambition welled up in Lu Chen's chest. Looking as far as the eye could see, the sky was high and the earth was vast. In the future, he could go anywhere on this Douluo continent. Set off, Stardow Great Forest. With these words, Lu Chen flew toward the direction of the Stardow Great Forest. The blue-silver forest was originally on the border of the two great empires, not very far from the Stardow Great Forest. After an hour of flight, Lu Chen arrived outside the Stardow Great Forest, but he didn't enter immediately. Instead, he came to a small town outside the Stardow Great Forest. He casually went to a hotel, requested a room, and asked the waiter to send hot water to his room after heating it. Lu Chen wanted to wash up. When he was condensing his innate spirit ring earlier, blood had been spraying from all over his body. Now his body was still a bit sticky, and his clothes were dirty and smelly. Entering his room, Lu Chen immediately took off his dirty and smelly clothes. A short while later, the waiter brought the hot water. Lu Chen soaked in the bath bucket filled with hot water and scrubbed his body thoroughly, washing away layers of bloodstains and scabs. Without the bloodstains and scabs covering him, Lu Chen's handsome appearance was revealed once again. Beneath his azure long hair was a handsome face so exquisite that even a woman would be jealous. Now that he had become a titled Douluo and possessed a divine skill that could revive him like wildfire cannot consume it, the spring breeze brings it back to life. He could be bolder in the future and roam the continent with his true appearance. After bathing, Lu Chen went to bed for a sleep. When he woke up the next day as the sky brightened, he felt refreshed. Putting on a blue suit suitable for movement and having breakfast at the hotel, Lu Chen left the town in high spirits, truly setting off for the Stardow Great Forest. He entered the Stardow Great Forest. Lu Chen took a breath of fresh air. The scent of green grass mixed with earth rushed deep into his nostrils. The first spirit ring of my second spirit, the black iron sickle, must be at least 50,000 years old. If 100,000-year spirit beasts weren't so hard to find, I'd really want to add 900,000-year spirit rings to my second spirit. Lu Chen spoke some wishful words and then activated the blue-silver domain. To find a suitable spirit beast, he still had to mobilize the blue-silver grass of the Stardow Great Forest. Blue-silver domain. A blue glow erupted from Lu Chen's body, continuously spreading in all directions. Wherever the blue-silver domain covered, all the blue-silver grass cheered and leaned slightly toward Lu Chen's direction. As for the other 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year spirit beasts, they were all terrified, crouching on the ground and not daring to move. After Lu Chen broke through to titled Douluo, his blue-silver domain also evolved. The ultimate profound truth of the blue-silver domain was called all rivers run to sea. It could absorb the life energy of all blue-silver grass within the domain and convert it into his own spirit power and mental force. As long as he was in a place where blue-silver grass flourished, he wouldn't fear a battle of attrition. In just a short while, the blue-silver domain covered 1/10 of the Stardow Great Forest. This wasn't the limit of the blue-silver domain, but rather Lu Chen's mental force had reached its limit of endurance. The Stardow Great Forest was truly too massive, not at all comparable to the blue-silver forest or the sunset forest. Lu Chen's blue-silver domain could cover the blue-silver forest and sunset forest, but in the Stardow Great Forest, it could only cover 1/10. But this wasn't a big problem. Searching 1/10 of the Stardow Great Forest a day, he could search the entire forest in 10 days. Lu Chen issued an order, letting all the blue-silver grass within the domain begin searching for high-level spirit beasts. After receiving the order, all the blue-silver grass immediately sprang into action, and pieces of information began to converge, reported to Lu Chen through the blue-silver domain. Lu Chen quickly processed the reported information. A 30,000-year man-faced demon spider, cultivation level is too low. A 35,000-year bloodthirsty magic leopard, cultivation isn't enough. A 40,000-year ghost tiger, this one won't do either. Looking at the reported spirit beast information, Lu Chen's sword-like brows furrowed slightly. It seemed high-level spirit beasts were even rarer than he had expected. After about half an hour, a piece of information was reported to Lu Chen, quickly catching his attention. 4 or 5 human spirit masters were chasing a girl. Lu Chen looked through the perspective of the blue-silver grass. He found that the girl was wearing leather clothes and pants, with a youthful face but a devilish figure, full breasts, plump buttocks, a slender waist that could be held in one hand, and long, powerful legs. This image, is it Zhu Zuqing? Lu Chen couldn't help but think. Zhu Zuqing is being chased. It seems she just escaped from the Star Luo Empire. Doesn't this mean the Shrek plot is about to begin? Calculating it this way, I'm 12 this year, and Tang San and Xiao Wu are also 12. This is the age they graduate from Nuoding Academy. After graduation, they go to Shrek Academy, and that fellow Tang Hao will surely follow them. Then there will be no one by Ah Yin's side. Heaven is truly helping me. Tang Hao, Tang San, I'll use your wife and mother to test my 9th spirit ability, Blue-Silver Sovereign. Thinking of this, Lu Chen prepared to retract the blue-silver domain. Hunting spirit beasts wasn't urgent. He would take advantage of the gap when Tang Hao left Ah Yin to go and subdue the blue-silver emperor. But before retracting the blue-silver domain, Lu Chen looked toward Zhu Zuqing's side again. With a thought, several blue-silver vines instantly shot out of the forest, binding all the human spirit masters chasing Zhu Zuqing and dragging them directly into the forest. Crack, crack, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, these spirit masters chasing Zhu Zuqing were strangled by the blue-silver vines until their bones shattered. Zhu Zuqing, who was still being chased just moments ago, turned her head in shock and found that the spirit masters chasing her had all been taken care of by several blue-silver vines that appeared out of nowhere. Zhu Zuqing immediately became alert, but she soon realized those blue-silver vines didn't seem to have any intention of harming her. One blue-silver vine even waved at her, as if greeting her or telling her to leave quickly. After Zhu Zuqing understood, her gaze swept across the surroundings. Although she didn't know who was helping her, she still spoke loudly in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. My name is Zhu Zuqing. If there's ever a place where I can be of use in the future, I will surely repay this kindness. After saying that, Zhu Zuqing followed the direction pointed out by the blue-silver vines and quickly left, running into the distance. Seeing Zhu Zuqing leave, Lu Chen retracted the blue-silver domain. He had saved Zhu Zuqing's life from hundreds of miles away. First, because her appearance told him the plot was about to begin. Second, because this Zhu Zuqing, with her youthful face and large breasts, was indeed likable. Appearance is justice. Lu Chen was no exception and saved her in passing. Calculating the time, I've been out for 3 years. I haven't been home for 3 years. It's time to go back and visit my parents and Grandpa Old Jack. Damn Tang Hao, if he hadn't been guarding the back mountain of Saint Spirit Village, I wouldn't have been afraid to even go home. Now that I am a titled Douluo, I can finally go back and take a look. With these words, Lu Chen took flight directly and flew toward the direction of Saint Spirit Village with excitement. Chapter 95. Returning home. Flying in the sky, hearing the howling wind in his ears and watching the clouds constantly recede behind him, Lu Chen felt his heart beat a little faster. He had been away from home for 3 years. Returning home now, he truly felt like a youth who had left home only to return as an adult. At the thought of this, the urge to return home became even more urgent, and with a burst of spirit power, his speed grew faster and faster. 3 hours later, the outline of Saint Spirit Village had already appeared in his sight. Seeing that small, peaceful village, a smile involuntarily appeared on Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen then descended, landing on the ground at the entrance of the village. He lifted his foot, about to walk into the village, but he suddenly stopped. Turning his head to look left and right, his deep blue hair was like silk. My changes are really too great. Mom, Dad, and Grandpa Old Jack are just ordinary people, they might find it hard to understand. I should change back to my original appearance. As for my rank, saying I've become a titled Douluo would inevitably scare them, so I'll just say I've become a spirit elder for now. As for the matter of me being a titled Douluo, I'll slowly reveal it to them later. As he spoke, Lu Chen activated the blue-silver domain, using its camouflage ability to gradually change his appearance. His deep blue hair instantly turned black, and his handsome face, after being shrouded in a mist, returned to how it looked before his blue-silver emperor awakening. Only then did Lu Chen nod in satisfaction. It wasn't that he intended to hide it from his parents and old Jack, but rather he feared that his drastic changes would frighten them, as they were just ordinary people. After completing his camouflage, Lu Chen strode into the village. Looking at every familiar blade of grass and tree in the village, Lu Chen felt a surge of emotion. Although he was a transmigrator, after his transmigration, he had long since regarded this village as his home. Returning after 3 years away, there was a unique feeling in his heart. He was very fast, and before long, he returned to the front of his family's courtyard. Seeing the wisps of smoke rising from the chimney, Lu Chen immediately pushed open the courtyard gate and shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Hearing this voice, the sound of hurried footsteps came from inside the house. Lu Chen's parents, Luan and Rose, hurriedly pushed open the door and walked out. Because Lu Chen had used his camouflage skill to change his appearance back to how it was before his blue-silver emperor martial soul awakening before entering the village. Thus, Luan and Rose recognized Lu Chen at a glance, avoiding the joke of not recognizing their own son. Luan had more wrinkles on his face and more white hair on his head, looking quite a bit older. Seeing his son now, his eyes widened, and he revealed a joyful smile. "Little Chen, it's little Chen who's back. You child, how could you be gone for 3 years? When you left 3 years ago, you said you were going to hunt spirit beasts. What kind of spirit beast takes 3 years to hunt? You didn't even think to send a letter back. During these 3 years, your mother and I have been worried about you every day." Rose was much thinner than she was 3 years ago, with sunken cheeks and prominent cheekbones. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, as if she was afraid he might suddenly vanish. Her body trembled slightly, and her tone was so excited that her voice was somewhat sharp. "Little Chen, you're still alive. That's wonderful. You didn't come back for 3 years and didn't even send a message. Some rumors in the village said you must have been eaten by a spirit beast. Your father and I were terrified every day, fearing that news of your death would come back. We thought about it a lot later and regretted sending you to the Spirit Master Academy. Even being an ordinary person is better than becoming a spirit master and getting eaten by a spirit beast." Hearing his parents' words and the excitement in their tones, Lu Chen felt his nose tingle. Although his parents were just ordinary people and hadn't passed down a powerful spirit to him, their love for him was the purest in the world, wishing only for his safety. Thinking of this, Lu Chen cursed Tang Hao in his heart again. "Damn Tang Hao, making me afraid to return to the village for 3 years and letting my parents live in fear for so long. You really deserve to die." In that instant, Lu Chen thought of an anime he had seen in his previous life. Senju Tobarama's hatred for Uchiha Madara was indeed not without reason. It even eventually formed a fixed catchphrase. "Damn Uchiha Madara, the naturally evil Uchiha clan. As an enemy, one should die completely, their bones ground to dust and ashes scattered, their soul flying away and spirit scattering. Only then can hatred truly be resolved. How could there be reconciliation with an enemy, or even eventual peaceful coexistence?" No longer thinking of random things, Lu Chen strode toward his parents, putting his left arm around his father and his right arm around his mother, saying with a tone of guilt, "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I'm late coming back." Being held tightly by Lu Chen's strong arms, Luan and Rose finally showed relieved smiles on their faces. Their son had truly returned alive. The two also reached out and embraced Lu Chen. After a long time, the family of 3 finally entered the house. At this time, Lu Chen couldn't wait to take out a pile of beautiful clothes and pretty jewelry from his storage soul guidance device. Over the years, while buying clothes for himself, he would also buy some clothes and jewelry for his parents. It was just that he hadn't had time to return, so they had piled up in his storage soul guidance device. Lu Chen looked at his parents with a face full of smiles. "Dad, Mom, these are the clothes I bought for you. Quickly put them on and try them, see if you like them." Luan looked at Lu Chen, who seemed to be performing magic by pulling out a large pile of clothes and jewelry from nowhere, his eyes full of confusion. "Little Chen, where did you get these clothes and jewelry from? We didn't see you carrying any bags." Hearing this, Lu Chen extended his wrist, revealing his silver bracelet storage soul guidance device. "It's this silver bracelet. This is called a storage soul guidance device. It's equipment used by spirit masters, and it has a special space inside for storing items." Listening to Lu Chen's introduction, Luan, as an ordinary person, didn't quite understand, but hearing that it was something only spirit masters could use, he immediately showed a look of wonder. Beside him, Rose used her somewhat rough palms to gently stroke the various clothes, which were of extraordinary material and clearly very precious. After just one touch, she withdrew her hand like a lightning bolt. In her entire life, Rose had never seen clothes made of such good material. She asked hesitantly, "Little Chen, these clothes must be very expensive, right? We have to work in the fields every day, it's not appropriate to wear these clothes. Why don't you return them all? Don't waste money." Lu Chen turned to look at Rose and said firmly, "I'm already a spirit master. It's very easy for a spirit master to make money. These clothes and jewelry aren't that expensive, so wear and use them with peace of mind. I'll leave you a sum of money. In the future, you won't have to work in the fields anymore. Just eat and drink every day and live a leisurely life. I still have some matters to handle outside. Once I'm done, I'll buy a big house in the city and bring you both there to enjoy life." After Lu Chen persuaded them for a long time, Luan and Rose finally accepted the clothes and jewelry. Their faces still held a look of disbelief, as if all of this were a dream. Chapter 96, Returning Home in Glory. Saint Spirit Village, Lu Chen's home. Under Lu Chen's persuasion, Luan and Rose happily tried on their new clothes and jewelry. Thinking that these were gifts from Lu Chen, their faces couldn't help but beam with pride. At that moment, old Jack, who had heard the news, entered their courtyard, his voice filled with surprise and joy. "Little Chen, is that you who's back? I just heard from the villagers that a tall and strong young man came to Luan and Rose's house right after entering the village. I thought about it and felt it might be you." Hearing old Jack's voice, Lu Chen said a word to his parents and turned to head out into the courtyard. Looking at old Jack, whose figure was even more hunched than 3 years ago, Lu Chen stepped forward to support him and spoke in a gentle voice. "Grandpa Village Chief, I'm back. I've been gone for 3 years, and I've truly made you all worry." Old Jack looked at the tall and strong Lu Chen and saw that he was in one piece. He breathed a sigh of relief and then asked with burning eyes, "Little Chen, I had high hopes for you back then, believing you would definitely become a spirit master. You were away for so long just to hunt spirit beasts. Are you a true spirit master now? What rank have you reached in your spirit master breakthrough?" Old Jack's lifelong wish was for the village to produce another spirit master. The reason their Saint Spirit Village was named as such was because a spirit saint had once come from this village. This was old Jack's pride. If another spirit saint could emerge from their village, old Jack felt he could truly die without regrets. Sensing old Jack's burning gaze, Lu Chen followed his plan and did not reveal his true realm. "I am already a spirit master. My realm is currently a spirit elder." Hearing that Lu Chen was already a spirit elder, old Jack slapped his thigh in joy and praised him with a chuckle. "The spirit elder realm is not low at all. Little Chen, I knew you could do it. I heard that kid from Tang Hao's family is still a spirit grandmaster. You are even more outstanding than him." "Good, I am very gratified." After Tang Hao disappeared, Tang San hasn't even been willing to return to the village. "I see that the most promising one in the village is still you." While old Jack was speaking, Lu Chen supported him as they entered the house. Then, he took out a large bag of tea leaves from his storage soul guidance device, handed it to old Jack, and explained. "Grandpa Village Chief, this is cloud mist tea. It's a type of tea that nobles in big cities love to drink. It can eliminate fatigue and restore physical strength. I picked this myself in the Spirit Beast Forest. Unfortunately, I'm not a tea master, and the leaves weren't processed very well, which lowered the quality a bit. This is what I picked before. I came back in a hurry this time, but when I return next time, I'll definitely buy some of the highest quality cloud mist tea." Holding the bag of tea, old Jack couldn't stop smiling, and the more he looked at Lu Chen, the more satisfied he became. Although Lu Chen said the quality of this cloud mist tea had decreased due to improper processing, For a small village chief like him to be able to drink the cloud mist tea favored by nobles was already more than enough. Old Jack looked at Lu Chen and said in a gratified tone. It's fine, this is already very good. Tea you picked yourself shows your sincerity even more. If the chiefs of the neighboring villages heard I could drink this kind of tea, they'd be green with envy. He truly had returned in a hurry, otherwise, with Lu Chen's strength as a titled Douluo, he could have even obtained precious tributes that only the Heaven Do imperial family could enjoy. However, he also had something good to give to old Jack. Lu Chen spoke again. Grandpa village chief, I am a support soul master. I can help people recover their health, healing wounds, curing illnesses, and even strengthening the bodies of those who are healthy. Just stand still and don't move. Don't be surprised by what you see in a moment. After saying this, Lu Chen summoned his spirit, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Then, 3 disguised spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple. 2 yellow and 1 purple, the standard configuration for a 3-ring spirit elder. Lu Chen was too young. A 12-year-old titled Douluo might scare his parents and old Jack, so he decided to keep a low profile for now. Even though Lu Chen was being so low-key, old Jack couldn't help but be filled with wonder upon seeing those 3 spirit rings. Under Lu Chen's control, a blue-silver vine wrapped around old Jack, and he immediately performed his 4th spirit ability, blue-silver purification. In the next instant, a blue light erupted from the blue-silver vine, sacred, bright, and brimming with the aura of life. This blue light merged into old Jack's body, instantly sweeping through his limbs and internal organs, making him feel warm all over, so comfortable he wanted to take a nap. Blue-silver purification could dispel abnormal statuses. The physical weakness old Jack had accumulated over the years due to old age, overwork, and lingering effects from illnesses was rapidly being restored. In just a short while, old Jack felt as if he had grown 10 years younger. He looked at Lu Chen excitedly and repeatedly gave him a thumbs up. A spirit master is truly a spirit master, such a method is simply miraculous. Lu Chen smiled slightly and attempted to use the power of the seed of life, channeling strands of life energy into old Jack's body to truly restore his youth. Then, it was visible to the naked eye, old Jack was regaining his youth. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out, his white hair quickly turned black, and his hunched back straightened up. This time, he truly looked dozens of years younger, returning to his prime. About 5 minutes later, Lu Chen withdrew the blue-silver vine and looked at old Jack, saying with a smile, "Grandpa village chief, how do you feel now compared to before?" Old Jack was full of disbelief. His waist no longer ached, his back no longer pained him. He tossed aside his cane and touched his cheeks, the wrinkles were gone, and his skin had become much smoother. He spoke in a tone full of shock. "Spirit Master, is this the power of a Spirit Master? I've regained my youth, I feel full of energy now. Little Chen, this is truly incredible." Overjoyed, old Jack took the cloud mist tea Lu Chen had given him and left impatiently. He wanted to go back and look in the mirror to see what he looked like now. After watching old Jack leave, Lu Chen turned his head and saw his parents. Luan and Rose had just witnessed old Jack regaining his youth, and their faces were now filled with disbelief as well. Lu Chen said to his parents with a smile, "Dad, Mom, let me help you regain your youth as well. Only 3 years have passed, yet you've aged so much. I've truly made you worry." After saying this, under Lu Chen's control, 2 more blue-silver vines extended out, wrapping around Luan and Rose respectively. Just like before, Lu Chen performed blue-silver purification. The blue light, filled with a sacred, bright, and life-giving aura, merged into Luan and Rose's bodies, helping them recover. At the same time, Lu Chen mobilized the power of the seed of life, channeling strands of life energy into Luan and Rose's bodies, helping them truly regain their youth and return to the physical state of their 20s. In less than 10 minutes, Luan and Rose were pleasantly surprised and shocked to find that they had truly returned to a youthful state. When one person attains the Tao, even their pets ascend to heaven. Since Lu Chen had returned home in glory this time, he wanted his parents and old Jack, who had helped him so much, to enjoy the benefits he brought. Chapter 97. Yin. Luan and Rose looked at each other, now restored to their youth, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise and shock. Lu Chen returning alive was already enough to make them happy. What they hadn't expected was that not only had he returned alive, but he had even mastered the ability to make people young again. Is this what a spirit master is? Knowing nothing of the spirit master's world and having lived in Saint Spirit Village their whole lives, Luan and Rose began to think that every spirit master should be like Lu Chen. Afterward, Luan and Rose brought Lu Chen along to have a reunion dinner at home. Although the food was simple, Lu Chen ate with great relish. He hadn't tasted his mother's cooking in several years. After the meal, in the afternoon, Lu Chen said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, I'm going for a walk outside the village. I haven't been back in a long time, and I really miss it." Luan and Rose didn't stop him, they just told him not to go too far and to come back early for dinner in the evening. Lu Chen gave an acknowledging reply and set off. A moment later, at the back mountain of Saint Spirit Village, Lu Chen arrived in a forest lush with blue-silver grass. He activated his blue-silver domain, silently spreading it toward the depths of the back mountain. Everywhere covered by his blue-silver domain, all the blue-silver grass became his eyes and ears, allowing him to see and hear every movement within the back mountain. After about 10 minutes, Lu Chen's perspective expanded with the blue-silver domain into a valley hidden among the mountains. The valley was extremely desolate, with weeds over half a meter tall, jagged rocks, towering ancient trees, and most importantly, a giant waterfall. Based on these features, Lu Chen was essentially certain that this was where Tang Hao had hidden Ah Yin. Because he wasn't sure if Tang Hao was currently there, he was exceptionally cautious, even holding his breath. He slowly extended his perspective, probing behind the waterfall. Behind the waterfall, he found a hidden cave. At this moment, the cave was empty, with no one in sight. Lu Chen immediately relaxed. It seemed Tang Hao had left. It wasn't that he feared Tang Hao. After all, Tang Hao couldn't kill him anyway. It was just that fighting Tang Hao now would be troublesome. Aside from a blue-silver overlord spear, he basically had no means of attack. Having confirmed Tang Hao's absence, Lu Chen retracted his perspective, took to the air, and flew toward the valley. About 20 minutes later, Lu Chen personally arrived at the valley. He landed behind a large rock and once again extended his mental force into the cave behind the waterfall to confirm that Tang Hao truly wasn't there. Only then did Lu Chen step out with peace of mind, passing through the giant waterfall and entering a dark, damp cave. He surveyed the surroundings and thought to himself, does Tang Hao really not understand, or is he just pretending? By hiding Ah Yin in such a dark and damp cave, has he never thought about letting her truly recover? Even if he didn't send Ah Yin back to the blue-silver forest, he should at least have planted her in the valley outside instead of this dark, damp cave. Then, Lu Chen advanced into the depths of the cave by flying at a low altitude, leaving no footprints. In just a short while, Lu Chen reached the depths of the cave. In the center of the cave's depths was a small mound of earth, and on that mound grew a stalk of blue-silver grass about the size of a baby's arm. This was no ordinary blue-silver grass. One could see lines of golden patterns upon it. However, those golden patterns had now dimmed, lacking any luster whatsoever. With a thought, Lu Chen drifted over and looked at the blue-silver grass with the faded golden patterns. It seems this is Ah Yin. After my blue-silver grass martial soul evolved into the blue-silver emperor martial soul, her status as the original blue-silver emperor has fallen. The status of the blue-silver emperor is unique. Or rather, on a single continent, there can only be one blue-silver emperor. Since I have become the blue-silver emperor, it's impossible for Ah Yin to occupy that position anymore. These faded golden patterns are the last bit of anything related to the blue-silver emperor that remains of Ah Yin. Lu Chen reached out a finger and flicked one of Ah Yin's leaves. The originally slumbering Ah Yin sensed the aura of the blue-silver emperor and seemed to wake up. Her leaves trembled slightly and then immediately wrapped around Lu Chen's finger. At this moment, she was like an ordinary blue-silver grass, incredibly intimate and reverent toward Lu Chen, the blue-silver emperor. Although he knew this was an instinctive reaction of the blue-silver grass, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Chen shook his head with a laugh and said, "It seems I underestimated the suppression the blue-silver emperor has over the blue-silver grass. Even though Ah Yin was once the blue-silver emperor, in front of me, the new blue-silver emperor, she can't even produce a single thought of resistance. However, to be safe, I must use blue-silver sovereign to completely change Ah Yin's will and make her submit to me from the bottom of her heart. Even when facing Tang Hao and Tang San, she must stand firmly with me." Only then can I rest easy using the all rivers run to sea ability of the blue-silver domain to accelerate Yin's growth and resurrect her once more. I still have to travel the world. Tang Hao, Tang San, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, Ji Yu Rong, Bibi Dong, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and a whole bunch of titled Douluos from Spirit Hall will all be my future enemies. Before I leave, I must leave behind a loyal servant for my parents and Grandpa Old Jack to protect their safety in Saint Spirit Village. After using Blue-Silver Sovereign to brainwash Yin, she will submit to me completely and execute my orders unconditionally. With her in Saint Spirit Village, I can travel outside with peace of mind. Yin also has a blue-silver domain. She can easily deal with ordinary spirit masters, and if she encounters powerful ones, she can detect the danger in advance and take my parents and Grandpa Old Jack to flee early. With those words, Lu Chen summoned his blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, and 9 undisguised spirit rings rose one by one from beneath his feet. Purple, 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 black, 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 red, red. As the 9 spirit rings appeared one by one, the surging, terrifying pressure made the air in the cave turn viscous. And Yin, the former blue-silver emperor, was now trembling all over. Her cultivation of less than 3,000 years was completely unable to withstand the aura of Lu Chen, the current blue-silver emperor. Lu Chen whispered, "Blue-silver sovereign." As he spoke, his red 9th spirit ring instantly flashed. Infused with spirit power, an endless, terrifying pressure was released from his blue-silver emperor martial soul. That materialized terrifying pressure swept toward Yin, like layers of shackles being placed upon her. The pressure gradually penetrated deep into her soul, tearing through her psychological defenses in an instant. Her thoughts, her will, her memories, were all brutally tampered with by that terrifying pressure, forcibly branded with Lu Chen's mark. From now on, Lu Chen was her master, and she would unconditionally execute any order from him. Chapter 98. Resurrecting Yin. A frantic storm raged throughout the cave, sand and gravel flying as dust filled the air. The delicate blue-silver emperor, Yin, swayed violently in the storm, looking as if she might be uprooted at any moment. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen successfully enslaved Yin and finally stopped casting the skill, Blue-Silver Sovereign. The pressure dissipated, the storm ceased, and the cold, damp cave returned to its initial desolation. Lu Chen let out a long breath. Perhaps it was the suppression of the blue-silver emperor over the blue-silver grass, or perhaps it was because Yin's current cultivation was low and her soul was in a deep slumber. Enslaving Yin didn't consume much spirit power, and Lu Chen easily turned her into his servant. Having successfully made Yin his servant and ensuring she could not betray him, Lu Chen could now confidently resurrect her. Blue-silver domain, all rivers run to sea. In the next instant, a bluish glow erupted from Lu Chen's body, rapidly spreading out of the cave. Infused with Lu Chen's mental force, the blue-silver domain expanded incredibly fast this time. In less than a few minutes, the blue-silver domain covered the entire back mountain of Saint Spirit Village. This wasn't the end. The blue-silver domain continued to expand outward. With Lu Chen's full support, within the next 10 minutes, the blue-silver domain soon covered numerous mountain peaks within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Within the blue-silver domain, all the blue-silver grass swayed gently, greedily absorbing the life aura of the domain, causing their own growth and evolution speeds to increase dramatically. These blue-silver grass instantly became Lu Chen's loyal subjects. It was only because they couldn't speak. If they could, they would surely be shouting right now. Loyalty. As Lu Chen activated the ultimate profound truth of the blue-silver domain, all rivers run to sea. His blue-silver domain immediately began extracting life energy from the numerous blue-silver grass plants according to a certain ratio. Wisps of blue light flowed out from the bodies of these blue-silver grass plants, converging toward the back mountain of Saint Spirit Village through the massive network of the blue-silver domain. Eventually, these blue light streams gathered like a blue torrent, surging into the cave behind the waterfall. An extremely gentle life aura instantly filled the cold, damp cave. Yin swayed her body gently, looking very excited. She wanted to absorb the life energy from those blue-silver grass plants, but since Lu Chen hadn't ordered her to do so, she didn't dare absorb even a single wisp of it. Lu Chen chuckled at the sight and actively guided the life energy to merge into Yin's body. At that moment, a faint, pleasant moan emanated from Yin's body. Yin was so excited she was almost in tears. Ever since she sacrificed herself to Tang Hao 12 years ago, she had turned into a seed. Tang Hao had planted the seed in this dark, damp cave, thinking that by hiding Yin here where no one could find her, her safety would be guaranteed. But this cave was not suitable for Yin's growth at all. It was only thanks to Yin's foundation as the Blue-Silver Emperor that she had desperately absorbed free energy from the air, barely managing to recover 3,000 years of cultivation. While Yin struggled to grow, Tang Hao not only provided no help, but he would also frequently run into the cave in the middle of the night. Slovenly and reeking of alcohol, he would gaze affectionately at Yin, saying what he thought were moving words of love, pouring out his longing and affection. He would stay until dawn, and then Tang Hao would leave the cave reluctantly, looking back with every step. Yin was very distressed by this. This was simply insane. She really wanted to tell Tang Hao, stop saying these empty words and do something practical, like transplanting her to a place more suitable for blue-silver grass to grow. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to share their feelings after she was resurrected? But Tang Hao wouldn't. The scene was terrifying to think about. A slovenly, unkempt drunkard coming to this dark, damp cave every night to express his passion to a stalk of blue-silver grass. This was, in a way, a form of disguised imprisonment. Now, Yin was truly excited. She finally saw the hope of resurrection. Continuous life energy merged into Yin's body, and after she refined it, it turned into her own cultivation. Yin's cultivation was surging every second. In about a minute, she could gain about a year's worth of cultivation. At this rate, she could gain 60 years of cultivation in an hour, and 1,440 years in a day. Ultimately, it would take just over 2 months for Yin to recover her 100,000-year cultivation, be resurrected, and take human form again. Of course, because the position of Blue-Silver Emperor now belonged to Lu Chen, Yin could only have the status of a Blue-Silver King after her resurrection. Yin was already very satisfied with this recovery speed. However, Lu Chen frowned, feeling very dissatisfied. Resurrecting Yin would take a full 2 months. That was too much of a waste of time. Lu Chen thought for a moment, reached out to grab Yin's leaves, and once again activated the power of the Seed of Life, channeling the higher-level life energy of the Seed of Life into Yin's body. In an instant, it was as if Yin had taken some ultimate tonic. Her cultivation recovery speed increased more than tenfold in a flash. Seeing this, Lu Chen thought to himself, it really works. This Seed of Life was condensed by the Goddess of Life using the power of the ancient Tree of Life, and it contains the power of the universe's law of life. Accelerating Yin's resurrection is a simple matter. At this rate, it will take 4 or 5 days at most for Yin to recover her 100,000-year cultivation and truly resurrect. But this is still a bit slow. I wonder if I can speed it up even more. Lu Chen's gaze swept around. With a thought, 4 or 5 blue-silver vines spread out toward the surroundings, feeling along the stone walls. After a short while, a click sounded from the stone wall, as if a mechanism had been triggered. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a hidden compartment opened in the wall. Inside that hidden compartment sat an iron box. Lu Chen's spirits rose at the sight. Found it, the hiding place of the Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone. Lu Chen manipulated the blue-silver vines to take the iron box from the compartment and open it. A remarkably complete, high-quality right leg bone lay quietly inside the iron box. The 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone. It possessed 2 skills. One was flight, and the other was, wildfire cannot consume it, the spring breeze brings it back to life. Lu Chen looked at the spirit bone and sighed. It's a bit redundant. I already have the ability to fly, and I have the full version of, wildfire cannot consume it, the spring breeze brings it back to life. The version in this spirit bone skill is even a castrated version that can't resurrect someone, only heal injuries. Absorbing this spirit bone would be too wasteful for me. This is Yin's spirit bone, containing half of her cultivation. Returning this spirit bone to Yin should be enough to greatly accelerate her resurrection speed. As for that spirit ring on Tang Hao, I'll find an opportunity to snatch it back later. Returning both the spirit ring and spirit bone to Yin should be enough to let her go even further. 9th spirit ability, wildfire cannot consume it, the spring breeze brings it back to life. As he spoke, Lu Chen's rose-red 9th spirit ring flashed with brilliant light once again. Boom! Life energy as vast as the ocean erupted from Lu Chen's blue-silver emperor martial soul, forming a huge vortex in the cave, with Yin at its center. Life energy poured continuously into Yin's body. Under the washing of that vigorous life energy, Yin's entire body rapidly began to turn into pure energy. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Chen hooked his finger, and a blue-silver vine wrapped around the blue-silver emperor right leg bone, bringing it back to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen grabbed the blue-silver emperor right leg bone and thrust it into Yin's already energized body. This spirit bone had originally come from Yin and shared the same source as her. Now that it had returned to her body, it transformed into her cultivation without any effort. Yin's cultivation began to skyrocket. Chapter 99. Yin's Resurrection. Cloud-like blue energy filled the cave, smooth as silk and permeating with a rich aura of life. From a distance, it gave off a dreamlike feeling. This cold, damp cave was reflected as if it were a fairyland on earth. Lu Chen stood in the cave, his eyes projecting a faint, sharp light. The mist could not block his vision. He could see that at Yin's position, a blue light cocoon had already condensed. Having consumed the looking through autumn water dew, he possessed the ability to see through all kinds of extraordinary objects. He saw that within that blue light cocoon, Yin was undergoing a transformation, reshaping her human form. The body being reshaped was originally like a dead object, with no heartbeat, no pulse, and no aura of life. But as time passed, minute by minute, at a certain moment, Yin's soul and her brand new body completely fused together, as inseparable as milk and water. Thump! A powerful heartbeat, like a dull drumbeat, emanated from within that blue light cocoon. Yin had truly been resurrected. Thump! 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 Since Yin's resurrection, her heartbeat had been sounding continuously. With every beat of her heart, that blue light cocoon would tremble violently, swallowing a massive amount of life energy. The rich blue life energy that had filled the cave to the point of being inseparable was now thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the life energy that was decreasing was all being absorbed by that blue light cocoon. Lu Chen looked at the blue light cocoon with an expectant gaze. It wasn't in vain that I returned the blue-silver emperor right leg bone to you. This has saved several days of time, allowing you to enter the final stage of resurrection directly. Under Lu Chen's expectant watch, that blue light cocoon quickly absorbed the very last bit of life energy in the cave until it was clean. Crack, 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 accompanied by the sounds of subtle cracking, numerous crisscrossing. Cracks like a spiderweb appeared on the blue light cocoon. Azure light projected out from those cracks, completely illuminating the originally dark cave. Boom! With a final explosion, the blue light cocoon shattered completely, and a graceful figure stood up from where the cocoon had broken. A head of azure hair spread out like a waterfall, the strands were soft and shiny like silk. Beneath that azure hair was an exquisite and beautiful oval face, with phoenix eyes and willow leaf eyebrows. Her curved eyes held a soft, weak quality that naturally evoked pity. This Yin naturally carried the air of someone who is easily bullied. No wonder she could make the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao fall head over heels for her. Such rough men who swung heavy hammers would surely have a strong desire to protect her triggered. Beneath Yin's perky, fine nose was a cherry-like mouth that seemed to hesitate to speak. At this moment, she slightly opened her mouth and said, "Master." This gentle voice was like a spring breeze brushing against one's face, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. The key point was that Yin currently wasn't wearing a single stitch of clothing. In such a situation, Lu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air and then quickly withdrew his gaze, fearing he wouldn't be able to control himself if he kept looking. Lu Chen took out a set of women's clothing from the silver bracelet storage soul guidance device on his hand and threw it over to Yin. "Put on your clothes first. I will take you out in a moment. I resurrected you specifically because there is an important task I need you to complete. I will take you back to Saint Spirit Village. Use the disguise ability of the blue-silver domain to change your physical appearance and features to disguise yourself as a village girl. From now on, you will stay in my home and take care of my parents. If any spirit masters come looking for trouble, deal with those you can handle. For those you cannot, take my parents and old Jack from the village and leave Saint Spirit Village immediately. You must never let them come to any harm." While speaking, Lu Chen raised his palm, and a surge of spirit power gushed out from his palm, gradually shifting and changing above it. It condensed into images of 3 people: his father, his mother, and the village chief, old Jack. Yin, who was putting on her clothes, raised her eyes to look over, deeply memorizing the images of those three people in her heart. Then, she said with gentle but firm determination, "Please rest assured, Master. Yin understands." Lu Chen nodded upon hearing this. Then he looked around and used the blue-silver domain to completely clear away all traces of his and Yin's auras from the cave, lest Tang Hao discover something was wrong upon his return. He thought to himself, once Tang Hao returns from outside and finds Yin gone, he will surely go mad searching everywhere. Instead of letting him run around aimlessly, I might as well create an enemy for him. Bibi Dong slandered me as being a beast to human transformation, and Spirit Hall is still putting out warrants for me everywhere. Both Bibi Dong and Tang Hao are my enemies, it's better to let them fight like dogs. Whether Tang Hao injures Bibi Dong or Bibi Dong injures Tang Hao, I can just happily watch the show. Thinking of this, Lu Chen walked to the stone wall inside the cave. He raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and circulated spirit power to reinforce it, making the finger as hard as diamond. Then, using his index finger as a pen, he began writing on the stone wall. Accompanied by a series of cracking and crunching sounds, stone chips flew and powder fell all over the ground. When you killed my mentor, did you ever think of today? In a short while, Lu Chen had written 12 large characters. Each character was composed of straight horizontal and vertical lines without any personal flair. Judging purely by the handwriting, it was impossible to tell who had written it. These 12 characters did not clearly point to anyone, and the key lay in the words, "My mentor." Tang Hao had killed countless people in his life, but if it was said he killed someone's teacher, he would likely react immediately. And then he would run to Spirit Hall to find trouble with Bibi Dong. After all, even Tang Hao himself believed that Bibi Dong's teacher, Qian Xunji, had died because his injuries were incurable after being heavily wounded by him. Lu Chen looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. At this time, Yin had finished putting on the set of clothes. She walked on her snow-white bare feet, tiptoeing behind Lu Chen. She raised her eyes and looked at Lu Chen's back. On that exquisite face, there was a hint of blind obedience. Yin spoke softly, "Master, I have finished dressing." Lu Chen turned around and looked her over from head to toe. Finding that Yin was not wearing shoes, he frowned and said, "Currently, I don't have any shoes on me that would fit you. Disguise your form and appearance first, and I will take you home now. Once we get home, we'll look for shoes suitable for you." Yin nodded obediently, as if she had no will of her own. Whatever Lu Chen said, she did. Lu Chen told her to disguise her form and appearance, so she activated the blue-silver domain and used its disguise ability to mask herself. After being enveloped in a shroud of mist, her azure hair quickly turned brown from root to tip. On that exquisite face, her fair skin turned a wheat color, and some freckles appeared on her cheeks. Her originally curvaceous and exquisite figure, her chest and buttocks, also shrank rapidly. Yin's disguised appearance was immediately like a different person from before. Although she could still be called pretty, she would not attract excessive attention. Only then did Lu Chen nod in satisfaction. He wanted Yin to protect his parents, and he didn't want her appearance to attract unnecessary trouble. "All right, follow me." As the words fell, Lu Chen grabbed Yin and flew out of the cave, quickly disappearing from the valley. Chapter 100. Setting off for the Ballot Kingdom. When Lu Chen returned to Saint Spirit Village with Yin, the sky had already turned completely dark. He remembered that when he set off, Rose had told him to come home early for dinner, so he quickened his pace with Yin and headed toward his home. Before he even reached home, he saw from a distance that his courtyard was packed with villagers. These villagers were holding various local specialties: salted fish, cured meat, chickens, eggs, flour, fruit, and all sorts of farm products. It was clear they were here to give gifts. The news that he was a spirit elder had likely spread throughout the village. At that moment, someone sharp-eyed spotted Lu Chen returning from outside and shouted loudly, "Look, everyone, little Chen is here." With that single sentence, the villagers crowded in the courtyard turned their heads in unison, their eyes so fervent and burning that they seemed ready to melt Lu Chen. A crowd of villagers poured out of the courtyard, scrambling to surround Lu Chen, greeting him all at once. Because there were so many people and the voices were so chaotic, the scene became very noisy. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. Out of necessity, he mobilized a sliver of spirit power and channeled it to his throat. Uncles and elders, please don't worry. I've just returned and won't be leaving immediately. We can talk about anything slowly. Now, please make way and let me go home to speak with my parents. With the enhancement of spirit power, Lu Chen's voice was extremely loud, instantly drowning out everyone else's voices. As Lu Chen's voice fell, the scene suddenly became silent. The looks they gave Lu Chen were now full of awe and reverence. There was a stir in the crowd, and a path was quickly cleared. Lu Chen took the opportunity to lead Yin back into his courtyard, where he saw his parents waiting for him. Luan and Rose's faces were filled with pride. The couple had never been so popular in the village before. It was all because of Lu Chen. Because their son had become a respected spirit master. Seeing Lu Chen return, Luan rubbed his hands, his face full of pride yet also showing some hesitation. Little Chen, the fact that your mother, I, and the village head have regained our youth has been noticed by our neighbors. Everyone is related in some way, and they want you to take a look at them. They've brought gifts too. Look, the house and courtyard are filled with food and drink everywhere. We didn't know if this would make things difficult for you, so we didn't dare agree on your behalf. Now that you're back, what do you think we should do? Hearing this, Lu Chen gave a light chuckle and nodded in agreement. Father, I agree. In a moment, have the uncles in the village get ready, and I will use a spirit ability on them. They were all from the same village. If Lu Chen refused outright, it would make his parents lose face. To make his parents proud, Lu Chen didn't mind performing a blue-silver purification once for each villager. As for the power of the Seed of Life, Lu Chen did not intend to use it this time. Aside from his immediate family and old Jack, who had helped him a lot, others were not worth Lu Chen using the Seed of Life on. At this moment, Rose looked at Yin behind Lu Chen and asked with a puzzled expression. Little Chen, who is this young lady? Why didn't we see her when you first left? It's only been half a day. Where did you find her? Lu Chen immediately introduced her. Father, mother, her name is Lan. I found her in the city this afternoon. She is also a spirit master. I've asked her to take care of you, perform regular health checks, and be responsible for your daily life. I was away from home for 3 years, and when I returned, you looked like you had aged 10 years. I don't want to see that happen again. With Lan at home looking after you, I'll be more at ease while I'm out adventuring. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Luan and Rose felt somewhat restless, looking at Yin with constrained expressions. As ordinary villagers, how could they have ever imagined a day when a spirit master would take care of their daily lives? Yin felt no discomfort. Lu Chen's brand was etched into the depths of her soul, and her heart was filled only with loyalty to him. She stepped forward and gave a respectful bow. Master, Madam. Being addressed like this by Yin, Luan and Rose felt as if they were dreaming. A noble spirit master was actually calling them Master and Madam. Lu Chen added fuel to the fire. Father, mother, let her stay. I've already brought her back. I can't very well send her back now. Look, because we were in such a hurry, she even ran her shoes off. Luan and Rose looked down and saw that Yin indeed had no shoes on and was still barefoot. Seeing this, Rose gave Lu Chen a reproachful glare. Little Chen, even if you were in a hurry, there was no need to be so rushed. A young lady follows you to our village, and you make her run her shoes off. Miss Lan, come inside with me quickly. I'll find a pair of shoes for you. With those words, Rose led Yin into the house. With this, Lu Chen finally succeeded in leaving Yin at home. When he went out to roam the continent again, he wouldn't have to fear his parents being in danger. Afterward, Lu Chen turned and walked out of the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the villagers. Uncles, I am going to perform a spirit ability. No matter what happens in a moment, do not be alarmed. Then he summoned his spirit, and 3 disguised spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple. Under Lu Chen's control, hundreds of blue-silver vines spread out, each one binding a villager. Amidst the villagers' exclamations of wonder, Lu Chen performed the blue-silver purification. In an instant, all the blue-silver vines burst into light, which merged into the villagers' bodies. It began to nourish their limbs, bones, and internal organs, dispelling the weakness caused by old age, overwork, and illness, causing a significant improvement in their physical condition. These villagers felt as if they had grown over 10 years younger. Those old ailments like backaches and leg pains all vanished at this moment. This made everyone feel a deep sense of respect and awe for Lu Chen, the spirit master. Even after Lu Chen stopped performing the spirit ability, the villagers were still reluctant to leave. It took Luan going to persuade them one by one to finally get them to go. Under the constant flattery of the villagers, Luan couldn't stop smiling, his mouth nearly grinning from ear to ear. In all these years, Luan had never been as happy as he was today. Over the next few days, Lu Chen stayed home to accompany his parents. He enjoyed a rare period of leisure and a relaxed life. However, 3 days later, Lu Chen prepared to leave again. After saying goodbye to his parents and under their reluctant gazes, Lu Chen left the village once more to embark on his journey. And his destination was the Baloch Kingdom. The Baloch Kingdom was one of the 4 major kingdoms under the Heaven Do Empire. It possessed the great granary known as the Lima Plain, and on that plain was a city called Soto City. In the countryside of Soto City, there was an academy called Shrek Academy. Lu Chen intended to go there. Tang San and Xiao Wu should both be there now. He had endured for 6 years. If Tang San could still attend school peacefully, then his increase in strength would have been for nothing.